Especially
But
here. I mean, we're so close to Boston. We get all the, they come up here to the Red Sox. We had the Stanley Cup at our local bar 2 years ago. They flew it in a local helicopter. It was kind of crazy, actually.
So I mean, I gotta be honest. I'm kind of a dick now. So the last time I went to an Angels game was in the same box, and so this year we went to the same box, and I almost don't want to ever sit at the regular field seating again at a baseball game.
I would tell you right now, if you said, oh, you could never go to a baseball game again if you had to, and I would say, okay.
Yeah, no joke. It could be any sports. It could be anything.
Dude, I've been to football games,
cool.
and I'd almost rather watch it at home. I love football, don't get me wrong, but, I would still prefer to be at home. It just, now with the TV quality, and I'm just not that obsessed.
I will be an asshole. And some of you will hate what I'm going to say right now, but I think sports in this country is the exact example of Caesar saying bread and circus.
I will agree with you that
we've got Obama
and a distraction. It's the nation's distraction.
Total distraction. We don't learn skills. We avoid family. We focus on these like esoteric stats that don't matter. And look, I know people that are obsessed with that shit.
They're obsessed with sports. Their whole life is sports.
And then
they're married with kids, and their life is sports.
Hold on. Yeah. I mean, I'm not pro sports at all, but let's just say that people are satisfied with being only pro or that into sports when they're big enough to do a shitload more, right?
They're choosing to be distracted, or
or to limit themselves with it.
It's no different to nerds in their video games, sports people.
But this is the thing, and I guess to understand the obsession, like if someone said, "Oh, well, how would you like to go see Alice in Chains?" Okay, that to me would be awesome, and I would obviously do it at every chance I get, so I can understand some level, but it's crazy how obsessed people get. I mean, it's fanatical.
Don't get me wrong.
People start.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say people start treating politics like a sport too, where it's like our team verers your team, and they don't even.
Yeah, they want to keep you on sides. That's what politics
is. Entertainment.
I mean, Yankee is right that way, So yeah, they do it.
But at the same time, don't get me wrong with where I'm going with this. Sports may be a throwaway thing that you get value out of and you enjoy it, and you can fully wrap your hands around it. So in that sense, I appreciate the value there in a way. Politics, though. Politics is specifically built so that you can wrap your hands around some of it, but even then, you're wrong in certain cases. So you're always kind of like conflating issues, and you're always fighting against your own dogma, if you will, against the parties and all that. So I'm a big fan of being all about politics instead of sports, but it's also the same thing in its own way. If you know where I'm going with this.
No, that's what I think too, and it's unfortunate that people have taken their sports mentality, and put it towards politics when. To me, politics is a job interview, and I'm looking for the best person for the job, not rooting for my effing team. You know what I mean?
Well, so we get a lot of. I'm sure you guys have this where you're from too, but we get a lot of like, "Oh, we won last night," or "We kicked ass," and it's like you didn't do shit. You put a T-shirt on, you look like an asshole. And look, I'm wearing the T-shirt, and I'll say I look like an asshole. We won tonight. We won. While I was sitting in my box drinking my beer, and I'm like, "Yeah, we won." Yeah, whatever. Don't get me wrong. It is a good, like, if you go to a sports event once a year, and I'm not even going to qualify that with a number, have fun, but don't make it your life. Go out and, like, learn some shit. Like, learn something. Make something, get better at life. Don't get better at knowing about sports. Get better at your life, your family's life, learning something. Always, right? That's always the trick to me. How can I better something? How can I learn more, become more efficient in XYZ, whatever. I talk with my hands a lot. Sorry about that.
I didn't want to interrupt that, but this went live a few minutes ago. So.
Right on. And that's the way we roll, man.
And if I paid $200 to go to a football game, we won.
We won. Oh, you know what? Actually, okay. You know what? Okay. You know what? That actually kind of makes sense a little bit. That makes a little bit of sense.
I had season tickets to Seahawks for about 5 years, and it was $65 for the seat. We had 3 seats. It cost me $25 in gas to get up there because I'm 2.5 hours away. And it was $100 day plus tickets. So yes, we won.
They've really,
That's right.
really pushed going to games and things out of the reach of the average American, though, because things are insane at like Yankee Stadium, and even getting that way at at Fenway, and footballs, New York Giants. I mean, we're talking a couple $100 for regular seats is getting to be the norm, and it's ridiculous.
So here's the rub, right? How many guns could you have bought?
With
the answer,
one
the
day
answer
at the game?
To that is,
there is no answer to that. It's
how much more happy would you bought those guns?
Since I quit getting tickets, that's how many I bought.
I can tell you, well, I don't know how much I really...
Holy shit.
Hey, I've given up like habits like that, like say golf as an example, but in my life I've certainly stopped doing certain things that, you're right, I put the money into a guitar or a gun, and that helped me get over all right, you're wasting money on this, you know what I mean? Like, I'm with you on that, and that it's helped me deal with things like, wow, I can get a gun that's going to last me forever, or I can go out and party this weekend for 1 or 2 nights. I'll take the gun. Oh, I got the approval from SIG. I got my 2 magazines coming, guys. Sorry, got excited. Got the email today. So I got 2 free SIG mags, which is nothing to sneeze at, I would say, and a carry bag.
Pretty cool.
Is that like part of a rebate or something? Like,
yeah, that's the their summer rebate. Any SIG handgun other than the Mosquito, you get 2 free magazines and a 6-hour carry bag.
I actually bought a rifle today that is on my list, so I actually took a rifle off the list of stuff I need.
Nice.
Finally. Mauser. I'm finished.
I got to finish Mosin.
There you go. Nice.
I knew what it was.
So now I'm on to the Grand or the Mauser next.
I don't have a list. I should probably make a list. It's like,
don't make a list. It gets depressingly long.
No, dude, mine will be short. I feel content. I'm just a couple more things.
My list is short.
My list will be short, just 3 or 4 pages.
Well, no, I'm seriously. 3 more guns. Maybe.
I guarantee you, your list will not be. My list is short, and it is now long as hell.
My problem is
I need to do a musical thing. I need something for my guitar that's $300. So that's next.
There's 4 on my list, and I keep buying shit that isn't on it.
Yeah, well, that's a problem there. One less Mariner game.
Well, there's a list of guns that you'll buy. You're talking about guns. There's a list of guns you'd buy when you find them at the right price. It doesn't mean you're going to just buy them because they're on the list, right?
Well,
I've got that list.
I always have to feel good about my purchase, no matter what.
I agree with that. If I,
the opportunistic list, I call it, or whatever. Like, if you find it at a gun show for a bargain, or somebody is like, "Hey, I found this in a closet. You want to buy it for $50?"
I mean, I couldn't do that tomorrow. If someone said, "Hey, here's a Glock for $300," if you needed the money on the spot, unfortunately, I could not do that.
I think I overpaid a little bit today, but I bought it from a reputable. I paid for peace of mind. You know what I mean? Like, I bought it online, but I bought it through a place that I trust their description to be exactly what I'm gonna get.
Oh, for the older stuff. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I buy new guns all the time, but when you're talking something like that,
yeah,
you're probably wanting something that you need a little more confidence in what you're doing.
I paid about $20, $30 too much, but like I said, I paid for peace of mind.
Yep. So you didn't get it. You just ordered it.
I ordered it, I should say.
Cool beans.
Well, as soon as I bought it, it says sold out. So the one I bought is off the website.
So I got a catch-22 with my local FFL. So the cool thing is he's only charging me $20, and he just opened up his own little shop. So it used to be free, so I can support that. It's awesome. But he's only in his shop on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But and he won't. Like, that's the only time you can get the gun from him. So if you order something and it doesn't come into the post office on that Tuesday or a Thursday, I have to wait. So if a gun comes in on a Friday, I'll be out of luck.
You won't have it to shoot it for the info.
I hate that. I want it now, man.
This isn't J.G. Wentworth. Calm down.
Well, I want it now. My money, and I want it now.
Was it 8776 something now?
Awesome racket. That guy is printing
Dude,
money.
right?
That guy is printing
Absolutely.
money.
Yes.
My money. Want it now.
Yeah, you selfish prick. Here's your money. I get so much money on the back end from
But
giving
think of
you
that,
money
J.G.
right now.
Edwards. 1-800-CASH now. Come on.
Yeah,
Cash
dude.
now.
Yeah, honestly, if you fall for that trap, you deserve to lose money.
Have you-
Remember they had those things?
Actually,
have you ever seen
I
that
did
movie
something
they
like that
outlawed like
for
5
down
years
payment
ago?
on a house.
Have you
Those check
seen,
advance places, they're charging like 600%.
Have you
Oh, we still we have that for days in California.
Yeah,
We're
I
not
feel
really-
it's worth it because
Have
you
you
get your
seen
money now.
the tribal check cash, the cash in advance, like the tribal
Yeah.
ones are pretty messed up.
That's the one I was talking about. Yeah, they were like fucking whacked.
Yeah.
I think it's always a good idea
$35
to
to cash a
borrow
$50
for
check.
travel.
I will let anyone borrow money at 30% APR. I would be happy to do that. You can have that now.
This day and age, you kidding me?
I'll
Absolutely.
borrow a whole bunch of money like that, and I'll make it up on volume.
Can I
Yeah,
borrow?
dude, exactly. But 30% APR is already like ridiculously high. That is like, and that is like the median average, I think, of most of those check cashing places. We have a ton.
I paid that on a credit card for about 2 years.
You know what? I'm paying that now, and I have to say,
It
hey,
took
it's
me
my
forever to get it
fault.
paid off.
I mean, you know, I have a different mindset, but I mean,
Well,
they're
I-
not huge amounts. I owe $2,200 at like 29%. You know, but
Oh,
I wouldn't. You know, it's my fault that I have that issue.
I was 25 years old. I lost my $13 an hour job, and I had something like $35,000 in credit card debt.
Yep. Oh, dude, I had 90. Okay,
And when
let's
you don't
talk.
make payments for 6 months,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
we'll go
make-
with my story later.
when you don't make payments for 6 months, they kind of throw shit at you.
Did
How
you
do
not
you-
go? Did you go
okay, so-
bankrupt or not?
I got it all paid off in 2 years.
Well, this is when I first started working. I always had stellar credit, so I got my first. I can tell you the first thing I bought with a credit card. I think I got my first credit card in 1989 when I was 19. It was American Express, believe it or not, or something. The first thing I ever bought on a credit card was an Escort passport, the wireless radar detector. You remember those? I still have a wireless one. But anyway, so over the course of the following 10 years, by the time I was 28, I had gotten into $36,000 in credit card debt. That's when I started selling timeshare. I'd never been late on one payment ever. And I managed to pay that off in good standings by 2001 or 2, in 3 years. So then I got, then I bought land, and so my at that point, my credit rating was probably 750, so I could do whatever I wanted. And then I bought a house, or built a house, and my credit rating broke 800. Once you own a home, you can get above 800. So I could just do whatever. So the divorce is what caused it. So I had to end up living on my credit cards for a couple of years, and I had probably 11 cards. 3 of my American Expresses had $15,000 limits, but I got up to about 87,000 in credit card debt. And then I went bankrupt in 2008 or 9. No, later than that. What the fuck am I talking about? 2010 actually. So that wiped that out, and I had a couple other. I had like 15,000 in lawyers shit. That felt good to wipe that out. So square one. I could never get out of that debt because I was at 29% at that point on those cards because I kept defaulting. So my minimum monthly payments when I was in good standing was around $1,900. And I had a Volvo car lease that I was paying $461 a month on, which was not that bad if I had no credit card.
No, that's horrible.
Yeah,
that's horrible. It's still a huge amount of money.
You know how to cure those guys? You call the first one. You say, "I've got this amount of money.
Yeah, dude.
This account.
I had $5 to my name, dude.
If you don't take this, I'm going to call the next person and see what they'll do."
Yeah. No, I had no
just
money.
a second, and they'll. I end up.
Yeah, but why
paying-
would I want to do that when I could just walk away, which I had to do? So you know what I mean? I wasn't in. I could
Nowadays,
never
you
pay
can't
that
just
off.
walk away from.
Actually, you
credit card debt.
can because I did the bankruptcy after the new law.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can own a house as long as you don't have any equity in it. You don't have it. All they're looking for is equity. I got to keep my car. You could have $2,000 in the bank. Anything you have debt on, like let's say you were paying for a car and you got a car payment, you keep that. They're just looking for anything you can sell or equity. If you don't have any, you're done. You got to take a credit course before you do it, and then an online credit counseling course after, and then you're done. And it's roughly $1,200 to $1,400 to pay the lawyer. They cannot, by law, charge you more than $1,500 to go bankrupt.
Jesus.
And it did not wipe out my spousal.
I lived on my buddy's couch and lived off peanut butter and jelly and top ramen for about 18 months, and I paid all that shit off. Yeah. And then I got one credit card now, and that's for hotels and online purchases.
Well, I was making $25,000 a year for
we
a
need
few
to know
years
the card
in
number
there, and they had me paying $10,000 to my ex, and we don't even have kids.
And that little number on the back.
555 eat shit.
I did my taxes 2 months ago. I did my 2011.
That's a phone number.
I paid my ex $12,000 in 2011, and I think my income was like $23,000 that year. That's how fucked up my divorce went.
Ouch.
Yeah, so there was no possible way for me to do anything. And the house thing was weird because I didn't put the house into the bankruptcy because I was able to afford it after that. But again, then they put me in jail for not being able to pay out my settlement, and then I fucking had to go behind on the house. It was so weird how lazy, and the bank could give 10 real craps that I couldn't make the payments after a while. I went 2 years without paying my mortgage.
I'm getting itchy just listening to you.
Oh shit!
Think of the stress that puts on you. Yeah, it was 2 years before they went to auction the house off.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
The whole going to Thailand thing makes sense now.
Isn't it great now? Well, now I don't have any bills. What the fuck? Now, I mean, in a way, it sucked. I lost my house. Don't get me wrong, Obviously, that was every money I ever did, but that's how bad the divorce scenario went, and what are you going to do? So you just start over, but not having the house freed up. Now I don't have association dues. Now I don't have to worry about buying oil. Now I don't have to pay taxes once a year. There's so many stresses that was there.
Where are you? Where do you have to buy oil?
Well, in New Hampshire, you need oil for your hot water in your heat.
Got it. Yeah, got it. Okay.
Which is no big deal. We're only talking, $2,000 a year, but that's, when you're paying $800 a month in fucking support, and you're making $2,300 on average, it makes a difference.
You ever heard of the environment? You should consider changing your house over to biodiesel.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the new motherfucker that's got my house is doing. It's a friend of mine, and he was
actually more expensive.
But it smells like French fries, and it's more nature.
Dude, it is diesel. I could just pour diesel in there. You can, home heating oil is exactly the same as diesel and kerosene.
No, it's not.
Pretty much, they're all the same.
It is kerosene, but not diesel. There is a difference.
Well, I did use diesel for many months to heat my house.
It's called soot. It'll mess up your chimney.
Well, I knew I was losing the house, so what do you think? You think I cared about that? I'll tell you, the day that I knew I was going bankrupt, and those because the credit card companies literally would call 15 times a day.
Oh.
But they would call from the same phone number, the idiots. So you just program your phone to just don't ever ring.
Wait, but is it it's the same credit card?
No. I had like 10, 11 credit cards. So each credit card would, because this is the deal. You can't go bankrupt. You have to wait 90 days. Because if you, let's say I charged a dinner for $150 a month before I went bankrupt, they might look at that and go, what the fuck, that's fraud, So you can't make any charges for 90 days. So then you file bankruptcy like 60 days after you've stopped using your cards, which by then they've turned them off anyway.
Is this it's like a precipitous thing, right? You just kind of get caught up in living that next credit card. Let's do this. I gotta get a credit card to pay off another credit card.
I never did that. I never did credit card to credit card.
You had 20 credit cards.
No, 11. When did I have 20?
Okay, sorry, 11. Oh, sorry, my bad.
But when you have to pay,
does that count like a bunch of store? Is that like a bunch
think...
of store cards and then?
No, they were mostly American Expresses and Visa. Like my Sears card, all of a sudden turned into an American Express one year. That was interesting. That came up in my court thing. The divorce girl, she's like, "What's this? How can you Sears be? How can you owe $3,800 to Sears?" And I'm like, "It's not merchandise. It's actually now they turned it in. They just sent me a freaking American Express with Sears on it one day." But it just was living, just buying food because and again, when you don't miss your alimony payment, because if you miss it, you go to jail. I had $1,000 house payment plus $800 to her. And there were some months I made $1,500. So what are you going to do? You need $100 a week to live. So I was behind, $800-900 a month some months. And then when you get money, I would never, I wasn't late on these payments or anything. And over those years, let's say at 5 years of me, at 5 years of me paying, and they were never at 29% for years, maybe for like 6 months, but for a lot of them had gotten up to 20%. So I'm not like justifying anything, but for like 5 years, a lot of these companies was getting $300 a month from me, and it was only lowering my bill by like $130. Whatever. American Express, they were not pleased. They literally had some Guido call me up. Was like, "Hey, what are you gonna do about this?" I'm not even kidding. And I'm not even kidding. Even after I filed bankruptcy, they still took it to court locally. And I was like, got this notice in the mail, and I was like, whoa! And I called my bankruptcy lawyer, and he contacted him, but I just didn't show for it. I wonder if they did, but it's like, no, this was included in the bankruptcy. You missed the hearing.
I can't even. This story is crazy to me.
You know how much stress was relieved the day that I filed, and then it's illegal for any credit card company to ever call you again that you owe that money to? In fact, it's so fucked up. One time I called one of the credit cards to get a copy of a statement, and it automatically hung up because they don't want to get caught on the phone with me. It's $10,000 fine for any credit card company to call you or anybody that you file bankruptcy with. So...
I want to sing. I want to sing like the national anthem or something right now, just because like that is such bullshit. That is.
Well, I couldn't afford my bills, and.
Yeah, but I mean, no offense, but you owed the money.
Absolutely.
And you just walked away from it, and it was like, okay, sure.
I don't feel bad at all about it. I mean, it is what it is.
You don't feel bad about it? You don't feel bad about it at all?
Nope. It's got me out of a mess that nothing else could get me out of. When the court wouldn't help me to be able to pay those bills, I did what the court said, and that was it.
But why does anybody have to help you out of a problem that you got into from living?
Just the way that cookie crumbled.
No, I'm asking.
I wasn't going to lose my house. I mean, I went whatever by avenue.
Wait. Why couldn't you lose the house?
Well, why would you want to when you're faced to losing your house?
I mean, I would sell my house to pay off my debts. Yes, I would sell my house. You can't sell your house
because I owed 100% of what I was living in.
Oh, so you were upside down.
I mean, I only had like $25,000 in equity, not
you were
even.
Basically upside down.
Yeah, it was because so I had to.
Yeah, but 25,000 was more than you had, right? 25,000.
Oh yeah, it wasn't like 25,000. I'm just saying it was way less than that. Yeah, because they wouldn't let me go bankrupt that way. I mean, because they freeze. There was no way at that point to get access to that equity because my credit was already fucked. You know what I'm saying? So had I even gone for that 25,000, first of all, that would have probably been fraud. But the court was demanding $30,000 in cash, or they'd put me in jail, and they did. Okay, so go to jail for a couple weeks and then find your moral compass on how you feel about bankruptcy. It's a little different, you know what I mean? At that point, it was, what am I going to do to get out of this scenario? And that was it. And there was no way I could probably get out of paying $89,000 at 29%. Even if they stopped the interest, it would have been insane because I'm still paying over $10,000 a year to pay off my ex, and it's hard to live now just paying normal bills, but I can now.
Oh, the percentage changes when you miss payments?
Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of the barometer.
Real quick, fast, in a hurry. It's in the fine print.
As in midnight that night. If you don't nowadays, it generally defaults to the 29.9. I don't know if some of the laws were changed.
You go over balance, they charge you a certain amount.
Yeah, $25.
And then
they were supposed to have a lot of reform for credit cards a few years ago. I don't know what they did.
That's why I gave them up.
Are any of you like Dave Ramsey people? Like,
I used to be a Dave Ramsey nut. I mean, when I had money to be able to invest and stuff, I was all about that.
Yeah, but he's not an investing guy. He's a get out of debt guy.
Yeah, right.
He's actually the worst guy you want to follow when it comes to investing, but
I know what you mean.
How does it like him forgetting the debt?
Deliver pizzas, get that fourth job, and cut this out, cut that out, do this. So, yeah, absolutely.
Dave Ramsey is the get out of debt guy, and what he would tell you to do is, so if you had a car payment, sell your car, and get a beater, and get into a beater, and start working. Start working down your small debt first, because so his argument is that indebtedness, the culture of debt that we live in, is largely a psycho issue. It's a psychological issue. So by burning down the small debt soon and fast, you build up that dopamine of success and getting out of debt that over time you will ultimately become completely debt-free. And then so most people would tell you...
Are we supposed to consider our house as debt?
So he would consider it, I do not.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into investing right now. I don't want to do that. But
I hear you, but I'm just asking.
To focus on the get out of debt part, he focuses on, so the house payment would be the last debt to worry about. He focuses on the car payment, the credit cards, the open sources of credit that you're working
for.
Plus
the house is at a lower percentage too.
Usually, yeah. So he focuses on the small debt. I have $200 to $2,000 on Sears, for example. Got to burn that down first, right? And then you get that, and you get that dopamine burst of burning that down, and that's one less thing you have to worry about. It's one less payment you got to make. It's one less thing you have to do, right? So for you had 11 credit cards, right? So the small payment that killed that first credit card, now you got 10, and then you go to 9, and you go to 8, and then you go to 7. You start burning them down, boom, 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 and then you get to the point that you got none.
The chain reaction was the more money at my disposal, the court was making me pay her. So I mean, that was the crazy part of it. And what they did was the big where my divorce went sideways in general was I filed in late 2006, but she didn't make the final divorce ruling until late 07, early 08. And at that point, the stock market crashed and housing started going shitwise. So she based my divorce on my house being worth 30% more and 50% more in my well, this is the problem too. You gotta understand. So there's more things to this. So I had to give her my entire 401k.
Yeah, but how do you not go back and reassess at the court level? Okay, so California's different. I appreciate that. How do you not go back and reassess what you owe for the divorce? This is not a gun chat at all. I'm sorry.
No,
but,
that's fine. I think it's interesting to talk about it.
How do you not reassess?
What's a gun?
I mean,
seriously. I don't know what a gun is.
I mean, bankruptcy, I believe, is...
Well, it's a gun chat because none of us are going to consider selling guns as an option.
I mean, I don't really know about this whole state thing, what you mean. Like, I mean, I think it's a federal... Isn't bankruptcy federal...
No.
What do you mean?
Divorce laws.
You were paying your
How do I
wife,
not go back to a bank, to the court and say, look, this is really what...
Reassess your alimony.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's be clear. The alimony was actually weird that she put it as alimony because it was actually she broke my settlement up and called it alimony.
But she doesn't get to do that unless it's an agreed to thing.
No, the judge is what I mean. The judge is the she.
Oh, she. Okay.
Yeah. The judge is exactly. So the judge itself in the state of New Hampshire, there's like 7 divorce laws or statements, and the last one is anything the judge deems fair and equitable. I mean,
are you a 50-50 state?
No, we're not, and that's what fucked me too. But no, I was only married 20 months, and the judge at one point even said, "You're not even going to get anywhere near 50% of his estate." She said to me, because we were only married 20 months. But then the judge came out and ended up giving her 50%.
How do you not go? Okay, I'll walk away from everything.
So how do I do? So that's when you say, okay, well, I'm not going to walk away from everything. Let's go the legal way. What can I do to get this judge off the case? Okay, write this motion, and guess what? The presiding judge gets to rule on whether they should be on the case still. So
yeah, but who cares if she's on the case? You go, I'm going to walk away from all of my assets.
Okay,
there is no equity in the assets, so you get nothing.
Report to the Carroll County Jail at 9 a.m. or there'll be a warrant issued for your arrest.
No, but okay. So then you're sitting in front. I'm sorry.
Seriously, there's a sheriff here.
I'm not trying to get heated right now, but I want to understand.
That's exactly what she would say. So I don't care where you get the money. You owe her $800 a month. I don't care where you get the money.
But then you say, Judge, I'm upside down on the property. Where does the money come from?
They don't care.
And the judge would look at me and go, I don't care. They don't care.
Tell a kidney.
Wait, okay,
hold on. Exactly it. I don't care where you get the money. You make $2,000 a month. You pay her $800. If
I got to go back
enough to live on,
Did you have like a really high-paying job before the whole divorce?
I used to make a lot of money. I used to make 80. Not a lot. I used to make $80,000 a year, living here, 70 to 80. But I mean, it costs, rent here is $600 a month.
Okay, so that's a lot actually for your area.
I had some great years. One year I almost made 100.
Oh, so she wrote her divorce papers against your good years.
Kind of, but this is the other thing. And again, you're getting as upset as what I just dealt with for 8 years. So I'm fine with you being upset because it upsets me too of what happened to me. But I kind of lost my train of thought. It was all based on, it was almost like they were saying I was hiding money because I used to be. That was one recourse thing where, how can you have used to make 80 and now you're making 30? Well, that's real estate. I sell real estate. Timeshare is real estate. Okay. I sell real estate for a living. So.
I see.
And, I'm a high school dropout and she's a college graduate, which is even worse.
What?
Oh yeah, and you know what? Here's a bigger kicker than any.
Why is there alimony? Oh, because you were making money. How come it's even?
It's not even alimony.
It's not.
Forget that. Well, forget that it's alimony. It's a settlement. I'm not even shitting you when I'm going to tell you this. And again, this is going to piss you off even more. She didn't work for 2.5 years after
the there it is.
But that didn't even matter. how lazy do you have to fucking be? She owned a store too, and she closed it, and they fabricated all these paperwork to make it look like like I was responsible for a $60,000 loss. That at least the judge looked at it and go, well, "Where's the loss?" Well, we bought $60,000 worth of stuff, and the judge is like, "Well, do you owe 60?" Well, no. Well, then you don't have a loss at all. So that's the other thing. I just got fucked totally sideways. So the judge literally says to you...
Did you have an attorney?
Yeah, I had a bad one. In fact, he was so bad he
okay. All right, there it is. I had a bad attorney. This is the thing, too.
Very small town also, so whatever attorney you would get in your own town, they're in the back, laughing and hobnobbing with her attorney.
Right.
Or the
judge.
Because that attorney is one of, 30 in this town that's going in front of her tomorrow on a freaking, hit and run. And, whatever. I had a piece of shit lawyer, but once you get committed and your money goes to nothing, you can't get other lawyers because you don't have the money. So again, this is one more piece, Hush, that I got to throw in there. So I had to give her my 401k. So guess what? That means I automatically made a $35,000 income that year, and then had to pay taxes. On it. Yes. So again, this stuff just started piling on top of piling. You got
I think this is really fair because basically you screwed her by divorcing her. Made it so she can't. She's really worthless.
That's what it is.
No other man wants her. She can't.
I left her ass.
I am sending flowers to my wife tomorrow at work.
Just give her everything because she's gonna get it anyway.
No, but I'm never gonna divorce her. I'm never gonna.
I'd have stayed with her. She was the one that was just miserable, and I couldn't live with that kind of stress anymore. So sorry. One more fight. One more, hey, why don't we get divorced? You know what, you're right. And that she didn't like that, so too bad. These are lessons that we learn, so I checked that off the list. I did the.
All right, 100 flowers. Website me. Do this. Jesus
Just
Christ.
tell her you love her, and hopefully she's.
Send her one of those fruit baskets that are made out of the fruit.
Yeah,
whatever you do, though, don't send her a Proteus of Hawaii. There's these $200 flowers you can send from Hawaii for Valentine's Day, and there's like bird of paradise and hibiscus and stuff. So I got it for her once for Valentine's Day, and I talked to her on the phone later that day, and I knew she had delivered it, and she's like, so we're talking, and she's about to hang up. She's like, oh yeah, and thanks for the flowers, I guess.
Wow, that's awesome. That's
such a bitch. Hot shit. Oh, she was so bad, dude.
I guess.
I couldn't tell you why you were in love.
Oh, it hurt.
Wesley knew what I was talking about. The edible basket.
We both posted the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not. You know what? I had to take advantage of what tools were available to me, and the bankruptcy should have wiped out what I owed her, but she found some loophole or some fucking federal judge, and all of a sudden I owe her the money again. What is this edible?
Edible arrangements is hot bullshit. Let me tell you, that is cool. Dumb.
Yeah,
it's really expensive.
You've done bankruptcy once. My aunt and uncle have declared bankruptcy 3 times.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Fuck. It is.
Well, but see, now they give me
you could only do it once.
Because it's once every 7 years. They had them far enough
apart, and they were different
7
kinds.
years, yeah.
7 years.
Wow. 3 times.
No, I know someone that's done it 4. That's fucked up. That's intentional bullshit.
Bankruptcy
Mine wasn't intentional. Mine was.
And people wonder what is wrong with this country. Like people wonder what we have to fix. It's this. This is what we have to fix.
Yeah, but that's not as bad as like corrupt government shit. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, there's a high percentage of people that I believe my bankruptcy was a necessary thing for me to survive in my situation.
For your case, maybe. But the larger argument is there is a whole lot of fraud going on, whether it's bankruptcy fraud, insurance fraud, or milking it off the government. My fucking.
You know, but I hate to say Yankee-ish here, but I don't think the percentage of the fraud is outweighing a lot of the benefit that's there.
I don't think that it is, though, because when you factor the time and money.
But you know, yeah, it's.
How much of it is because of medical bills?
Well, for people, that's the #1 cause of bankruptcy right there, is medical.
Just that one penis enlargement.
Yeah, but when you factor that in,
exactly. Why should it
factors in every medical case. It's not the I actually needed medical assistance and now I'm in debt. It's the all medical costs. It's every
medical is a whole problem in itself because when there's a 2-pay system there,
right?
You know.
And, oh God, I don't know what to do. I don't know. I can't do anything. I just have to live my life right now.
Well, hey, I pay my 29% monthly on 3 cards now, and I'm proud.
I pay, but
make plenty of money on me.
On what I make in California, I'm almost 40% taxed.
Yeah, that sucks. You should come to New Hampshire, man. We're tax-free.
Yeah, but even then, when I get there, it's still going to be like close to 40% tax rate because your cost of living is less than me.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, you got to have write-off. You got to take a lot of lunches.
It is... Oh, God. See, that's the thing. That's the thing with this country. And so I will make my rant. Here's my rant. This country is based off of a 2-system idea. You're either the low middle class or you're the really rich upper class. If you fall within this little basket of middle/upper class, you are going to get the shaft harder than anyone. And until you can either breach that threshold to get to the upper, like 20% of tax rate, like rich people, then you might as well just fucking figure out how to live your life right, happy in the basket.
Well, it sucks. I mean, that's kind of honestly where it kind of came to too. Whereas I'm happier and have figured out a way to live my life now at a much lower means, and that's what it took.
Jesus
But
Christ.
ironically, because of the situation with the court, if I was in that comfy basket in the middle, yeah, I'd be done paying by now.
That's not no. That was not what I was trying to say. There's no comfy basket in the middle. This is the middle that gets taxed up the ass. There's
yeah,
not
I know.
comfort.
You're right.
That's not what I'm saying. You missed my point.
No,
Over
I know.
here is we give you all the shit and we tax everyone here for your here.
Yeah.
And all the people here are like, yeah, fucking tax them. Fucking capital gains. Fucking tax them. Do that right now. I have like very little investments. I have little investments.
I don't know
and I want to grow my investments. And all these old white motherfuckers are saying, yeah, fucking tax capital gains. I'm done with it. I'm rich as fuck. I'm Scrooge McDuck in my
yeah, but if I was, I don't know. I mean, but if I was making $130,000, I'm not. If I was making $100,
what are you talking
yeah,
about?
it does.
Yankee?
If I was making $130,000, I'm not going to pay 40% in taxes.
No. I'm talking about capital gains. So
well, I don't have any capital gains. I mean,
yeah, but I do. I have capital gains.
Oh, well, then you can afford to pay the. I mean,
There
if you're making $5,000, what's the problem?
Wow.
But that is my point.
You're still up $3,000.
You've got what's his name? Fucking Bloomberg and all those other assholes. What's the guy that's like all about capital gains taxes? It's not Rupert Murdoch. It's what's his name?
Well, there's rich people out there that are now for capital gains, you're saying?
Yeah, but they've already got their
capital
Scrooge
gains taxes.
McDuck. They've got a Scrooge McDuck pile of gold that they're sitting on, and they're like, yeah, increase capital gains. They already own the money. They already have it. It's piled into.
So you are against taxing capital gains.
I see copper.
Absolutely.
I misunderstood. I thought you were saying you were for.
In general. No. What I'm saying is, all these rich assholes are telling you all about how, like, hey, yeah, I got super rich because of these taxes. We should fix these taxes. But I'm the asshole down here that wants to profit the way he profited, and he won't let me because he's like, oh yeah, we gotta stop this shit because look how rich I got. Fuck that guy. Fuck all of those guys.
You're talking about the Berkshire Hathaway guy.
No, I'm not.
The one that said his secretary paid so much more in taxes.
That is
than
not
he did.
the Berkshire Hathaway guy. That is not the Berkshire Hathaway guy.
You need to tie it a little bit more.
He said that Romney's secretary made more than him or something, right?
Yeah, no.
No, he was saying that his secretary
paid more in taxes.
paid more in income taxes than he did because he makes all his money on interest, so he doesn't pay an income tax.
So yeah, where's Yankee so I can really get fucking flustered about this?
I'm no economist, but if everybody, did like what I thought the whole point was you save up money, you get a bunch of money when you're old so that you can do your thing, and whatever you saved up that you didn't need, you pass on. That should go to your kids without taxes, and then that's their nest egg, and they can buy a house, and then they can hopefully leave more to their kids, and then they can leave more to their kids, right? That's the way it's supposed to work. So you wouldn't want to tax those capital gains, and I thought the big government leeches want to, what I call a big government, people want to grow government. Those people want to tax those capital gains.
That gets into a whole nother set of taxes. That's death taxes.
Taxes are like general, I'm saying capital gains. I'm saying that wealth is in whatever is in.
So this was. I know that I've argued with Yankee on this point multiple times. Capital gains tax is getting taxed twice for the same money that you already got taxed on.
Let me ask you, why is that the case? Because when I
inheriting money from your family.
When I would make money on the stock market in the past, I would just count it to my income for the year, and it was.
But that's bullshit.
Well, but I wasn't paying 40%.
No, we're talking about putting a bunch of money into the bank, and then.
Well, that's called that you have tax-free.
Tax on the fucking interest.
No, but okay, so look, let me point this out.
There's certain IRAs you pay the tax for before tax.
But wait, hold on.
No, that's income.
Don't conflate that. Don't add that into it. Assume that we are talking about I just bought stock, right? I just bought straight stock. Don't bring IRAs or anything else complicated into the mix. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you tell the IRS when you bought stock and lost all of the money?
No. There's a deduction for that, isn't there?
I don't know if that's not even. Yeah, right. Is that even?
No, it's not, because You already got taxed on your income. You spent that income for funsies.
So
no, unless you have unless you have a business that is about investing stock, you cannot claim a loss on income that was feeding that investment.
All right. Well, I guess I don't remember, so I don't recall how I did my taxes with the losses and the gains. I just know that I would.
But let's factor this in play. Okay, so you're Joe Hoshnasi. You're Joe Hoshnasi, and you got
use $10,000 for the numbers.
You've got your 1% or $10,000 that you want to spend, and you were already taxed on that money. So
right.
You made
like 15 grand to get 10 or something.
Yeah, exactly. You made 15 grand, and you're left with 10,000. Hoshnasi took half of that money, 5,000 here and 5,000 there. On one hand, his $5,000 investment was completely lost in a year's worth of horrible stock ideas. But on this other hand, he doubled his money. So he's basically even. He took $5,000, lost it.
You made $5,000 in capital gains.
And made it. So somehow, because the government decided that, well, you got really smart with your investment, we need to have a piece of that. Bullshit. They don't want a piece of the money you lost. They don't go to the company that took the money and lost it. Like they don't go like, hey, I noticed that someone invested $5,000 in you and then you went bankrupt. I need $5,000 worth of your machinery. They don't do that. They go, well, fuck, you got broke. So we're gonna go after the other 5%, like the other 5,000 that you had.
So yeah, you're paying it on the $5,000 you made.
Right. So why are they
even though you're even? Yeah, right. Well, I mean, don't. I don't know. This is just coming right off the top of my head, but it is kind of the gamble. There is a gamble thing there. I know that sounds stupid.
You're right.
And you are also, if you're making $100,000 a year, you're gonna pay, a lot higher rate on that $5,000 than if you made $40,000 in your job this year and then made $5,000.
Wait.
I'm not gonna pay 40% on that capital gain. I'm only gonna pay 5%. Or 10.
Wait. So if I make $100,000 a year, I already paid income taxes on that money.
Right.
If I took my money, so here's the example I always go back to.
Basically, yeah.
Right. Well, no, but hold on. I'm not even at the income tax argument. I'm just at the capital gains tax argument. So if I were a savvy car buyer and I found a Buick Grand National in pristine state and I bought that Buick Grand National at 25% on the dollar and I turn around and sold it and made a profit off of it, it largely disappears. No one gets a capital gains tax on my investment in that car.
Now, but I understand the gripe of it, but can I be the asshole and say, well, why don't you take advantage of buying a house where you can sell it after 2 years and be tax exempt on like that first $150,000 because they came out with that.
That is a first home argument versus me. I want to buy second, third, and fourth houses and lease them out and rent them. I want a cash flow property. I don't want to just own a house. So that's the problem with this whole American dream thing. The American dream thing is you go live in a house and you pay taxes like a good boy or girl and then you die. I'm going to go buy a house and take my extra money and not fuck around with sports and buy another house and another house and another house and either sell that house and make money that I shouldn't get taxed on because I already got income taxed on, or profit cash flow into a rental.
Hate to be, death and taxes, dude. I mean, it's the eternal argument here is, who likes to fucking pay taxes? I mean, nobody.
But here's so I still make the same money. So here's my argument. I still make the same money. I make $100,000 a year. If I take $20,000, I'm not saying I do, but if I took 20% of that and turned it around into a rental, versus take 25% or 20% of that and blew it on hookers and blow, why does the government somehow think that they need to get 20% or some value off of the rental that I have? Why? They already taxed me. It was already taxed.
I guess you're right. Well, Technically, you weren't, because now that's the money you got after taxes. So
no, but I already paid the tax. So,
well,
but
you
see,
paid
they're
the tax
punishing
on.
smart people.
I know,
They're
but if
punishing
you made
smart people.
$1,000 this week and you paid 200 in federal taxes and you took home 800, you can do whatever you want with that 800. You chose to invest it and make more money.
Yeah, so you get punished
So if
for
you
being
made 200
smart.
bucks, you're paying the government $30, $40 of it.
Basically,
Yeah, you're still up 160.
It's like you're paying for the ability to make your paycheck. That's why you pay taxes, right? So that you can pay for the infrastructure that allows you to do your thing. But you could technically say you're paying for the ability to make money on the investment. But
yeah, so if you take my $100,000 income and tax it at 40%, and I take that income and then I roll it into a rental property that is cash flowing, and you say I also want 40% on that, what is the point?
Well, you keep using the 40%. I mean, that's a huge number.
Well, because that's the argument. No, but the argument is that
no, but you get to 40% real fast. You're only going to make $100,000 or something, right?
No, but that was the point. Wait, hold on. That is the point I'm trying to make. Is that my income tax is 40%, and they want to change the capital gains tax to match income tax. So my income tax would become my capital gains tax. They would be the same.
Okay, but can I just say something? I mean, you're being serious. Your income tax is 40%.
Yes, I am taxed 40%.
Oh my God.
Is that state and federal put together?
Yeah.
That is the rate that I pay in Southern California, being in Los Angeles County.
What the fuck is going on there?
I'm about 28, so.
So I am what you would call the bent over middle class when it comes to my wages. I make a good amount of money, but I am right in that tax bracket that gets the hugest shaft.
And and again, not to be a dick here, but I mean, isn't there's got to be some kind of tax shelter that you could create, or someone smart that could help you with that? Because there's got to be a way for you to avoid what you're saying, and at least not altogether, but at least moderately.
So let me tell you about my penny hoarding.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'm hoarding pennies. Right?
Seriously,
so I've been hoarding.
The circle repeats itself.
You make $50. You're probably supposed to pay taxes on $50.
It was just one big junction into talking about hoarding pennies, and now we're right back into.
Don't forget to pay your taxes on that penny income.
No, fuck that. That's all money, dude.
Not according to them.
Nobody's getting for that, dude. Nobody's getting for that.
NSA is sending a copy of this to the IRS right now.
Now I know that if you win $1,000 in the lottery and you have $5,000 and you have $900 in bad tickets, you will only get taxed on $100 because you can prove that you lost $900. I know that is actually something that you can do here in New Hampshire, at least. So you keep all your empty scratch tickets, or if you do that. I don't do that.
I'm usually a fan of the consumption tax. So you just pay a tax on what you buy, and then that sounds like it gets rid of black markets and that makes it a lot simpler, and it's none of this some people get taxed more higher rate than other people.
Well, it doesn't get rid of black markets. Black markets still exist because people want to buy things that are illegal.
Well, let's not get
Oh well,
that doesn't fix that.
Some black markets, but it'll get rid of I guess people that are worried about paying tax on shit. I guess.
Let me ask you this, Hush. You have to pay capital gains to both the state, obviously, and the government, right?
No, it's federal. Capital gains is federal.
All right, so okay, but now are you saying that this is unique to California?
No, it's all federal. This is all federal tax.
All right.
Most of my gripes against
it all comes down to the government is growing at an extreme rate, and we let it, and then we worry about how we're going to pay for it. We should be going back and saying, no, you don't get any more. Now start figuring out how to do your job with this, and then make it lower.
Well, hey, I coined that back in the art. I told the corruption is the base of all of this because the money they're taking in is not going to where it's supposed to go.
But the corruption throws it at somebody else, like it's their fault, right? I say it's our fault. We need to be more, encouraging people to do this shit, pay attention to what's going on, and
how can we when we're paying 40% to the government? I mean, it does. You're right, but honestly,
we don't see very many. I mean, I look at elections. Even the biggest election I can remember in a while was probably Obama's first one, right? There seemed to be a fairly big interest in it or whatever. So I don't remember seeing anywhere near the amount of signs that I saw during, I'm thinking like those little signs you see on the road or whatever, people's yards and stuff, that I saw like with any of the Bushes or with like Perot. I remember seeing so many signs with Perot.
I think that social media might have had a small impact on that. Don't
Perhaps,
you?
But I have no idea. All I'm saying is I think that there's definitely no civic duty or civic responsibility encouraged anywhere, or very little at least. So maybe that has something to do with it, I guess. But
well, it's discouraged. Well, if we had the right people to be able to want to support, I think it would help too. And it's unfortunate that it's hard to get behind any politician because of the problems that we're faced with. I mean, and obviously,
it's also
what
we've been
upset. I mean obviously,
like
this is
we don't like
what
the restaurants are serving. We don't like what the restaurants are serving, but just we haven't had a lot of choices. Once we get more choices in restaurants, now we can start trying different flavors. So once we get more choices for politicians, we'll be able to find ones.
Well, I think we can certainly all get behind that. Obviously, I'm thinking, I haven't dealt with capital gains for a long time, so for me, sorry, that's why I'm out of the loop on that.
Well, I mean, I think everybody can agree that I think one of the reasons I don't know, maybe that started this, but one of the things I asked earlier was because there seems to be a lot of like the new bad guys, rich people, and the big thing now is to like stress. There's this big thing to like stress the divide. Like we're either creating the slave or the the dependent level of society, and we're creating this uber rich, the horrible uber rich that are so greedy and bad. And
so you can pick up your literature at the time that fascism was picking up, both in Italy and Germany, and Russia, for that example. They were largely going after the same thing, and you can read that the people at some point started looking at those that had things, and they called them the proletariat, or the bourgeoisie. And the bourgeoisie was largely the business owners and the stockholders and the people who had something. They were not necessarily richer than, they just had businesses. And
I'm no scholar on this, though, but I thought it was like they were rebelling, or they got the masses to rebel against the royalty who had all this tons of money and all their best friends who were like, in on it.
No. What they did was they scapegoated it on the middle class business owners, and that happened both in Russia and Germany and Italy and across the board, and it's now happening again today. What they're doing is they're saying, well, the very rich, and they're classifying it, and we joke about it. We say, oh, Hashnasi, a 1%er. But largely they're turning that around and they're saying, oh, well, because you're a 1%er, you are the smallest percentage, it's okay if we abuse you in your business owning or your capabilities of making money, and we make you less human. Or, not less human, but say that, well, because you make so much money, you have more to give. The reality is that the more you make, the more you pay out, because it gets more expensive to make more money. That is the way it goes. But that is the argument that has been from the beginning. It is the same thing that happened. Okay, so G-Webs, to your point, specifically, the closest example I can give of the hierarchy, that was the example of the French Revolution. The French Revolution was where they went specifically after the hierarchy that was propped up because of the royalty, the kings and queens at that time.
But what about the Tsars in Russia or whatever? I thought that was the whole thing that got communism in there. It's like, look at the Tsars, they're taking all your cash.
But they specifically exercised their anger against the middle-class business owners. Because going to socialism, they had to kill the middle-class business owners.
Largely, they needed to have the state supply product, right?
Right.
They wanted the state to be the distribution instead of the profit.
No, they wanted
middlemen.
So you say the word state, but largely they believe that the people owned the means of production, and so their argument was that
represented by the state, though.
Right, exactly. We needed to. So That's it gets really muddy.
I don't want to
the
be tinfoil hat, but then how hard would it be if our state, if our government were to take over Walmart and Costco, and then say we don't need all you individuals, shop owners?
So that's the ultimate rub I have, because I see things going down this very socialist path. And I talked to the family that I married into, being from Vietnam. They're Chinese, but they're from Vietnam. And I talk to them, and I talk about, well, do you acknowledge taxes going up, and you've got death taxes, and you've got capital gains taxes going through the roof, so it's de-incentivizing you making more money for the country or making more money for yourself, because even though you're making more money for yourself, the country largely prospers. But when they factor in these large taxes, everybody loses because people are de-incentivized from making money. But then I talked to them about this, and largely I don't want to talk too much about my family, but they're very, very hardworking people that have made a ton of money in both Vietnam and this country. And when they talk to me about it, they tell me it's like we're so far away from the socialism tract, that it's not even worth us getting really upset about it. So
we're heading for something, though.
Well, I don't think we are. I actually don't think we are. I just think that we need to fix our tax issues.
I mean, do you think that we can fiscally keep doing what we're doing, and it's just gonna? Okay.
I think that we can right the train and point to really make a stupid analogy, point the boat in the right direction so that taxes get pointed in the right direction equally, but largely, even if you put the taxes on the highest earners, they're still just going to be like, okay, fine, because we're so far away from a rebellion that it doesn't matter.
But
we are generations away from
any legislation.
We are generations away from people picking up guns.
Right. But I was going to say, is there any legislation at all in any way, shape, or form that's heading towards any kind of tax reform at all at this point?
I think so.
I don't know that there is.
We just need more hope and change in 2016.
That's a good point.
I don't know that there's a large tax change. I believe that given the next 4 years, there will be more taxes against the wealthy. If I were to make that argument,
I would say I think there's just going to be more taxes. Period.
So if they're taxing the wealthy business, it's just the tax on everybody else is going to go up because the price on everything in the stores is going to go up.
Well, that would be the argument. I would make that argument, but I think that largely the wealthier will pay the brunt of the taxes. We are so far away from a flat tax, regardless of what you think, that
I don't think that would
continue down this path. Oh no, a flat tax would be great because everybody's got skin in the game.
Plus, people have such a low understanding of what kind of numbers we're talking about. It's like when they're talking about, the other day I was watching a special on Walmart, and they're talking about, well, if Walmart was to pay everyone $12 an hour instead of the $6 an hour they're paying them now, if they doubled the salary of every employee they had, people are like, oh, but if they did that, they'd have to raise prices so high. Based on their sales, they would have to raise prices a percentage that would make a 65-cent box of macaroni and cheese now cost 67 cents.
Well, I'm not paying that much.
Their prices to pay all their employees $12 an hour and still double all their employees' salaries. And
so what you're saying is there's an acceptable level. I'm with you on that. If you could prove, and if they could actually do that, then I would be down with that. If that could actually be a realization. If something would only go up a 0.5%.
But here's why I call bullshit on that, though, because if that is so simple, it's so simple that they could do that, then why wouldn't they? Because it wouldn't be any skin off their nose to do that, and then everybody would complain about them. Everybody would love them.
Because it is skin off their nose, because it's a giant cycle, and they covered that in a special. If they paid their employees a livable wage, their employees would no longer shop at Walmart. They would no longer have that captive audience that relies on going to that store that sells things for 10 cents cheaper than every other store. So they destroy their own market base.
Well, that doesn't make sense. That's
makes perfect sense.
That their customers are their
I would have to
their employees are their major customers.
No. Profit and not
the poverty class is Walmart's major customer. And they don't.
But you're saying by paying a living wage to their employees, that would somehow eliminate the lower class?
Have to pay a minimum wage too. So
it wouldn't just be Walmart. It would be across the board. is what you're saying. Yeah.
But the math of it, the absolute math that you cannot argue with is that if they doubled their payroll right now to maintain the same corporate earnings that they make right now, they would only have to raise prices it's like 1.5%. So,
all right. So you're suggesting that whoever the boss of Walmart is just like, let's just to be a jerk, let's not do that.
No, they sat down and they calculated. They have actuarians and everyone that says, hey, when people make $16,000 a year, they shop at Walmart. When they hit that $18,500, they start going to Kmart. When they hit $20,000, they start going to Freddy's. So they sit down and figure those things out, and they say, well, it works for our business model that we try to maintain a level of employment that maintains this class of people.
And they're honestly not going to pay more than they have to. Let's not be blind, right? They're not going to sit there and go, oh, let's just pay everybody because we're nice. They're going to pay people what they are going to get away with.
Hosh, did you hear any of that?
We're 100K plus in my household. We still buy groceries at Walmart.
I heard zero of that. I'm sorry.
I don't do the shopping, so I don't have any say.
I don't use the food there anymore after these chats.
People like to pretend it's the same thing, but I called about a box of Fruit Loops that I bought late one night at Walmart that didn't taste right.
This is all I think about. This is Fruit Loop story every time I go to Walmart.
And the runaround I got from Fruit Loops is that, oh, you bought it at Walmart? Well, then you didn't buy our Fruit Loops. You bought someone that licensed our box and our logo, but you didn't buy our Fruit Loops. And it was like, blech.
I'm just going to assume it's about Walmart and minimum wage, but I'll just throw that out there.
That's what I'm thinking in my head. It is minimum wage, and that's all they need to pay, and that's what they're going to pay because they're about profit, right?
Yankee and I might disagree, and that is not different from par for the course here, but I would say that minimum wage is not something that you should sustain a life on, necessarily a family.
No, you can't.
No, you can't give a wage.
It's hard level. Very, very difficult.
And there are some jobs that shouldn't be minimum wage jobs. There are some jobs that are just for high school kids and, summer employment, stuff like that. But if it's a full-time, year after year, 40-hour-a-week job, it should be a livable wage.
Well, so I don't agree. I don't agree because just because you are a checker at a Walmart and you work 40 hours a week, that doesn't mean you should live upon that.
Why should you?
Well, why should you? I mean, that's the same. I can make the same argument against it. Why should you?
Well, when you're arguing one thing that damages someone and one thing that doesn't, I think the thing that you're arguing neither damage anyone.
That is
yes, it does. A non-livable wage damages someone. So if you want to argue a side that damages someone, I think it would that's like saying, should we feed the poor or shouldn't we feed the poor? The argument of why we shouldn't feed the poor should have to have more weight than the argument of why we should. We should because we should. So if you want to make the argument that we shouldn't, and you want to take food out of someone's mouth, your burden of evidence and burden of reason should be higher than the argument to feed the poor.
No, but see, now you're factoring in an emotional idea instead of an actual factual thing.
They need cashiers to stay in business, so they should be able to be paid.
Exactly.
Correct. And they have unions that pay them, and so if those unions decided that is an acceptable wage, that's
not Walmart.
Okay, so then they decided to work there. That's fine.
Well, that's the thing. It's a personal
go
choice.
Somewhere else.
That wasn't a personal choice.
Well, no, you're right. I'm with you. I didn't mean to say that way.
What do you mean it's not a personal choice?
If it's the only thing your town has because Walmart came in, sold everything at 30% below cost for 2 years until they ran everybody else out of business.
How many towns have you been to where the only thing in town is a Walmart?
Several.
Zero.
Been to the south?
Oh, no, I've been to shit tons, dude. I've been to most states.
They are.
The only job in town is the Walmart.
No, I didn't say that, but I've seen plenty of McDonald's. It's very consistent. There's a Walmart, there's a Sonic, there's certain things in stores. Towns are pretty cookie cutter.
Just describe that.
Doesn't your mind automatically go to, well then, it sounds like the density of people that will actually work is larger than jobs that exist. I need to leave this place. Why does this place need to satisfy the job for the people that is larger than the pool that it actually can support?
Pack up on minimum wage and move across to New York City in your apartment?
Yep.
Very different.
How do you realistically propose to do that?
Yeah, that's easier said than done on that statement, unfortunately.
So what is your point though? What is your point then? That we need more government systems to support people moving?
When you allow businesses through unfair business practices and deals they make with other distributors, and when they get to the point where they are allowed to have monopolies and control distribution through monopolies, and they run other things out of business, and they limit the ability of other people to find jobs in their area, to find employment, well then why shouldn't they be forced to pay a minimum wage, a livable wage?
So can we be clear that this argument is about minimum wage?
Because the people as a whole, and the people.
I would say there's got to be another choice, and my other choice would be get rid of Walmart. Tell them that they're if you're going to force something on them, I wouldn't force the minimum wage. I'd force them to get the hell out.
Well, no, you can't. But you just don't.
Why?
I mean, that's not the idea. They're a business and they're doing their thing.
If they came in and they're a cancer, if they're a financial or economic cancer to the world,
but they're not. They're
country,
no different than the supermarket up the street.
Than anything else.
Hey, I'm not advocating it. I'm just saying I don't understand what's the difference between that and telling them they have to pay $12 to cashiers.
I would rather see them. I would rather see the community, the people, get together as a whole, as a collective, as like what our representative government's supposed to do, and say, hey, we're fine with you running a business in our town. We're fine with you using our streets for your trucks to come in on every night. We're fine and paying for the power for the lights with the traffic lights for people to get in and out of your shop. But as part of your deal for doing business in our town, we are going to legislate and make it a law that you will pay a certain amount of money.
All right.
I'm okay with that.
So here's my question to you then, with that specific point in mind. So say you got rid of the Walmart and you replaced all of the Walmart type things that were available. So they had a sports store in that town, and a grocery store in that town, and a whatever crafting store in that town, and they were owned by mom and pops. Would you expect them to have the same level of obligation to the town, state, whatever?
Yes.
Okay, so you're consistent at least, so that's fine. I disagree with you, but that's fine.
I got no problem with it, and I'm not saying get rid of Walmart. I'm saying make Walmart play on a level field and make Walmart obey the rules.
I think they are.
No, they don't. Walmart cheats their employees out of billions of dollars of overtime every year, and they do it illegally, and they pay the fines because the fines are set up to where they're so much less than paying the overtime. They clock people out and tell them all the time, at this Walmart over here even. I know people that work at this Walmart. It's one of the ladies that works at the
so why do they
Popeye's Chicken over here because she's got no other options. And
why can't you go work at the Popeye Chicken?
And Walmart will go back and clock you out at 32 hours. You'll be out working the shelves, and they'll say, oh, as soon as you finish stocking the shelves, go home. And they'll be like, well, I've still got an hour's worth of work to do. They're like, well, do it and go home. I've clocked you out. And if you complain about it, they just fire you. And if you go home, they fire you.
Yeah, but so...
I just jumped in. I just jumped in to say one thing, though, because I think, before I go to sleep, if you work 40 hours a week, that's a lot of time devoted to a place, a company. If you can't make a livable wage, if you can't afford rent, the average rent in America, I think, is like right around $850. If you can't afford to live by yourself and support yourself, and you work 40 hours a week, then there's a problem there. Like, why would you work 40 hours a week?
Decision in your occupation.
Well, that's it. That's my point. Is that if that's all you can do, and it's 40 hours a week, you've devoted you're working full time.
Right.
So you're saying if you're going to work 40 hours, which is hard to find a 40-hour-a-week job right now as a college dropout or a high school dropout, because right now it's like all part-time shit. But if you're actually working 40 hours and you can't afford a place to live and food for yourself, forget a family, there's a problem there. That's all. I just wanted to jump in and say there's something wrong.
What is the problem? What is the problem?
The problem is that they haven't adjusted the minimum wage to the minimum living.
Exactly. Yeah, the rate of the...
I'm dead serious. I'm like...
Oh, absolutely. How could you...
There's a minimum living, and then there's a minimum wage.
We live in a society where the average CEO made 20 times the average employee in the 1970s. And now 2010s, the average CEO makes 1,000 times the average employee.
Like the guys on the yacht drinking the Cristal and Dom Perignon, I don't care about that. I'm talking about the people who are living like day to day, check to check.
That's where the money's
That's what I'm
gone.
more concerned about. I don't care about rich people can have fun and do their thing because they've done that. They went to school, they went to graduate school, they got their MBA or whatever. I'm talking about minimum wage versus minimum cost of living. And if they're so far apart, then you got a problem because that's what America's about. Get a full-time job, and then you should be able to have a basic living.
Do we want to be
even if it's horrible.
Where did you get the paperwork that said America is about getting a minimum wage job and then you deserve to live for the rest of your life on that wage?
I watched this documentary called Food Incorporated, and they said if you worked at a diner back in the day and had a minimum wage job, you would have had enough in the 50s to at least have a house.
In the
And if they adjusted minimum wage back then, if you were flipping burgers back in the 50s,
our economy
government,
wasn't
you kept all your money.
No,
that might be true too.
But
But
out of your change at that point.
there was silver in your
inflation.
pocket. Okay, well, there's a problem. That's the problem, is that the American dream and all that stuff. Come here and get a full-time job, even if it's picking oranges.
Was bullshit. The American dream was bullshit set forth by McCarthyists to get you into the idea that all you needed to do was get a single-family home with a white picket fence and pay taxes. And we don't have enough people doing that anymore. Those people are now on Social Security. That American dream is dead. It's been dead for decades.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm not saying minimum wage should be $20 an hour or even 15 or anything, but I think it should be adjusted up to like maybe 10.
It should be way more than $7.25.
Abolish the minimum wage.
Well, right now I think it's
$7.25.
Yeah, but then pay.
Well, if we abolish the minimum wage, that would be. You're still getting these companies that are like, we'll hire you, but for 29 hours a week.
So how about abolish the minimum wage?
I think that's a
great idea if we want to become a sweatshop nation. I mean, if our goal is to become a third world nation where labor is cheap and expendable, like it was here in the 20s and the 30s, if we want to not learn from history and we want to go backwards in time, then fine, let's abolish the minimum wage.
All you're saying is that people are doing jobs that machines can do, or they have very little skill. So why should we pay minimum wage for them?
I don't know who you're listening to because that's not what I said at all. So.
All I'm saying is,
if we got away with the minimum wage, and if that would somehow help people make more money, then I'd be down with that.
Well, so let's talk about that for a second.
Like,
so
is it going to work? Because I heard this.
What does minimum wage do? It incentivizes business owners who are largely mom and pop businesses, because those are the people that pay for minimum wage workers, to get rid of the lowest skilled workers that they have working for them. Those lowest skilled workers go on the dole and they start taking money out of the incentive systems that this government has set up that we all pay taxes for. Getting rid of the minimum wage would allow those people that are the lowest skilled to actually do something that they actually get paid for, so they don't take out taxes. We all get our taxes back, and then we can spend it on other things, or go into business ourselves and start employing new people.
Really, and who's going to pay for these bridges and roads you're driving on when you don't have any taxes? And who's going to maintain the military? When
I didn't say anything about getting rid of taxes. I said that by not having people that are taking out the dole.
The average person is paying a fortune in taxes. The average person
is
not paying a fortune in taxes. It's the people that are the upper middle class that are paying a fortune in taxes. Wealthy people aren't paying any percentage of their income. Poor people aren't paying any of their income in taxes hardly at all.
The middle class is
making 150 and above. They're paying all the tax. The 200, they're paying all the taxes.
If you were to count up all taxes, the largest percentage of taxes would come from the middle class.
That's just because there's more of them.
Actually, the largest percentage of taxes comes from the top 1% of earnings.
Yeah, I thought they'd say the top.
But you got to remember, people go like, oh, it's like 40% come from just 10% of the people. But you got to remember that same 10% of the people controls 85% of the money, but still pays 30%.
I don't want to get into the argument about distribution of wealth with you.
No,
but,
that's not a distribution of wealth. That's a distribution of percentages for taxes.
I mean, nobody that's on a minimum wage is paying taxes. I mean, literally.
When you're only
Exactly.
No,
they're not paying
85%
taxes yet.
of the
They
income.
are paying taxes.
No, they're not.
They're paying
Yes, they are, dude.
paying
They're only
taxes
making
on
if
stuff
you're
they
making.
buy.
They're
paying
paying taxes, dude. Trust me. If you're making $7.25, you're not taking home all of that.
Paying their
But
FICA
no-
stuff, but no, they're getting back all their
290 times 52. They're only making $15,000 a year. They get a $10,000 exemption.
Exactly.
They're only making $5,000, and on $5,000, the tax rate's like
and then they get an earned income credit, and they get
Exactly.
back.
Yeah, they earned
They make
income
more
credit. Is
They're
what, like
getting
$100 or something?
No, it's up
And then if
to.
they got kids and stuff, you get money back.
Okay. So you get $500 back, but you probably got more than that taken out of your minimum wage check.
No, it could be 1,000. It used to be 1,000.
I don't know, dude. I'm saying I think they do pay a little bit. They might not be
But they
paying
do
10%. They might be paying less.
Oh, they're paying. They're not. I mean, if you're making that little, you don't make. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah,
So
Look at a tax book.
Ask your accounting firm how this works, but people can,
Well, you get a $10,000 exemption as an
Let's
American.
not worry about that. Let's not worry about that. Let's worry about the basic math of what I said a minute ago.
It depends on how much you make.
Let's talk about, okay, let's say me and you are splitting a pot of money. There's $1,000 in this pot of money. And to buy the pot of $1,000, you have to pay a $50 charge to get the pot of money. Okay, so we say, okay, let's get this pot of money. We'll pay the $50 it costs to dig it up, and we've got this pot of $1,000. I get 800 of it, and you get 200 of it, and we'll both pay 20. I'll pay $30 of the 50, and you pay 20. Did I just pay? I can say I paid more of the fee than you. So I'm paying more than my fair share.
Yeah, but you made the most simplistic argument ever because you left out the fact that somebody had bought all the shovels and bought all the equipment and bought all the supplies.
That doesn't figure into that.
Yeah, but see, that's exactly right. So for your argument,
I've owned a
argument
fucking
to
business.
work.
When people start playing that substitute.
Exactly, right, exactly. You just nailed it.
Because those things are not earnings; those things are deductions.
Yankee,
I don't pay
Yankee,
taxes.
you just nailed your argument. You factor out all cost of doing business. So if you factor out all costs of doing business, everybody should be equal. You're right. You're totally right. But the fact is that there are costs of doing business that you are not accounting for, and you are not willing
to. And when you factor out the cost of doing business, that's called a deduction. That's not called an earning. So that's not counted in their earnings.
So let's talk about
their payroll is not counted in their earnings. When people try to play that stupid, it's double taxation. That's bullshit because payroll is not an earning. It's a deduction.
So I'll talk about reality, and this is not a leprechaun digging a hole in the ground.
How many businesses have you owned?
I'm not going to tell you how many businesses I own, but I will talk to you about a business.
When you paid your payroll, how much did you have?
Yankee, let him go.
Earning.
See, this is exactly the point. So you are willing to discredit my argument because I don't own a business, but I never told you how many businesses I own. I'm 32 years old, and I'm not going to make the argument with you because that proves
when you own that business. When you own that business, we're talking about you wanted to factor in the cost of running the business. How much did you have to write down as an earning for what you paid in payroll? How much did you have to write down as an earning for what you paid for materials?
It equalizes your costs.
No,
yeah,
you
okay, see, this is the bullshit.
It's called a deduction, so it doesn't count towards your earnings. So at the end of the day, if you're still earning 80% of the income, you should pay 80% of the taxes, not 20.
You don't get to discredit what your net value is. You cannot do that.
You get to credit what your earnings are.
You cannot do
in dollar for dollar. If you bring in 80% of the dollars, you should pay 80% of the taxes. Not just 20% of the taxes and pretend like you're paying them unfair share.
That is actually not how any of this works, Yankee.
That is
not how it works.
Have you ever looked at the payroll things?
Yes, absolutely, and that is not how this works. When you pay people,
how it works. Have you ever?
Here's the example. So here's the example. You have a gas station. It has to work 24 hours a day, and you have 8 people or less that do the job of working 24 hours a day, and they go from making $10 an hour to $12 an hour. Take California for example. You have to either fire someone or raise costs to equalize the cost of the increased value. That's it. There's no other option you have.
No, I don't. I don't have to. If my business was making a profit of $350,000 a year and I incurred an extra $10,000 a year in business expenses, I get to write that off. That gives me a bigger write-off at the end of the year. My earnings are less. I pay less in taxes. I don't have to fire someone. I can choose to earn a little bit less money. But we live in a
oh, see, there it is. There it is. Wait, there it is. There was the actual truth
I can
in your
choose
comment.
to
You
make
said,
less money. That's not good.
less money. That was the truth in your argument.
If you do that for years, you're fucked.
Thank you.
I have owned multiple businesses. Oh, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
Thank you for being truthful.
Your attitude
for being truthful.
Affecting your reality. Just being a snarky little bitch isn't changing the reality of the fact that if I'm making well above what I need to make, I can make the choice of whether I want to fire someone or whether I want to just have a little bit less. I have that right.
Spoken like a Scrooge McDuck sitting on his Scrooge McDuck pile of money who thinks he can dole out ideas to other people on how they spend their time.
Shut up for a second.
Thank you. That was the first time you have been truthful and actually stating something in reality. Thank you.
What are you even
Great.
babbling
So have I.
You're babbling like a little bitch about something and you're not making any sense. I'm sitting here telling you.
Thank you.
I have owned a
business. Names, dude. Start calling names.
Shut the fuck
up. How many minimum wage people do you actually employ?
I understand why.
How many minimum wage people do you employ?
Even Beaver's leaving.
Would you shut the fuck up?
Hey, Yankee, how many
minimum
wage people do you employ?
Shut the fuck up.
How many minimum wage people do you employ?
Would you shut the fuck up?
How many minimum wage people do you employ? So you won't answer because you don't.
I don't employ anybody at minimum wage.
Higher minimum wage, but you don't have any minimum wage workers. So you're
That's
talking
right.
shit.
I don't pay minimum wage. I paid my bartenders. I paid my bartenders $10 an hour plus tips.
Great.
That's not minimum wage.
Actually, hey Yankee, that's all. Actually, straight up, having a bar and actually paying people that's a really good. That is actually a really good value.
Would you quit babbling like a little bitch and let me actually make a point?
So wait, I'm talking. Am I talking over Yankee right now?
You're just babbling.
I'm sorry.
That's bad. That's a
afraid of what I'm going to say.
I'm talking over Yankee right
now?
now?
You're so afraid of what I'm going to say.
Sorry.
You just have to keep talking.
Because I'm not scared of you at all. Talking about
Is this why Beaver left? I can't believe Beaver. Come back, Beaver. Don't be a bitch, Beaver.
Yankee, go ahead. Yankee, tell me all about your bartending.
I have owned multiple businesses. I have chosen to make less money in a year so that I can keep my employees employed. That was my choice to do that. I still kept my business open. I still kept my doors open. I didn't suffer a loss because of it. In fact, sometimes I ended up better at the end of the year because I did my taxes right.
Right, and that's great.
And
hey,
I don't
if
live.
You want to take a loss,
let me make my point. Good God.
What? We're doing that now? We're doing the, I'm going to talk over you and tell you, let me make my point? That Yankee's doing that right now.
I'm done with you.
Good night.
And I'm just fucking done with you. Just fuck you.
Good night. Okay,
you don't want to hear it, so fuck you.
Because you're not saying your
point is weak.
Reality.
You know your point is weak. You know you're not doing anything but spouting a bunch of libertarian bullshit that you have no basis for. You don't have any experiences. So you just want to keep talking.
Make the point. Make the point. Because Beaver left, and I want to hear this.
My point, like I said, I've run businesses that make a profit. And just because I get a little less profit doesn't mean I have to sacrifice an employee because I'm entitled to a certain amount of profit. Where do I get that I'm entitled to a certain amount of profit?
You're the owner.
Well, whether I want to spread that profit to my employees or whether I want to hoard it for myself. And if I spread it to my employees, that is a good thing. There's nothing bad about that.
You're right. Can I talk now? I actually don't disagree with you.
So
if you Yankee are willing to live to make a loss on your business, that's your choice. I'm not. So it doesn't matter what you think or believe because this is not the system that actually exists. You want to make a loss, that's fine. Go ahead.
What system that doesn't exist are you talking about?
The kind where you actually move thousands and thousands of gallons of gasoline and you have people that have to work the pumps and actually have to do real work, not pour drinks for people.
Our friend Tim owns the Chevron station down here on 160.
Great. So Tim, when the wage increases hit Tim, he is going to increase taxes or increase costs of Twinkies. You choose. Oh, but you don't get to choose because Tim owns the business.
Well, see, you're laboring under the false impression.
That's fine.
You're laboring under this false and ignorant impression that things are already at this balance of where they're finely balanced between profit and
they largely are.
No, they are.
largely are.
No, they are.
I just had a point of like
They are because the market dictates that.
Yeah,
if
but
you
doesn't
put
it
it
raise
out there to
the
hire
minimum force them to make less profit?
There's
Good idea.
The very fact that it used to be 20% of all income went to the pocket of the profit, and now it's back like when the employers used to make 20 times the employee's fee. Now it's 1,000 times the employee's fee. Now used to be a 20% chunk of all money went to a profit for the owners. Now it's got it's like 70%.
Yankee. But like, look, Yankee. The owner or the CEO also has 1,000 times more education in terms of cost.
No, they don't.
Like,
Often they do not.
Okay, I'm with you, Yankee. I agree with you on certain things, but I'm just going to say this. I wanted to make my point because I was going to go to sleep, though. Gas is about $3.70 a gallon right now. The average rent in America, I think, is almost $900. You know the gallon of milk, the carton of eggs. Shit is so much higher than it used to be, but it looks like minimum wage hasn't really adjusted. That's all. And I'm almost for a $10 minimum wage. If you want to get rid of the minimum wage, if that could help people, I'm just saying, if getting rid of the minimum wage would help people live a little, like make a little bit more to catch up to bare minimum living standard, we have a bare minimum living standard. And right now, when you work 40 hours at the minimum wage, you're way fucked up. And the point is that we always say these things about like, well, you know, no one should be able to support a family working at McDonald's. That's, you know, okay, you got a point there. Like, that's a first job for a high school kid and stuff. But those high school kids aren't working 45 hours a week, dude. They're not doing that. They're working like part-time, and they're just there to, you know, that's their first job. They want summertime money or whatever. So I don't know. It's just like I feel bad when I see people.
Temporary jobs. But here's the thing. Let's look at Haas's point. Hinges on one sound principle, that there's a balance between earnings and cost right now, and that where there's this fine balance between the employers making a living and things being too expensive. That's okay. Right. Let's look at the price of gas, because that's a perfect example. Yeah. If the price of gas right now is set at a perfect balance to where the oil company's just barely making enough profit and just barely able enough to employ their employees, if they have to pay their employees anymore, they'll be run out of business or have to raise prices. Then why is their oil company making
because if they have one oil spill, they have to throw out $1 billion or more, and if they have insurance for that, 1 billion miles,
they don't do that.
They have to pay insurances if they do.
No, you're trying to say that their costs are outweighing their incomes when their income is after their costs.
Here we go.
Here's how your earnings are figured at the end of the year. Your earnings is not your gross. You're not taxed on your gross. Name me one person who's taxed on their fucking gross, because the whole argument would rely on.
That's not the point. You're suggesting that every business has to play like hand to mouth, and every year has to equal out. You're allowed to make some extra money so that you have
here we go.
For the future.
I'm saying to argue that they can't pay any more money is arguing that they're right now just barely making enough profit to survive. If you want to make the argument that if they have to pay more money, then they have to raise prices or go out of business, then you have to. That hinges on that their margins right now are slim. Their margins are not slim. Their margins are gigantic.
Totally false. Totally false.
That is not false.
You don't know anything about what you're talking about.
You're a dumbass, Hosh. You're a fucking dumbass. Show me where the oil industry right now is working on a paper-thin margin.
May I speak now?
No, I want you to answer that question. Answer that fucking question.
I'll be happy to. We were talking about a gas station owner, and you started bringing in
money. Where do you think most of that earnings from that gas station is going? It's going to
okay, so now you wanted to conflate the issue and make it more complicated. I'm bringing it back to the gas station owner who pays.
Answer me that question. What oil company is working on a paper-thin margin that they can't afford to cover the cost of an increase in salary to distribute their product?
They'll just factor it into the cost and make the buyer
one of them that would have to do that to survive. Name
every
me one.
One of them, because
Name me one that would have to survive. Name me one.
You're not listening. You're not listening. You don't actually.
Fair to say that the gas station owner, if he was forced to pay a higher minimum wage, and let's say he makes $225,000 clear a year for owning that gas station. If he only makes $210,000, because he had to pay that $15 to the employees.
You're stopping at the wrong spot. You can't just stop at him. If it now became he had to pay a higher wage, he had to pay a higher wage to his employees. Well, if that damaged his business to the point where he can't stay open, well, Chevron can't have all their gas stations closing down because now they can't distribute their product. So the cost of that extra increase in labor has to move on up the line to Chevron too. Has to move from the employee to the gas station owner to the gas distributor to the gas producer to the CEO. It has to work its way up the ladder, and it has to find a state of equilibrium there. For it to have to stop at the gas station owner would mean that the gas station producer, the petroleum industry, is working on such a paper-thin margin that they can't afford to keep their gas stations open and distribute their product.
But what I understood too is
are you done?
Only charge a few percent over.
Well, answer me my question. Answer me a guy. Name one. BP, Mobil, whoever. Name one of them that right now is working on such a paper-thin margin that they would have to close their gas stations if they had to raise the salary.
Again, you are not actually accessing the argument we're making, which is talking about the people who own gas stations that employ minimum wage workers.
So the system would have
if you refuse to talk about that, then there's nothing else we can say. Keep making the argument you want.
The price would have to move up from the employee to the gas station owner to the distributor to the producer. That's the way it works.
What the hell are you talking about? That is nothing how it works. The way it works is
how it's supposed to work. Have you ever even had an economics class?
You're talking over me. You're talking over me, and you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to gas stations. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Have you ever?
Yeah, actually, I've been to a ton. I've been to multiples. Half of my degree.
That's not nice to say. How many economics professors ran a fucking business, dude? Like,
Yankee, I have a business degree.
And you're sitting here pretending that you don't understand the basics.
I want to know if either one of you two have ever been a community organizer, because that's
Yankee,
something that...
I'm trying to talk to you.
Chat room organizer.
I'm
a chat room organizer.
The basic cost ladder principle.
Par for the course, dude. Yankee, par for the course. You won't let me talk, so how am I going to make an
ladder
argument?
that goes up 10 feet? Well, fuck you. You wouldn't let me talk earlier, so fuck you. If you have a ladder that goes 10 feet, you don't.
I have not disparaged your name at
all. Is this a podcast? Is this a podcast?
This is our new format. Late night, no holds barred economic.
Yankee, are you drunk? I've never seen you this aggressive towards me
I'm just sick of you. I'm just fucking sick of you. I'm fucking sick of talking to people in my chat section.
I have been on like 0 chats in my months.
I'm so sick of the way you say with your little condescending California attitude, acting like you think you have the answer.
Bitch this, bitch that. Yankee, you don't have a business. Yankee, you don't. Now it's California. How many things? Dude,
you don't have
so
any,
now I've got California.
You've never written a fucking check to an employee in your life, and you want to sit here and tell people how they deal with it.
There you go. There you go. See, I haven't actually said anything.
And because you don't. Let's just say this: people that have experience aren't ashamed of it. So you sit here.
Actually, that's not true at all. Yankee, you have proven that you have no idea what you're talking about. Because the people that talk about
you haven't written a check to a fucking person in your fucking life. You haven't written a single goddamn paycheck in your life. You sit here and you act like you understand.
What am I supposed to say?
You don't understand the basic supply principles of economics.
You have zero concept of what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. The people who talk about what they have are largely the people who have nothing.
You want to pretend like that gas station owner lives in a vacuum and he doesn't get his profit from another company that provides him his petroleum product, and you want to pretend like those people don't have a profit. There's profit all the way up the line.
Go ahead.
Stop with the business owner.
Keep talking. It's fine. Go ahead. I actually don't care if you keep yelling at me.
I don't give a fuck if you care or not. There's where you make the mistake. You think I care whether you care or not.
So you keep talking. You're spending your energy. I'm not. You won't let me talk.
He's trying to say profit goes all the way up the line until the buyer, buyer makes no profit. The buyer of the actual product at the end user, he just buys it. And that's it.
Because Yankee's
no, but the end user gets the ability to drive around and make a living. I mean, he's getting
true.
Out of it.
Yeah, Yankee can make all the argument he wants. That's fine.
It doesn't
he already does. He's going to talk over me. But then you argue that I'm talking over him, right?
It's like a circle.
profit stops at the business owner when the profit doesn't stop at the business owner.
If the business owner doesn't buy more gas, there's no more profit.
Every $2.50 he pulls in at that fucking gas station, he sends $2.25 of it to BP Mobile or Chevron.
Do you think that it happens instantly?
Do you think the business owner is making the bulk of the profit off of that?
Do you think that happens instantly?
So what your goal is?
See, you're not even answering my questions. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you guys are both kind of on different topics at this point, I think.
No, I'm not. I'm focusing on like a laser beam on one specific thing. A business owner at a gas station has to employ minimum wage workers. And if the cost of minimum wage goes up, they still have to employ that business for 24 hours a day. If the cost of minimum wage goes up, they're going to increase gas prices. Or the cost
I have a question for Hodge.
Or something else.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk over you. But look, if you average, I have a question for Hodge.
Wait! Shut up! I'm addressing this question. The business owner, that gas station owner, doesn't set the price of gas. He doesn't have anything to do with the price of gas.
False.
No,
you're totally wrong.
Not true.
You're totally wrong.
True. The gas is set by the distributor, not by the.
No, Yankee, dude, that's crazy.
If it's a franchise company,
you're totally
wrong. No, there's certain intersections, dude, they'll have like 30 cents more than the one up the street.
30 cents a gallon up.
That's that price. The distributor, the guy, our friend Tim owns the Chevron down here on 160.
Our friend Tim. There's Tim again. Timmy.
He is told exactly what he prices his gas at by
zero truth to what you're saying. There is zero truth to what you're saying.
Very little profit.
Okay, so may I comment on Timmy? May I make a comment on Timmy? Timmy probably has a franchise gas station, which means that he is largely accessible and has to.
Who are you seeing now that's making their own fucking gas in their backyard and selling it in his gas station?
You're not listening to me.
Man, I worked at an independent gas station one time, and they would price the gas on what they bought it for.
Timmy is a franchise gas owner, which means he's franchised, but whatever gas company provides him the gas, and he pays them what they are going to pay. But people who actually own the property and the gas station, even though they're affiliated with things like, I don't know, Texaco, Mobil, Chevron, whatever, they get to set their prices, and they set them based on the market in that particular area.
On the block. I've seen this personally where I'll see... I'll see a Chevron across the street from a Sunoco, and they're priced exactly the same, dude. They're priced exactly the same. Up the street, it's like 20 cents cheaper a gallon because they're not in direct competition.
But the business owner is not doing that. The distributor is doing that.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. You are barking up such the wrong tree right now. I don't even want to tell you.
You're talking about something you don't have any experience in. I have stood there with
you have zero idea. You're a bartender. You owned a bar.
And I've stood there before when the guys come in. I've come in before when the distributor rep comes in and sets the computer prices for the gasoline every morning.
He is not right on. He is not right on gas price. He is not right.
We got lost here somewhere because I wanted to ask Kosh a question. So if minimum wage went, I don't know what it is right now. I think in New York where I'm from, it's $8, right? So if it went to 10, that's $2 more an hour, right? That's $80 more a week. Would it really? Right. I mean, and if you had 4 employees, you do the math. You'd have to raise things a tiny bit. People wouldn't notice it. Like customers really wouldn't notice it.
I'll tell you what we're doing. I'll tell you what we're doing right now. The California minimum wage is going up right now, and there are people who work at the gas stations, and we are holding back on changing gas prices because of what is going on. And most of the gas stations in our area are also holding back on changing prices. Once they're affirmative, costs will go up. I guarantee you costs will go up. And you don't, I mean...
Okay, but it'll be very small. Well, I had a point, is this, like New Balance, I know this because like I wear like nice sneakers and shit, but my New Balance sneakers made in America, they're $120.
Yeah.
Brooks, Nike, Saucony, whatever the fuck, Asics, they're all made in Singapore or made in China. They're $120. So when people say stuff like, if it's made in America, it's got to be so much more money. It's total bullshit.
Actually, I gotta be honest with you.
Another example of the
gasoline is a really good argument because it is the most purest thing. We put in our tanks. We have to do it all the time. We're totally dependent on it. So this is actually a really good argument to air all this out.
Here's another gasoline argument. The state of Oregon. The state of Oregon requires that you have a gas station attendant pump your gas. You cannot pump your own gas. The gas station owners in the state of Oregon complain all the time because they're like, we have to pay these employees. It's going to put us out of business. It didn't, but they complained that it was going to when it was first enacted. And they also made the argument that the biggest thing is they can't alter their prices to make up for that labor because the price is set by the company. It's not set by the individual gas station owner. So when I buy gas at Texaco in Vancouver, it's the same price as when I buy it in Texaco in Vancouver, in Portland. If I buy it in the same economic area, and yet in Vancouver I can pump it myself. In Portland they have to pay somebody $8.95 an hour to pump it for me.
That's great.
Same price for the gas because the gas is set by the corporation, not by the business.
So no one's going to break the law or break their franchise agreement. So what's your point?
So here's the thing. So the thing is, if they had to when they had to pay that extra money, they didn't go out of business, for one. And two, when they did have to start paying that extra money to people pumping gas, there was a fear that gas stations were going to start closing because now they're having to pay attendants to pump gas. Well, the petroleum companies started making deals with the gas stations in Oregon, stating, we will give you a bigger percentage kickback on your gas per gallon to help cover your costs.
Okay.
So therefore, the extra cost went to the business owner, then it moved on up the fucking line like it's supposed to in any economics class, which you somehow seem to deny that's how it's supposed to work.
I'm not denying that at all. I'm just saying that.
I guess. But
I'm not denying that at all. I'm saying that you don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, you want to pretend like it has to stop with the business owner, like he's going to go out of business if he has to pay.
Who has to shelter the cost?
He's going to have to fight. When all the cost is being shuffled to the top, then the payment has to come from the top too. When 95% of the profits are shuffling to the top, it isn't the people at the bottom that are responsible for covering the extra cost. When the people at the bottom are necessary to distribute the product. Chevron can't say, fuck all the gas stations, we'll just close all of them if they can't stay open, because then they go out of business.
Of course, but you just nailed it. You just nailed it. The guy on the ground is the most important thing because they have to be open for 24 hours a day.
Then why
is the cost of... But wait, stop.
The argument was that the guy on the ground will have to fire people on the ground or go out of business because the cost will shuffle to him.
Wait, stop. You just took somebody...
The argument's falling apart.
No, I'm not falling apart.
Deteriorating in front of your eyes. You're being exposed for having no clothes. You know,
I have a question. No, okay, because most of the gas stations.
Stop. No,
I feel sorry for Hosh.
You guys are going to go at it
right now.
I don't want to crumble either, but Hosh, I have one question. Is that most of the gas stations where I live have one employee.
I want to say something.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
Hosh, stop, please.
I want to say something. If somebody's on the ground and they're making $8 a day, they are the ultimate worker. And they all of a sudden, overnight, deserve to get paid $9 an hour. But they don't get more efficient at their job, or they don't get any more better at doing their job. Therefore, the cost in the whole chain must go up. No one got better. No one got more efficient. No one did anything different.
No, that's a false impression. Cost does not have to go up if there's already exorbitant profit.
You don't understand economics.
You are
the one who doesn't understand economics.
You're making a false argument. You're making a paper argument here. You're making the same corporate argument that
economic argument there is.
Breaks it down right
relies on the fact that the corporate entity is entitled to a certain amount of profit.
Well, who gives anybody the right to say how much money they can make?
No one's saying how much they can.
There you go.
But when you protect their profit,
nailed it. Yankee, read the chat. Read the chat.
I'm not reading the chat. I don't have the chat open.
There you go.
It says that most service stations are independently owned and operated and taken between 7 and 10 cents for every gallon.
They are independently owned. They're franchises. That's what independently owned is.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
There are franchise stations, but there's also independently owned stations that are affiliated with oil companies.
Independently owned station is what our Chevron is down here. That is an independently owned station. He still has to abide by his contracts with Chevron.
Dude, it's like having you had a bar, remember? If you're going to have Coca-Cola products, you're not a subsidiary of Coca-Cola.
No, I'm not a Coke museum. Coke stop. I have Coke in my store.
Okay, so wait. Serious question to Yankee. Serious question to you.
He doesn't sell other gasoline. He sells only Chevron. He has a contract.
Serious question to Yankee.
Here's the question. Wait a second. Exactly what this guy just said proves my point. He's getting 7 to 10 cents for every gallon he's selling. So where is the vast majority of the cost for the gasoline going? It's going up the ladder. The cost of employing the people to pump the gasoline should follow that profit up the ladder. It doesn't stop with the business owner. And to pretend that it shouldn't, to pretend that that cost shouldn't follow the profit up the ladder is corporatism, and it's a lie. It's pretending that they're entitled to a certain amount of profit.
Can I talk now? So I appreciate your point. It's the simpleton's point. You are approaching this as a simpleton. I'll ask you a question, and then you can respond ad nauseum. Where do you think the profit actually comes from a gas station / convenience store?
Crude oil makes the most.
His biggest profit comes from his little grill, his little like fried chicken.
And a gallon goes to the crude oil.
So why are we even arguing about gas? You're getting so wrapped up with gasoline. It doesn't mean anything.
The gas company provides him his lease for his building.
False. False. You're
wrong. That's only a subset of gas stations, Yankee.
You're wrong, dude. You're wrong,
and you're arguing that he's selling a product for another company. If he's selling
Yankee, you're wrong.
Right, he's selling a product for another company.
Right. Certain gas stations own the land, though.
Not beholden to them. You're right. Like a McDonald's, they're franchised, and
why is he there?
Wait
a second. Why is he there? Why is he there? Would you shut the fuck up?
May I answer?
You can't just say you're wrong. You're wrong. You got to actually make a point.
May I answer?
If he's not there, would you shut up? I have to ask
like British Parliament
first.
May I answer?
I have to ask you the fucking question before you can answer it, don't I?
Yeah, I already know what your question is.
Well, no, you don't know the question. You don't know the question. No, shut up and let me ask the question before you start to spout your bullshit.
Well, you're wrong.
If he's only there to make profits off of Twinkies, and you can buy Twinkies for 30% less at the grocery store, then why is he there? What is propping him up? What is putting him
there? You are the biggest moron.
Yeah, this is because when you're pumping gas, you might be hungry, dude. You might want a snack.
Hold on. Please, Jesus. Hold on. The reason why people own their own gas stations is so exactly the argument you're making, so that they're not beholden to the gas provider. And may I continue? The reason why they don't sell Twinkies that they bought from the fucking Walmart is because the dividends are larger from buying from a distributor.
Let me ask you a question.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Shut up. You're going to open a gas station.
Hosh, Yankees is saying, why is the customer buying the Twinkie from the gas station? I think he's trying to say because the gas draws them in.
Yes.
And the only reason that business is there is to distribute the gasoline. And the extra is profit for him. And these companies make huge deals with these people for land rights, leases, etc. that they wouldn't get otherwise. They couldn't open a convenience store on their own.
False. You're wrong.
That's not always the case. But
you can just say false all you want, but you can also say you're not a dumbass.
But you're not letting me respond. You're not letting me respond.
I don't know why you keep insisting on this. It's definitely the case that there's independent gas stations.
I can go tomorrow. I can go tomorrow.
But they're still, who are they buying the fucking gas?
I'm going to try it.
They buy their gas from the distributors. You're right. They sell or whatever.
I'll tell you right now. There are
contract with to sell their gas.
Right,
you're not
but
going to listen to
somebody
who's actually involved in this.
Own the land.
That's the bullshit.
But they choose. Like
you're
going to
just keep arguing. I just double down. I'll double down until I get 21, right, Yankee? I'll just double down. The reason why you don't have to go through a gas company to buy a property to put a gas station. You goddamn jackass. You can buy any property you want.
You're going to have to make deals with gas stations.
Of course you are.
Do you think a land agent is going to say to you when you come to them and you say, "Hey, I want to get a development contract with the bank.
Go ahead.
I want to get a loan."
Tell me how it goes. Tell me how it goes, because you know.
Shut up and let me ask the question. If
you haven't asked the question.
You go to the bank and you want to get the loan to open this bank, to this business, this gas station, which I've opened businesses before. I've gone and gotten loans to open businesses.
Yeah,
do you think the bank is going to say, "Oh yeah, you don't have anyone that's holding the note to your loan, you don't have anyone that's backing your loan, and you don't have a deal with a major distributor for gasoline"? Yeah, we'll give you the loan to open your business.
You have zero concept of what you're talking about.
You keep saying that, but I don't think you understand what that means because you're wrong.
I do, because I've taken out loans and we've actually done that. Okay, so again,
really, when was the last business loan
because
you took
I don't want to allocate what I own, you want to argue on behalf against me.
Hey, nobody has to prove nothing. Nobody has to prove nothing.
Put your credentials on the line. You just said you've done it, so when did you do it, and what did the bank require from you to get that business loan?
Yankee, there are properties available that you
not
don't have to be affiliated. But that's the point you're trying to make. I don't want Yankee. I don't have to answer your like specific things. Like, dude, you're being a total dick right now. Of all the arguments we've ever had, this is the largest dick you've ever been. And I'm trying to tell you something, and you won't listen.
If you want, that's fine, but that doesn't make
sense. You won't listen, dude. You won't listen because instead of being wrong and just accepting it and walking away, you're just doubling down.
I can be the biggest douche in the world. I can be the biggest douche in the world, and it doesn't change the fact that your principles are completely flawed. They're corporate bullshit that puts the burden on the shop owner instead of accepting the fact that the cost goes up the line with the profit.
And you're wrong.
This all started with the minimum wage at the street level being a burden on the owner of the shop, and that's I don't know why you.
Yankee, may I try and answer that specific point?
If the minimum wage went up to where no gas stations could afford to employ anyone, are they just going to let the gas stations close?
Who's gonna allow the gas pumps to?
They'll develop robots to pump gas.
No one will work.
Who will do that?
The gas companies will develop.
No one's pumped my gas, dude. And I don't know about you, but no one's pumped my gas in 15 fucking years. At least 20 years.
Sure, I've already seen like automatic gas pumps.
I pump my own gas. I pay at the fucking pump, and I might go in and get a water or a piece of chewing gum at the fucking station. That's it. Like, so it's already been It's already been completely robotized.
But here's the thing.
There's only one guy in the fucking gas station. He's the guy in the plexiglass. He's surrounded by plexiglass. I hope it's bulletproof. And he's got a fucking cash register in there. It's one dude. That's it. That's what I see, and I've seen this for 25 years.
Water and the thing of bubble gum as much as they made it on the gas.
And here's
25, 30 years.
The owner of the shop isn't making a ton of money. If he doesn't get people coming in and buying sodas and stuff, he's probably not making a lot of money.
You have to remember, too, they are making their profit off of the subsidies. They're making their profit off of the side items. That is not the
you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking... Because you don't know what you're talking about. You're making
listen to what I'm saying.
You don't know.
Like a fucking idiot when you don't even listen to what I'm saying. So shut the fuck up.
Because you're wrong. You're claiming subsidies that don't exist.
They're making most of their money.
You're claiming subsidies that don't exist. There are no subsidies. Yankee, there's no subsidies.
I said side items. I changed what I said to side items.
There's no subsidies.
Oh, man, subsidies, Hosh. You didn't know Pop-Tarts, dude? Raw Pop-Tarts?
There's no subsidies.
They're making their money off the side items. That's called their subsidy income.
Oh, so now we've gone to that. Because you lost the gas argument, now we're going to the side items.
I'm not arguing. I'm still making the gas argument. If you would shut up.
Can I make an argument? Can I actually make an argument?
Shut the fuck up.
Can I make an argument about how costs work in a
raw?
I understand why people call you what they call you. But here's the thing.
God damn
it. They're making most of their money.
How does this exist?
Would you shut up?
How are you such a dick?
Hush, stand by. Hold on.
How are you such a dick?
Wait, raw Pop-Tarts are the subsidies, dude.
They make their subsidy income off of their side items. They make that off selling their Twinkies,
beer,
their Coca-Colas, etc.
And you think that's a huge margin?
Would you shut up? God damn it!
Again, you think it's a huge margin.
You've got no argument, so you won't shut up.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
You
won't listen.
Then shut up and let everyone else hear that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Because you think you know what you're talking about, and you have
you're so afraid that when I say something, they'll know that I do know what I'm talking about. So you got to keep talking.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. You have zero concept.
Yankee, make your point. Quick, make your point.
Make his point, please. Come on.
Keep talking, you little bitch. You got nothing to say? Keep talking.
So wait, raw
Make
Pop
your
Tarts
point.
are
Raw-
the subsidies.
They make most of their income off their little subsidy income, their side items, their Twinkies, their Cokes, etc. But that is not the majority of the income of the shop. 90% of the income that they make in a day goes to their oil providers, their petroleum providers.
False.
That's the vast majority of their income. No, it's true.
False.
They are not making equal money on Twinkies that they're making pumping from the gas tub.
May I talk now? May I talk now? You
well,
talk.
because I haven't finished my point. You don't even let me finish a point, so shut up.
You just
So the vast majority of the money that's coming into that gas station is not going to the gas station owner. He's making his profit off the side business, but he is not taking the vast majority of money that's coming into that gas station. So the vast majority of the money coming into that station is going up the line of supply.
You're right. It goes in and out. A big chunk of it goes in and out for the product that is back.
May I finish?
So if the cost of maintaining that supply, if the cost of maintaining that supply to the population goes up, then that cost of that supply has to go up with the profit too. It has to work its way up the ladder. That's how business is supposed to work.
May I talk now? Okay, so the actual owner of the business has to buy gasoline from the distributor. If they are a private owner, again, you got mad at me, and I'm.
Give him a second, please. Josh, go ahead.
Gasoline has to be purchased from the provider of gasoline. If you're a Chevron station, you buy Chevron gas from the distributor. The cost remains the same based off of how much is being bought and sold at that particular time. That is true. It goes up based off of that district area. But once it's in your tanks, once you're actually selling it, the cost is totally dependent on what it costs you to provide that to the market.
Your markup is up to you as a station.
You have to pay for it.
No, you're absolutely 100% wrong about that.
No, you're wrong, Yankee. As an independent gas station, once they have it in their big tank, they charge whatever they want.
There is not a distributor that sells. There is not a distributor.
See, this is all I can do. All I can say is Yankee, you're wrong, and you're not listening.
It's like when you sell Apple products. If you sell Apple products, you are bound by contract.
That's
you're wrong. You're also wrong about contracts. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Same thing with the names.
Yankee.
When they sign their contract to provide that gasoline under that banner, they are required a certain price.
No, they're not.
If I may.
If you opened your gas station up and get, well, I'm going to charge $10 a gallon for my Chevron gas today.
If I may.
Their fucking
contract. If I may, if I was a dumbass gas station owner like you might be, I would enter into a contract where I would be licensed to participate with a certain gas station for a particular time of lease. Most gas stations, I'm not done. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Most people open up gas stations don't have to exist.
Who are you entering into contract with as a provider where you're writing the
terms? You know how many providers there are. If you don't like Chevron, you switch to Mobile. If you don't like Mobile, you go to Arco. If you don't like Arco, you go to Texaco.
And do you think you're dictating the terms to them for what you pay and what you do?
No, absolutely not. But ultimately, the minimum wage cost.
You're not dictate, but you choose what you're going to get into, what contract you're going to get into.
They dictate to you what you will charge for your gasoline in their contract. They tell you, we will charge this much for gasoline, you will get this much of a percentage of it. You get this much of a percentage of what we charge. That's the way the contracts are written. Their contracts aren't written, you buy 100 gallons at this price, and then you charge whatever you want for it. That's not the way they're written. They are written is that we will establish the price, you will get a percentage of the price that we establish. That is how the contracts with the distributors are written.
There's a percentage swing you're not accounting for.
Again, what we're
just say that.
Really we're still dwelling on this conflict you guys have with the gasoline part of the convenience store / gas station, and Daniel made a good point in the chat that it's the cigarettes and stuff. And when I worked at a gas station for a while in school, it was definitely the cigarettes that kept them in business. And again, I think what we started this all on was that if they change the local minimum wage from 10 to 12, the concept that the store owner is the guy who takes the hit, or Yankee's suggestion the corporation should take the hit. But I think we keep getting off on the tangent of the economics of how a gas station works.
They did take the hit in Oregon and Washington. We have higher minimum wages. When they raised the minimum wage, and in Oregon especially, when they required
do you know that
pump attendants, the corporations, BP, Shell, they took
you told us.
that cost
because
they
you told us, but did they also raise the price on Twinkies and stuff like that?
Wait. He just shook his little bitch head and said that's bullshit. You don't know fucking shit about it, Haas. Do you live in Washington or Oregon?
You're a liar, dude. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're claiming that
You're a fucking liar. You're a little
price increase. There was no price. Yankee says minimum wage goes up and there's no price increase. Minimum wage goes up and there's no price increase.
You want to say you can sit there and lie all you want to lie.
You can look at my screen and look at my face and like shit back and forth.
Hey, dude, Bitch Head sounds like a horror movie from the 80s.
This is the reality in Oregon. We have to have attendants pump our gas. When that law went into effect, the contracts changed between the petroleum companies and the gas stations because the gas stations were afraid they were going to go out of business. Petroleum companies can't have the gas stations go out of business or they lose their entire market. So they made a deal with it. So the gas station, and that's still a rate of contention between the gas station owners in Washington and the gas station owners in Oregon, that the gas station owners in Oregon get a much bigger kickback on their gas than the ones in Washington do because they have an extra expense that has funneled up to the corporation.
So you were a fan of government involvement?
Wait. You were just saying a little bit ago that doesn't happen. So
it doesn't.
That's how it's happening. Now, you want to say that's a lie, but that's the reality.
It is a lie.
Sit there and shake your little fucking head. That's the reality. Get a big.
It's a lie, dude.
That's a lie.
It's a lie.
Right?
Haas, you're full of shit. That's the way it is in Washington.
Wait, Chris, what the fuck are you adding in? What are you adding in? What's your point of making that tell me to shut up?
All these are trying to shut up. I'm trying to, we can't get a clear argument here. But
it's like the CNN presidential debate. Like Haas. No, Haas.
And you
just not making a point.
This would be a great presidential debate.
Here's the point.
Would vote for either.
I vote.
The gas stations in Oregon is higher than the cost of operating the gas stations in Washington because they have to pay more employees. Therefore, the gas stations in Oregon get a larger percentage kickback. It's all over twice as much as the gas stations in Washington with the same contracts with the same companies get. They got that because it was beneficial to the parent company that provides the product to maintain those companies in business, to maintain their distribution. So therefore the cost funneled up with the profit. Now you want to sit there and say that's bullshit, dude. It's a lie. But that's the reality. So say how that reality is a lie.
It is a lie.
How is it?
I believe it's a lie. They
how do you
pay
believe
for it? Okay, so who's paying the wage for that particular worker?
I just said who's paying for it.
I'm asking you to tell me. So you're telling me that the gas company makes a check out to the business owner for paying the guy who's going to pour the gas.
Yes, because it's essential to them to maintain the company. It's essential to them to maintain their network and their franchise.
$10,000.
The gas station pays you, not Shell or whoever.
And Yankee, you're wrong.
Yeah, so that's Shell, wrong. BP, Mobil, all of those companies that have gas stations contracts in Oregon, they pay the business owner, the gas station owner, a larger.
And I bet you, Yankee, how many of actual gas stations in your area have turned garages into convenience stores? The reason? It's more profitable because they have to eat that cost that you keep talking about that the fucking big business has to pay for. You're a liar. You're a liar. You don't know what you're talking about.
There's another thing we don't know what you're talking about. Anybody that lives in Portland right now, is there anybody in this chat that lives in Portland? Tell me how many of our gas stations are also convenience stores.
All of them?
All of them?
No, not many of them.
False.
Very few. Almost none. I can go over right now, take a picture of 100 gas stations, and you'll see that most of them are not convenience stores.
Well, I'm sorry that your particular one doesn't sell fried chicken. That's why they haven't turned into a convenience store.
But here's the thing: they're still in business, and it costs them a lot more money to operate over there.
Yeah, exactly. They're operating in a less of a margin, and they. How much is a gallon of gas? 87.
No,
how much is
that's the thing. The guys.
How much is it? Yankee, how much is it?
You seem to be missing the point. The main company, the company that's providing the product that draws the business into the shop.
How much is it, Yankee? How much is it?
How much is what?
A gallon of 87.
A gallon of 87 is $2.92 on both sides of the river.
All right. Where are you at?
Vancouver and Washington. Vancouver.
2 or 3.
Are you serious, dude? I'm paying $3.75, dude. $3.70. $2.70, dude.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
I was gonna say.
$3.92, not $2.92. $3.92.
I use Plus here today. It was $3.99. I have to use medium grade, and plus I get 5 cents off for cash now. Figure that into this whole thing.
Congratulations! You live in a good area, but the whole area of Washington, on average, is $3.87 a gallon.
Shit, I got it good. It's $3.39.
That's awesome, dude. I'd fill up if I was you. Fill up.
I can get it for I can do $3.55 here with the rewards and the 5 cents off for cash.
And that was premium when I got $100
Tactical
worth.
You don't know what you're talking about, Tactical.
Yeah, I put 20 in today.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar, and you're a liar.
There's some information right there over on the right on the salaries for gas station attendants in Oregon. Yet they still have gas.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay,
no,
go ahead.
There is a working example of proving your thing wrong. Gas is not a nickel more expensive in Oregon than it is in Washington. And
look at the link I just posted.
Their cost of operating the station much higher. And why are they able to maintain the same price of gas and still maintain a profitable business in a state where their costs are much higher?
Oh, your link has zero information, so congratulations. That's worthless.
Well, so if you pay the guys $2 more an hour for the year, it's $15,000. Spread that $15,000 across the whole link. But even the owner of the gas company.
$2 an hour is 15,000.
Yes, for 8 people for a year.
Oh, for 8 people. Okay,
yes,
I thought
you said 8 people for a
for
year.
one person. Let's just talk about one person.
$15,000 is 8 people for a year. So if you take that, so I say it may be okay for if the gas station owner is netting $265 a year.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with them making $250.
It's up to the gas station owner to. If let's just say this. Let's say if there's a business there's a business where you go to and you buy your product.
Right.
And you go to your product, you go to that business and you buy your product, and that product is $100. And that business and that guy that distributes that product to you gets to keep $5 of that, and he sends $95 of it to a parent corporation. Now the product they're selling you is, let's say it's $20 cost overall to produce and distribute it to you. So it's $80 of profit. So out of that profit, the business that distributed it to you is getting $10. The parent company is getting $70. If the cost of that product, distributing that product, goes up $2, why should it be the guy who's making the $10 that swallows that cost and not the guy who's making $70?
Because you have factored in
your product hasn't gone up.
May I answer? You have factored in 0% cost of actually accrediting the gas station. There are at least 4 different.
All that. This is
there are 4. No, but you can't. No.
You're trying to muddy the waters. We're talking about. We factored that all in when we said it.
It's the cost of doing business. It's the cost of doing business. You're factoring it out. No, it's not. No, it is not. You're not accurately factoring it out.
The cost of producing and distributing the product is $20. The retail of the item is $100. That leaves $80 profit. The distributor is getting, the guy's giving it to you is getting 10 of that profit. The producer of the product is getting $70 of that profit. So if the cost of distributing that product goes up by $2, why should it come out of the $10 profit of the one guy instead of the $70?
Your ratio is wrong, Yankee. Your ratio is wrong.
That's right. Where's my ratio wrong? I set the ratio, so the ratio can't be wrong. I set the ratio in that analysis, so I can't.
Yeah, but you factored in the value of the person that buys the gas much lower than it actually is. They buy the gas for face value.
The value of the person buying the product is not in that equation. The cost of producing and delivering the product is in that equation, and the profit is in that equation. So if the cost of producing and delivering it goes up $2, why do you assume that the $2 should now come out of the $10 profit that the guy who owns the brick and mortar business made instead of coming out of the $70 of the guy who produced the product?
Because they have to recoup their costs.
What costs? Why do they have to recoup their costs? If you cannot make enough money off of a product to sell it to make a profit, you're not entitled to a profit on that product.
Why are you entitled to more money?
They've already figured that in to make the $10.
They're making So if it goes up $2, and the market won't bear an increase in the price, let's say if they raise the price on this item, let's add another factor in here that'll cover all his bases. Okay, there's a product, like say you want to buy, let's call it a Boobily Ball. Everyone's crazy about Boobily Balls. And there's a Boobily Ball store in your town. Okay, let's keep them straight. We're going to go to the Boobily Ball store, and we're going to buy a Boobily Ball. Boobily Balls are $100, and they're But Boobily Ball has a competitor that's $100 also that they're trying to maintain, make sure that competitor doesn't take their market share.
Okay.
So now you're going to the store to buy the Boobily Ball. Let's say the Boobily Ball costs $20 to manufacture, ship, deliver, etc. That's the cost of that product when it reaches that store is $20. The cost of the Boobily Ball, if we've already determined, is $100. For every Boobily Ball the brick and mortar store sells, let's say he gets $8.
Okay.
$8. $72 goes to the people who produce Boobily Balls.
Got it.
Okay, let's say their labor cost just went up to where now it costs for every Boobily Ball they make, it doesn't cost $20 anymore. It costs $22 now to produce every Boobily Ball.
Right.
So, well, they can't raise the price of Boobily Balls, or everyone will go over to the competitor that's also $100. So, should that extra $2 come out of the guy that owns the brick and mortar Boobily Ball store, who gets $8 for every Boobily Ball he sells? Should he now get $6 and the parent company still gets $72, or should he still get his $10, or maybe pay 10% of the cost of the increase, and the parent company covers 80% of the cost of the increase, if not all of it?
Yeah, so Yankee, so here's my response. How many Boobily Balls did he buy at the height of the Boobily Ball market that he's still selling?
That's not how business works with gasoline.
See, that is what you're exactly wrong in! You don't know what the fuck you're talking about! If I buy Boobily Balls when the Boobily Ball market has not hit the peak, and I buy in with thousands of Boobily Balls, then I win the Boobily Ball market! So you won't let me talk! You won't let me talk!
We established in the scenario
from the beginning, and you continue to be wrong!
Wait, Haas, we established in that scenario how much those Boobily Balls cost.
Yeah, so how many did I buy? Wait, Yankee, how many did I buy? How many did I buy? How many did I buy? Yankee, how many did I buy?
Okay, well, you can delay the cost of the price increase until he runs out of Boobily Balls. But
how many did I buy? How many weeks worth of Boobily Balls did I buy? How many weeks worth of Boobily Balls did I buy?
You're not changing
won't answer the question, so you lose.
All you're doing is
won't answer the question, so you lose. Yankee, you won't answer the question, so you lose.
I'll answer your question for your own retarded fuck's sake argument that doesn't make any sense.
Go ahead.
He bought 1,000 of them, and he sells 100 a day.
Okay, he sells 100 a day, and so he's going to get through those in 10 days.
Right.
Right. So the Boobily Ball cost, did the Boobily Ball cost change within 10 days?
Oogly Ball. Was it Googly Ball or Oogly Ball?
Boobily Ball. Did the Boobily Ball change within 10 days?
The cost went up. On his next order, the Boobily Balls, the cost of production for making that next order, they go up to $22 for cost.
Great. So did the competitor change?
No, competitor didn't change.
So I went to the competitor.
Damn straight. I've already got 4 different.
You lose, Yankee. You
lose. Because now that
development.
because your whole answer was because your whole answer is based on the false premise that a company that instead of making $72 profit.
Wait. So you missed a part.
Let me point out. Wait. Are you so afraid that I'm about to point out the ignorance in your argument that you can't shut up for a second? Would you shut up and let me point out how?
Can I just talk about my new Kickstarter for silly cylinders?
I already patented those.
Let me point out how ignorant your statement just was. How completely retarded level ignorant what you just said was.
Retarded level. Go ahead.
They're going to go out of business. They're going to go out of business.
False. They go to the Boobily Ball competitor, and you, the Boobily Ball heiress, goes out of business.
Wait a second. Why are they going to the Googly Ball competitor?
Because your cost went up, you moron. You just raised your cost because your marketing was too expensive.
The cost of production went up. That doesn't mean the retail cost has to go up.
Why would your actual production go up if you have been producing Boobily Balls? You're a liar. You lose money. You lose. You get nothing. Willy Wonka just said you get nothing, Yankee. You get nothing.
I was laboring under the delusion that you actually had some brains before that statement.
False. I would go to the competitor in an instant.
Because now you're just saying, wait a second, would you shut up?
You lose.
Now you're saying
the company that produces Boobily Balls. You lose your own argument.
Shut up for a second. Now you're saying
because you're wrong. If the cost goes up in the competitor, I will go to the competitor.
You're not saying anything. Be quiet. You've already said that. So let me point out how you're ignorant.
Okay.
Your whole argument is based on the Googly Ball producer is going to sit there and go, my options are raise my prices $2 and chase all my market over there and go out of business, or make $70 profit on every item and still maintain market share. So they're choosing that instead of maintaining a profitable market share, a highly profitable market share, at a $2 less market share than they were making a week ago, that they're just going to throw it all away and let their competitor have the business.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, so are you giving? So I'm the Boobily Ball distributor.
That's like saying I've got $10 million.
Wait, we'll make it real easy. We'll make it real easy. You already made it real easy. We'll just continue to make it easy. So it was $100 to buy 1,000 Boobily Balls. What's the cost right now?
That doesn't change the argument at all.
It does completely, because I have to make profit on the Boobily Balls to pay my minimum wage worker.
You're on a contract deal where you are getting $8 off every Boobily Ball you sell.
But my minimum wage is $9 an hour, so I have to have something to offset Boobily Ball bullshit.
Well, if you sell 1,000 Boobily Balls a day and you're the only employee, you're making a profit. If you're selling 100 a day,
but you just raised your cost on me, and the competition remained the same. Right? Is the competition cheaper than your Boobily Balls?
You're still not making any sense, because you're still laboring under the false delusion that the brick and mortar store guy is the producer of the product who's maintaining the market share.
They absolutely jump ship all the time.
Liability for their product leave the initial manufacturer, though. When is it not their responsibility anymore? Once they've sold it, no?
It's always...
They're done. Boobily Ball, you, the distributor of Boobily Balls. Once I buy the Boobily Balls, you don't care what I sell them for. If I sell them at 100% markup, it's not your business.
That shows me you know nothing about business. I've owned businesses.
That is pure business.
They do. They tell you.
There are companies that say that we'll be doing business with you if you sell it for more or less than we say.
You're wrong.
Walmart had to fucking twist Apple's arm to let them charge $2 or $1 less for iPhones.
Yeah, they twisted their arm.
They did, so that they could let them sell them for $1 less.
Okay, so Yankee, how many guns have you bought over retail price?
Hold on, let's go back to Walmart since
I'm just saying, you're
rolling up our sleeves.
Oh, so you won't answer. How many guns have you bought over retail?
That's relevant, but
how many guns have you bought over retail, Yankee?
Distributors don't set
How many guns have you bought over retail? How many guns have you bought over retail?
How
many guns have you
That's
bought
not fair. That would be a lot
retail?
for Yankee to have to count, and it's late.
Yankee,
and that's like buying a car. That's different. Cars and guns have that.
How many? Hey, I think Boobily Balls are just like guns, so I think the argument is valid.
Okay,
how many guns have you bought over retail?
Okay, you go into
Yankee,
Walmart.
How many? See, you won't answer. You lose. You get nothing. You lose.
Because your argument doesn't make sense.
I'd say 100.
How many Boobily Balls? How many guns?
Boobily Ball is you don't haggle. Let's say
we're making a hypothetical, so I'm asking you, how many guns do you pay over retail?
If you went into Walmart tomorrow and you picked up an item on the shelf that's marked $9.99 and you walk up to the cash register and you say, I'll give you $9.95 for it, what's going to happen?
How many guns did you buy over
I asked you that question.
I asked you a question before. How many?
Guns are like cars. There is a margin sticker built into them. Gun manufacturers do not.
Because you can't answer, you lose.
No, I just said gun manufacturers.
You won't.
Gun manufacturers do not set their markup.
You won't answer the question. You won't answer. You knew.
Well, I have a question about guns, though. SIG does have a map. Like they don't want you to sell guns under a certain.
Guns.
Yeah.
Really.
I know. I know. I talked to an FFL guy. He was like, SIG has a new policy where they have this thing called MAP. I don't even know what that stands for, but maybe you guys do.
So does Smith & Wesson. If you own a gun shop and if Ruger sees, hey, they're selling SR9s at $100, why are they selling SR9s at $100? That damages our brand. They will yank your distribution rights if you're like licensed distributor, etc. So yes, they do set the prices in that way. They have a determined minimum that you can sell their guns for. But there are some businesses that aren't dicker businesses. Cars, guns. Those have a dicker price built into it because they're assuming that that's going to happen.
Most cars get sold over retail. Most cars get sold over retail for the lot.
I asked you a question. If you went into Walmart,
I asked you first.
I said no.
I asked you first.
I said no.
You bought no guns over retail. You have bought 0 guns over retail.
I have never bought a new gun over retail. No.
I'm done. I don't know what. I don't even know how I'm going to continue
buy a
with
new
you.
gun over retail. I don't understand why I would buy a new gun
over the retail cost. You've never bought a gun over retail cost.
Over MSRP?
Over the last 3 years of gun prices going up.
Wait a second. Are you meaning wholesale price?
I'm talking over the retail price that's set by the company that makes the gun.
Like paid an addition so that a premium so that you could get something that's hard to get.
You're telling me you haven't bought a gun in the last 3 years that's been over the retail price set by the company?
No, I can't. No, I've never bought a new gun over the retail price.
You are literally like the comic books you portray yourself as, a Superman.
You've bought a gun
also
over
a liar.
What gun did you buy over retail?
I'm asking you, dude. You're the one that buys all the guns.
I said none, so now I'm asking you.
I don't open my safe and show off all my guns. You're the ones that do it. I'm asking you.
I'm still not understanding your question. Are you meaning wholesale? Are you meaning like the cost to the...
I didn't say anything about wholesale. I said retail. Don't be retarded. I asked you a simple question.
Well, why would I pay for
retail cost for a gun?
My gun shop doesn't charge over retail for guns. He doesn't price gouge.
You mean manufacturer's suggested retail?
You live in euphoria. You live in Leforia land, where everybody is like happy living. Everybody gets $15 an hour.
Ask the people in the chat. How many people in the chat pay more than MSRP for new guns?
Right. What's the point, Hosh? Because most of us try not to do that, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
In the last 3 years, do you guys think that you're actually paying the retail cost that comes from the manufacturer?
Yeah.
Well, manufacturer suggested. I never paid more than that.
My SIG P238, I paid $679. So
do you believe that, though? Do you actually believe that?
Wait, well, what are you trying to say? I guess.
The prices have been
maybe it's a lot
since the last 3 years.
Right? Maybe manufacturer suggested retail is a lie because they'll say this manufacturer suggested retail is like $1,000 and it's really it comes in at street level
Wait, nobody say anything. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
It's like. I'm just saying, manufacturer's suggested retail price never ever meant what you'd pay at the store. It never did.
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you guys. I am involved intimately with gas stations. I'm not gonna go any further than that. And everything he's saying is completely moronic.
Dude, I grew up. All my friends worked at gas stations, so I can say I'm intimately familiar with the old-fashioned ones. And I worked at one for quite a few years when I was in school. So.
And G-Webs. With that said, I don't understand why you're being such a dick to me about it. Calling me a bitch, fuck you, bitch. Not you, G-Webs. Yankee.
I missed the point of what we're talking about MSRP because I still don't get the point of that one.
It doesn't matter. I'm saying you're a dick, and I don't know why you're being such a dick.
When you're trying to make a point and then you kind of fall on your face, it kind of matters because your whole point
is not falling on my face. It's that market reacts to market demand. And if something stimulates the market and costs more, like minimum wage, which you're not seeming to grasp upon, the price goes up. You seem to think that just price eats it. Well, we'll just... Fucking gas companies. BP just swoops in with a fucking albatross.
Well, it seems like
the money and be like, "We're good, guys. We're good. BP's got it." You don't know what you're talking about.
It seems like Yankee thinks that all this profit is just always just like extra drippings on the top that are not necessary and are taken from someone. Like I believe that if you make profit in a business, that's good because now you can weather the storms.
Yeah, and you don't always get to make the same amount of profit every year. If your costs go up, you don't get
the profits are like paper
you don't
thin.
Get to guarantee yourself the same amount of profit every year. You're not guaranteed.
I'm speaking for Yankee, but he's talking the corporate profits, not the individual.
I understand. He keeps wanting to conflate something that doesn't exist. The cost of gas.
Oh, it does exist. That's where it's coming from, and that's where the mass majority of the money's going. So why are the costs not following the money? I don't understand your thinking there.
Because you have to take the cost of gas and add the cost of distributing it into the gas tanks.
We did.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
No, you keep trying to pretend that it doesn't exist. You keep, again, Albatross flies in with a basket of money, gives it to the store owner, and flies away. And that solves the cost difference. The only thing that offsets the differential of cost is by having an owner that owns more than one gas station. Again, you don't know what you're talking about. One gas station owner is gonna barely break even. They will make literally less than $100,000.
If I own 3 bars that make $50,000 a year, I can make $150,000 a year.
Again, just because you can pour your alcohol into my gas tank doesn't make you a gas tank.
The principle is flawed.
So you have no idea what you're talking about.
do not believe that you've ever had an economics class. I do not believe you've ever run a business, because everything you're saying is basic bullshit that anyone that's had an economics class knows better than. So
you're wrong, but you're wrong.
No,
That's the problem.
So wrong.
You keep making up ideas and throwing things out there. It's your typical Yankee shit. Like, I'm just gonna throw things out there. Throw things out there. You're wrong, dude. There's look at the chat, dude. Look at the chat. It says 5 cents a gallon. That's it.
Exactly. So that's showing that the vast majority of the cost of that gas isn't going to that shop owner. It's going to be. So the cost of delivering, why would the shop owner cover all of the cost of getting it to the consumer? Why wouldn't he just have to cover whatever the percentage of the profit? If he's only getting 2% of the profit, he should only cover 2% of the added cost. That's how the market works.
But that's not
how much oil did the shop owner have in his land? You know, like this oil is coming from somewhere else.
When the gas comes in, it gets put in the tanks and gets distributed and is pocketed by the owner for them to buy more gas. That's it. That is the sum total of the business arrangement. At which point the tanks start to dwindle, they buy more gas.
Actually, you're wrong in one whole point right there. They do not pay for the gas up front. The gas is paid after the fact. They pay for the gas they pumped, not the gas they're going to pump. That's the first thing a gas station will tell you. We pay for the gas that we pumped, not the gas we're going to pump. They don't pay. They don't just go, here's $1,000 for this much gasoline.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did. You just said they pay for the gas that they put in their tanks, and then they sell it.
I said that the tanks are empty. They buy more gas.
Oh, you
when
said
the tanks are close to empty, they buy more gas.
The words were they take that money and buy more gas.
They do.
No, that's not how it works.
Do you actually think people live hand to mouth when they own a business?
They're not buying more gas. They're not buying more gas to pump when they sell the last tank. They're paying for that last tank.
They absolutely do.
Yankee is saying that they get the gas first and then pay later or something.
Fine, but it doesn't matter. They're still paying a value at the time that they bought it.
So basically, what they do
is an agreement. It's not like they don't know what they're paying.
It's like a drug dealer. Like, you get your shit on consignment.
I'm going to give you this 5-gallon bottle of gas for free, but then that tank of gas.
Yeah, you better. I'm going to give you this kilo of Coke, but you better fucking pay me back when you sell it all.
Wait, stop.
What you said, DB, is actually a perfect example. The way it's done, DB, is exactly what you just said. It's kind of like a drug dealer. The gas company comes, they fill your underground tanks with gasoline. They give you an invoice for how many gallons they gave you. They set the pricing, and then at the end of the tank, the business owner that owns that gas station, he knows if I pump these tanks empty, this is what my percentage of this money will be. The rest goes to the BP or Chevron or whoever it is at the time, and this will be my share if I pump those tanks empty. They don't make their money up front. They don't buy their gas up front. It's after it's sold. So it's kind of like the drug dealer. He gives you a pound of Coke, and he says, hey, once you sell this pound of Coke, you get to keep 5% of whatever we make. And this is what you're going to sell it for. You're going to sell it
in your one-off tank situation. That sounds really cool. But week after week, actually, it's multiple times a week that we fill the tanks. That is the same situation. I don't know what your argument is. The cost goes up, the cost goes down. It's arbitrary to what the minimum wage is. It is arbitrary. It is arbitrary to what the minimum wage is. The minimum wage is still going to be exactly what equals what we charge for the products that are in the store plus the gas cutoff. And there is a margin that is factored into that gas that is charged that we get paid for.
That's just gibberish you just said. That makes no sense.
I have a question for Hosh, right? So
you're being
maybe gas stations where you are different, but like gas stations where I am, I swear to God, there might be one employee.
Okay,
and they probably work 6 or maybe
DB,
one employee.
Does the gas price change? Does the gas price change?
Absolutely not. If I go to a place that's like a food mart, like a Chevron food mart.
Oh,
no, I'm saying no. Well, no, I will say, okay, the ones that I go to that have one employee behind the plexiglass, they might be 5 cents cheaper a gallon or 4 cents cheaper. They will be. The other ones that'll be like a food mart that might have like a quick trip where I am, they'll have fucking 4 employees there, dude. And they'll have a lot more pumps too. So the ones that have one employee might have 4 pumps.
They're offsetting that cost, that profit off of gas and the convenience store predominantly with the added people that are working there. I don't know why this is complicated.
No, I know, because the ones that have more... That's a good point, is that the ones that have like hot dogs and the fucking all that other crap and they have beer and ice and all that, like those places do have more than one employee. But the certain places that I go to, and usually they do have the better prices. It's just one guy, dude, and he's just there. And I just don't understand, like, how much would it hurt that one place that has one guy behind the plexiglass if you paid him $8 more, dude? Like $8.
You nailed it. You nailed it exactly in what you said. You said, I don't understand how. You don't understand how. You don't actually run that business. You don't know what it actually costs in margins.
I really don't.
And I'm telling you that the margins of maintaining something that is getting minimum wage to turn on a pump to go pump the gas is exactly equal to what you're getting.
That's my point.
The profit margins are
okay. So they basically are behind the plexiglass.
If I sell you a
they take your money,
then they're really good.
Right, they take your money and they program how much do you want. Sometimes they'll ask you, is it going to be regular or going to be premium? And I thought I made that decision at the pump when I hit the button. But they'll tell you like
even that the margin on that is a cent on the
gallon. I'm not understanding this argument. I don't think we're making the same argument.
It's not an argument at all. I'm just saying, like,
he's clarifying a point. He's clarifying a point. Like that. Everything doesn't have to be a spear to the heart, Yankee. Everything doesn't have to be a spear to the heart of I'm winning.
No, it's not an argument. It's not an argument. I'm just curious that
unless Yankee is driving a spear through somebody's heart to win an argument, it doesn't matter.
Delivering a product to the market goes up. The cost of producing and delivering that market should not rest solely in the end provider who makes 10% of the profit. The person who makes 10% of the profit should only cover 10% of the cost increase. So this whole idea that somehow the cost stops with the owner of the shop is not true. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. In Oregon, they get a bigger percentage of their gas kickback to help cover the cost.
Dude, we're talking about the cost of a minimum wage. We're talking about the local cost of that guy paying his paychecks or whatever. We're not talking about the cost of getting the gas into his store. That's two separate things.
Holdout. In Oregon, it costs more.
Exactly. Your last holdout is this.
The business
holdout.
The business owner in Oregon, the guy that owns the Chevron station in Oregon, has to pay more than the guy that owns the Chevron station in Washington, because the guy that owns the Chevron station in Oregon has to have all of his pumps.
Yankee, God bless you.
More to run his business. It costs him more to run his business. Therefore, the contract structure, and you can ask any gas owner, station owner in Oregon.
All these evil corporations. You might know.
So God bless you. God bless you.
Who sets gas prices?
Yankee from the distributor of the gasoline to help cover the extra cost of operating their business, because that is their distribution network.
God bless you. You are Yankee. God bless you. I agree. I am for deregulating the government when it comes to gas stations. So I agree with you 100%. There should be deregulation in the gas filling.
That makes no sense.
I'm for the deregulating of people having to be paid to fill gas tanks. You're qualified to fill your own gas tank, Yankee, aren't you?
I didn't. I guess.
Oh yeah. So I agree. I agree 100%. You're qualified to fill your own gas tank. So why should we pay minimum wage for somebody to fill a gas tank? I agree 100%. Yankee, I agree 100%.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I haven't had someone fill my gas tank since 1993, dude.
So
I don't know. I'm trying to remember the last time I had a full service.
Again,
I feel all weird. I feel like less of a man or something.
I agree.
There's a place here that has it, but they charge 10 cents.
That is. I mean, I've lived in different states, and I've never had someone pump my gas, dude, my entire life.
I can remember when I first had a driver's license, I would drive full service ones because they cost more.
Wait, do they charge more for pouring gas in your tank, though? Do they charge
more? Yes, they do. No, I mean, I remember as a child, dude. I remember as a child,
full service and self-service. Remember full service?
It was more money.
Two different prices.
Hey, Yankee,
20 years ago.
Always different prices.
I agree.
In Oregon, it's all gas stations are full service. You cannot pump your own gas.
No, I agree. I'm for the deregulation of government when it comes to gas stations, so that people can decide whether or not they want to full tax.
You can express your weakness of your argument through your games if you want.
Now you're the one that has the weak argument. I think you just lost right now because your only holdout is Oregon.
Grasping now because you're ridiculous. You go ahead and go down that road, but no one said anything about deregulation. We just pointed out.
Oh, wait. But did it
cost the cost of maintaining a station in Oregon is higher than the cost of maintaining a station in Washington.
Wait, hold on. You're breaking up. You're 87.
You can take whatever you want from that because you have no argument. You take whatever you want.
Your cost of 87 octane is almost the same as Southern California, which is saddening.
Take whatever you want. It's the same cost in Washington as in Oregon.
Yeah. Okay.
It costs more to maintain a gas station in Oregon than it does in Washington, so why are the costs the same?
And we're hearing this from a guy who had a bar and no longer has a bar and wants to tell you about gas stations.
There you go again, deflecting because you can't answer the question.
I'm doing the same thing you did to me, but I didn't call you a bitch when I did it.
Because you are a bitch. But if it costs more to maintain a gas station in Oregon than it does in Washington, why doesn't gas cost more in Oregon?
It does.
It doesn't.
It does because he's saying it costs the same in California with all those taxes and shit.
Look up the gas price in Portland, Oregon, and look up the gas price in Vancouver, Washington.
And I bet you if we broke it down, and I'm not going to do it with you, but if I bet we broke it down, then it is because Portland is a hub of gasoline that is equal to Southern California. The cost of getting it to there is probably equal.
Per gallon price, you can't break it down. You can't try to overcomplicate.
You can break it down.
You can't try to hide behind numbers.
Jesus Christ.
You can just explain to me if it costs more money to operate a gas station in Portland than it does Vancouver. Why doesn't gas cost more in Portland?
Because it costs more to get there. Thank you.
No, it doesn't.
Prove it. Prove it.
That doesn't even make any sense. If it costs more to get it to Oregon, well then it should cost even more in Oregon.
Well, do you think Alaska's cheaper? I bet you it costs more.
And let's make a little point here that 95% of the gas that's sold in the state of Washington and Oregon comes into the ports in Washington. So it should be cheaper in Washington.
So you think maybe there's union costs tied into it?
Well, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all.
It does matter. It costs more. It costs more.
That doesn't change the price of what I'm paying. When I go to the pump in Oregon,
is there taxes though? Do you have taxes? Do you have gas taxes in Oregon?
When I go to a pump in Oregon, I'm paying the same amount per gallon to have a guy pump the gas in my tank.
Do you have gas tax in Oregon?
I'm paying the same amount, $3.92 a gallon in Portland or in Vancouver.
20 cents more. That's like 25 cents more a gallon than I'm paying though. That's crazy.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
Same amount. So explain to me, if your principal says that the cost of owning the shop, if he has to pay more employees, it's going to raise the price of his gas.
Dude, that's like 30 cents more than the national average, dude. So you are paying more.
No, because in Washington, we're not paying it. We're paying the same in Oregon as we are in Washington. It costs way more for the guy in Oregon to deliver that gas to you.
You're both paying more than the average, though.
Oh yeah, we're higher than the average because we're a metropolitan area.
I'm in a city too.
Let's not fuck around. California is 70 cents on the gallon for tax, and you in Oregon are 49 cents on the cost.
That doesn't have anything to do with the fact that
the gas. It absolutely does because
answer my question.
You're 30 cents cheaper. You're 30 cents.
Your whole argument is the cost to the consumer will go up if the cost.
May I answer?
Well, wait, is that your argument? But first, is that your argument that the cost to the consumer?
I'm going to make it right now. You are 30 cents cheaper than California, and you have to hire one more person, and that person makes minimum wage.
California, I'm comparing Oregon and Washington, right on opposite sides of the river, who get their gas out of the same truck.
Let's look up Washington costs. I don't know why you're being a dick about this. This is
why isn't it costs more to operate? The cost of living is the same. The minimum wage.
Now you're factoring in cost of living. So you don't. You're just trying to conflate, dude.
No, we're talking cost of living does have an effect on the business costs because
Washington is the 5th cheapest state in the nation for tax. You're conflating all these things.
Oregon doesn't have a sales tax, but
there you go. See, You got so many things conflated into the argument, so that a gas station must pay for one more minimum wage person to pump gas. Got it.
Your whole argument was if they have to pay.
I agree. We should
your whole
deregulate
that. Was that if they either had to fire someone or raise prices. So
they do.
So hiring one extra person across the river is the same as not firing one extra person.
They have to do that.
Are not higher than yours. Why are their prices not higher than mine?
Well, because most people are not as altruistic as the Yankee
marshal,
and they are not willing to increase their costs more than their
prices not higher than mine?
Because you're not factoring in risk. You factor in zero risk of actually running a business.
Why are their prices not higher than mine? Their cost of delivery is higher. So why
I'll factor in. I got it. I'll factor it in right now because when it's a bad economy, people drink, and when it's a good economy, people drink. You always have a business. You always have a business of people that drink.
That gas station across the river that costs more for them to maintain that gas station, why is their gas price not higher than the one that I stop at over here in Washington?
It
costs more.
People do drive less when the price is higher, so they have to be competitive. So
what kind of gas station? What kind of gas station is it?
Well, it doesn't matter. Why is
it does. Actually, it does. It does because there's different qualities of gas.
Anyway.
You're comparing Chevron to Chevron. Why is their gas price not higher?
Well, because they largely follow in lockstep.
They don't match each other.
There's no point in arguing that. We all agree on that.
Your argument that if cost goes up, that is automatically has to be passed to the consumer isn't true because the market wouldn't bear that cost to the consumer.
I already said that an hour ago, that because of the minimum wage rise in California, gas prices have not changed because we don't know where the chips are going to lie and where the costs are. Costs will go up on gas in California, bar none. That's it.
Really?
Minimum wage will bring it.
Because they said that
based on the cost going up on gas.
They said that 19 years ago in Oregon when they said that they had to start having gas station attendants pump gas. They said gas prices in Oregon will skyrocket. They haven't in 19 years.
Well, gas is $3.
You just factored in minimum wage across the board, dude.
8 years ago, it was $1.90, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
As the last 6 years, like double and almost triple in gas prices.
It's doubled. Gas prices doubled.
Or have they absorbed the profit there?
But it hasn't increased at a higher rate in Oregon than Washington, and Oregon hasn't increased.
You are playing the dumbest game. The dumbest game. All you have to do is say, go ask somebody who actually owns the gas station, not the guy working the fucking cash register, and say, what is the cost? The cost is X, and we have to pay so many people to keep this door open or this jar open for 24 hours a day. If the cost goes up to pay those people, it doesn't matter what gas costs because they've already factored in the risk aspect of the OPEC/whatever barrel of gas changing. They only have the factor on the ground, which is what people cost to work. That's
all you're accounting for right now is the futures market and the price of adjustment of crude and the price you're not dealing with the retail cost of the consumer. You're not dealing with who covers that cost and how much of it gets passed to the consumer.
I've realized a very important point here, that we're trying to deal with the crude prices, which are largely all funneled on the buyer anyway. And you're trying to factor in minimum wage to somehow, like somebody's going to write in on a stork and pay money. No one does that, Yankee.
I would hope you would take an economics course and not that lesson from this, because you're still not answering the question why the gas station A, we're comparing gas station A in Portland to gas station A in Washington.
They didn't. They raised their costs. They've already covered that. They raised their costs.
They haven't.
Okay, DB, go ahead. DB, go ahead. They raised their costs. Go ahead.
Gas station in Oregon is more expensive to operate. It costs the gas station owner more money to operate the same number of pumps. So why isn't
I've worked for a lot of rich people, and none of them were economic professors. So I don't know. You keep talking about you need to go take an economics course, dude.
Try to argue economics principles of supply and demand and cost values, and it's not following the money.
You validate what I'm saying.
No, you got to follow.
Dude,
understand.
All I know is like 6 years ago, gas was like $1.99 a gallon. Now it's $3.70, and I don't even know. I can't even imagine owning a gas station and having to deal with that kind of shit. Like,
got
that's
nothing to
crazy.
do with the question, though. The question is 2 identical gas stations, 12 pumps each. One is on this side of the river, one is on the other side of the river. It costs them the exact same amount of money to get their gasoline. It's coming in the same ports. They cost.
I can answer this question.
Cost the same amount.
Great, go ahead.
Wait.
Okay, because of the proximity
No,
of the.
I'm gonna
Okay,
let DB do it because I don't need to do it.
I can try, because this happened to me when I lived in New York and New Jersey. I can tell you.
Last time you all tried to answer it, you didn't even come close to answering.
Okay, go ahead.
So the question is, gas station A in Portland, same cost for the product. Gasoline station A in Vancouver,
Same cost.
Same cost for the product.
Right.
Gas station A in Portland, higher cost for manpower, higher payroll.
The ones in Portland.
In Washington,
So what Haas asked you before was what kind of gas station was it? Is it a food mart? Do they have beer? Do they have cigarettes and gum and all? Or the other ones, blah, blah, blah. Gotcha. If they're the exact same store, if they are the exact same store, if they are the exact same shop, then the difference is because why you can't charge more if they're going to just drive across the fucking river. They tried that in New York with cigarettes. And I would just drive across the river to New Jersey, and I'd buy my cigarettes in New Jersey. That's what I used to do in New York because I don't give a fuck. I will drive across the river.
So that's the point. The gas station in Oregon can't raise their prices to the point where people just drive over to Washington, but by his principle that he said earlier, where Boobily Balls would just go out of business. No, why haven't those over there?
I never said that, you asshole. I never said that. I said that they would
I
go
like how
to the
I could tell that DB was more right than everybody else
that.
because he was louder.
Well, no, I don't want to get talked over. That's my thing. My mic is loud, bro.
I said
I'm gonna tell you.
Would go to the competitors.
Cigarettes in New York were $10 and they were $7 in New Jersey, and I drove to New Jersey, dude. That's what happened.
Absolutely. This is Yankee to a T. All I said was that I, as a buyer of Boogly Balls or Boogly whatever, would go to the competitor.
Well, why did you go to the competitor? If they didn't raise
because it was cheaper. Because it was cheaper for the same thing. You said it was cheaper.
No,
you
didn't
said that.
You automatically assumed under your flawed principle that costs went up $2 for them to produce. Therefore, retail costs went up $2. That is not a set principle because the company can choose to make less money.
Right. Well, Yankee, but isn't the real core here that you want the government to regulate when the company decides to take a cut of their profit?
There it is.
All I want the government is what a minimum wage is. That's us as
okay. We are starting with the minimum wage.
Okay, so let's go back to the root.
So the problem. So your whole flawed principle with your googly ball thing is, well, I'll go to the competitor. Well, that's a flawed analysis.
Well, isn't the real issue then that if our two sides of this are that the store eats the price, the local store eats the price, then the price has to go up, and then Yankee side of it is that the corporations could could choose on their own to lose some profit. We know they're not choosing to lose some profit, right?
But they should
even if you're right, Yankee,
it's
still going to affect local prices.
But that competitor's going to have to go up in cost too because his minimum wage went up.
Here's another example.
Sure. It's across the board. So they're all going to, in unison, need to make that same decision.
So he was trying to say that the gas station across the river had more costs because they had to hire the guy to pump the gas, but he couldn't raise his costs because you just drive across the river to get the cheaper gas. So he is making less money. That guy is making less money.
So you're already arguing.
Here's the point. The point you missed entirely is the gas station's net profit over in Portland run about the same as the gas stations in Washington. The people that own gas stations on both sides because they get a different margin on their gas purchase.
Well, maybe it's because
so they got a subsidy from the gas.
They get a
subsidy from the gas company.
From the gas company to maintain their profit because the gas company has a set interest in maintaining their distribution.
So the gas company's like, hey, I know you can't raise your prices to make more money or whatever, and the guy across the river's fucking less than you, so we'll charge you a little tiny bit less, and you'll make it up there.
Exactly, and that's the same thing with the Googly Balls. The company that makes Googly Balls would say to the guy with the brick and mortar store, hey, I know costs went up $2. If we raise our prices $2, we lose our market share, we go out of business. So therefore, we will give you a larger percentage of the cut to where you're still making your $8 and we'll just make $70. So that we can maintain business and not go out of business. So people that would leave if we raised our prices don't leave. It's like when Samsung lowered the prices across the board on all their cell phones to maintain market share rather than they lost overall profit, but they maintained their market share by lowering their prices. And overall, they ended up making the same quarterly profit because they kept their share. If they would have not lowered their prices, they would have lost market share and lost all their profit.
And if Chevron wouldn't have done that, say if they were both Chevrons, one across the river, one on the other side, if they wouldn't have done it, BP, the guy across the river would have been like, I can't mess with you guys. Like BP's going to give me a better deal, or Sunoco, or some other gas company would have been like, hey, we'll give you a better deal than them. And
if one or two gas stations do that, that's not a problem. But if BP said, hey, wait, or Chevron said, wait, all of our gas stations are wanting to cancel their contracts after their next term and go to ARCO, well, then you have to go, well, crap, now how are we going to distribute our gas? So we have to maintain our distribution.
Don't exist.
It does.
Yankee.
God, you're dumb. God, you're dumb. If you can't understand that most basic principle of distribution.
Liar.
Yankee.
No, he's not a liar.
You know who buys gas stations on contract?
Dude.
You know who buys gas stations on contract? People who are in debt.
He's dumb. You're dumb. You have a contract.
The contract is low, dude. Because the profit margin is nothing.
You understand that when you open your independent gas station that has that big Exxon sign flying out there, that you are under contract for use of that Exxon sign. You are under contract for selling.
That's a franchisee. That's the difference between a franchisee and a store.
What gas stations are you going to now that don't sell a brand of gas?
Okay, there's a difference between a privately branded station that owns that does sell a line of gasoline and then a franchise Chevron station.
I want you to drive
I used to work at one, and it's
drive out of your house right now and find me a gas station that doesn't have either a Chevron, a BP, or something.
No, he's trying to say, Yankee's trying to say that they can do it temporarily. They can switch the sign anytime they fucking want because they are an independent gas station.
No.
It'll say, for example, Tom and Sons Gas, and then it'll say we run mobile gas. It'll say Tom and Sons Gasoline Shop, and then
find me.
I would never say that. Go ahead.
I'm asking, what would you say if it's an independent shop and they have a deal with Exxon and it's not a contract? Then what is it? I mean, it's like when can they decide? Hey, we're going to sell BP.
Anytime they want. Anytime they want. And that's why they own it.
No. The way it's not anytime you want. You are under contract to distribute for a certain time period, or pay a penalty and back money to the company. You do have penalties in your contract.
No,
Companies
that's not how it works.
Contracts with you that you can just walk away whenever you want.
Stop.
Even when I owned a restaurant, I had distribution contracts with beverage distributors. I couldn't just cancel my contract mid-contract and walk away and go, I just don't want you anymore. There were penalties built into the contract.
I'm not generally going off of what you're saying right now. I'm not generally disagreeing, other than the people that are fully in. So take Chevron. Right? Chevron has the extra mile convenience store. So if you're fully in on that, then largely you have to play their game. If you are a wholly owned property that sells Chevron gas, then you largely have to be within a certain percentage margin of other people that are serving gas. I'm not making that argument. I never started making that argument. I'm saying that there is a cost. No, there's a cost associated with people that are working in those stations. And if the minimum wage goes up and they have not gotten better at their job, because nothing's going to change. They don't get better. They don't make gas get into your tank faster. Nothing has changed other than they get more money. So if they get more money...
So did the people in Oregon get better at their job when they were required to start pumping? They
added a whole new person.
Right.
They added a whole extra individual.
They added an extra cost to their business. That was more money.
Because wait.
So where did they raise the price?
Let me see if I get this.
So where did they raise the price to cover that extra cost?
If I may. So in Oregon, where they mandate that people pump your gas and they offset it with subsidies from the gas company, what does that have to do with actual supply and demand of minimum wage? It doesn't. It's zero. It's nothing.
No, it has a lot to do with it. Because let's just say you own a grocery store and you sell.
So I can just go to grocerystore.com and get a subsidy. I can, right? In Yankee logic, I'll just get a subsidy from anybody. Subsidies.
Questions so poorly crafted that you're even afraid to hear the answers to them.
Because you're.
Your argument so weak.
Nothing.
Your question so poorly crafted that you can't even hear the answers to your question.
Your argument is based on a subsidy. That has nothing to do with economics. We've been talking for 2 hours.
Again, like a bitch.
Yankee, we've been talking for 2 hours.
Magazines, so that must have cost them some money.
We've been talking for 2 hours, and all of you said is the same thing. We get back to a subsidy.
And
so
you've
you're
never
saying
said anything. No, we've gotten back to the principle, and I proved it with you said. Like I said, the gas station got a subsidy from Exxon, the company that makes the vast majority of the profit. So therefore, the cost followed the profit, just like I said.
Yeah. So they added an individual for free. Great.
And the cost went where the profit goes. The
so
majority of the cost,
a government-created entity which has nothing to do with economics.
And the cost of
zero economics practicality.
The cost to the business followed the profit up the line.
Zero
and the cost
created by government.
Followed the profit up the profit line.
Nothing to do with
That's
economics.
The principle right there. That's the matter principle right there.
It's not free
and you don't seem to understand it. You don't even understand
it. Is it a free market?
Yankee,
is it a free market? Is it a free market thing?
Even grasp it.
Yankee, is it a free market thing?
Why are you even bringing it up?
Answer the question. Is it a free market thing?
I don't know. I refuse to answer the question
exactly, because you're wrong. You know it's not a free market thing. The free market would not pay for somebody to pump your gas. The free market would never do that. The government did that.
Not free market.
Exactly. Exactly. So take what you will if you're listening to this. Yankee will not answer the simple question. The government is forcing you to have somebody in Oregon pump your gas.
Wait a second. Who's controlling the gas companies?
I asked you. I asked you a question.
You said it's not a free market, so I'm
the question. Answer it.
I said it is a free market. You're saying it's not, so who's controlling
it? Who forces the guy on the ground that's pumping the gas? Who forces that?
That's not dealing with the market of the gas.
Who forces it?
That's called.
Who forces it?
Wait, Hosh.
Who forces it? Wait, who forces it?
If you had a simple economics class.
Who forces it?
Had a simple economics class.
What does a simple economics class have to do with a government law that you need a person pumping your gas?
You would understand that is a market. That is a market condition. That is not the actual business of selling petroleum. That is simply a market condition that you deal with in that market. It's not a regulation on the industry.
Well, I need a guy. I need a government law that tells somebody to come carve my steak up and salt and pepper my meat and shit. What about wiping my ass?
They're trying to muddy the argument, trying to bring in.
You're the one that brought it in. You're the one that brought it in, and it's forced by the government, so it means nothing.
All I was dealing with was cost of operation,
right?
Profit and cost of production.
Factoring in a business that has to pay for a gas pumper.
Where did that cost go when they had that extra cost for that extra employee? Where did it go?
That cost came from the government. Who paid for that? The government.
Go? Where did that cost go? Now, where did it come from?
Into whatever economy is willing to pay for it.
Where did it go? Where did that cost go? We're not dealing with a hypothetical. We're dealing with an absolute. Where did
the people who pump gas into their cars paid for that?
No, they didn't. Their brass prices are higher than mine. No, they didn't. Theirs is no higher than mine.
I don't want to argue this anymore with you. You're wrong. DB, go ahead. I don't know what you want me to say. There's been multiple instances of you being proved wrong. I don't know what you want to say.
I'm just saying it's okay. So I agree with Hosh on this one that the government mandated a person pump your gas, but then the customer that didn't feel the hurt of that. No, but the customer didn't. The customer didn't notice the cost increase. There was no cost increase.
There's no cost increase. It doesn't matter.
Right, because Exxon came in and said, hey, we'll take the hit. Or Chevron came in and said, we'll take the hit.
Exactly. So where did that extra cost go? Did it go to the
I guess it went to Exxon. But Exxon gets to write. Doesn't Exxon get to write that off anyway?
Write that off. But the cost.
Right. So that doesn't go anywhere. It just.
So that whole argument that if you raise minimum wage, that cost will just automatically go to the gas station owner.
Well, that's in that one particular instance of a gas station, though.
It does. It has everything to do with it. Cost is cost. Cost is cost.
You are making
cost is cost.
Leap. You're done, dude. You're done.
When you have an add column and a subtract column, does it matter if that $100 went out for wine or beer? Does it matter?
You're done, dude. You're done. It doesn't matter.
If I write a check for $100,
say whatever you want. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because the government made a position. That's why minimum wage is good.
Answer the question.
Great.
If I pay out $100, if I have to write a check for $500 today out of my bar, does it matter if that $500 was for beer or does it matter if it was for wine?
Yes.
All right. You know what? Let's
how does that matter? How does it matter?
Wait,
how does it matter? How do I subtract it differently if it was beer or wine?
About bars.
How do I subtract it differently if it was beer or wine?
Yankee, I am not prepared to get into your pants and argue about beer or wine because I'm not a bar owner. But you walked into a fucking lion den of gas stations. You're a moron.
So how do you separate the cost of having to hire another employee or the cost of having, say, if you had 2 and now you got to hire 3 because you have to have an extra employee.
Does Exxon? I have a question.
Just shut up. Goddamn.
No, I got you. Dude, you guys have been arguing the same shit for like 30 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
It's like. It's the same shit over and over again.
He's a dick, dude. What can I say?
2 employees, how is that cost of raising the salary of 2 employees different than just having to hire a 3rd employee?
Because they bought the gas and they have to pay for it, and they have to pay for the cupcakes and the beers. I'm not, but you won't even let me. You won't even let me talk, dude.
Because they bought the
gas. Wait.
That's laughable.
No, it's not, dude.
Let
me explain why.
That was a common
answer
to that question.
Let me explain why. Every convenience store has something in there that is worth a certain amount of value, and its value is based off of time based off of the quantity that's there and the money that you take out of it. If you can't take out X number of dollars from that thing and you take it away, then it's worthless, right? If it doesn't make you more money than what you put in, then you get rid of it. The same thing would go with a minimum wage worker that was working beyond what his or her value was. But if you can't do that because it's 24 hours a day, you must raise costs. You must raise costs across the board.
You've taken a simple process and made it convoluted and complicated.
You won't listen to me, so it doesn't matter.
Let's just say this. Let's just use the bar analogy again. I can say that, A, I don't make any money off of shivets. I'm not going to carry shivets anymore.
Great.
I can say that. I can go, okay, I'm not going to carry shivets. It doesn't make me any money. I cannot say my bartender costs me too much money. I'm not going to have a bartender.
Right. So you charge more per drink to pay for said bartender.
I can't raise my prices more than the bar down the street or they'll go down there.
Yeah, but they will also raise their prices.
No, they won't.
Dumbass.
They might buy more liquor.
Because they have to. Because they will not supply. They will not be able to sustain. They will not be able to do anything.
Bar down the street from me is 3 times my size. They buy liquor at a greater quantity than me. They get it cheaper than me.
You're assuming that everything will remain the same, but if you change the lowest denominator, which is the people that actually supply service or good,
rid of my bartender and still run my bar.
Out of all this discussion, we've not discussed possibilities of cuts. I have not heard that.
I'll tell you cuts right now. If I have extra people that don't meet the 24-hour day, they're cut. Particularly the ones that aren't well skilled, they're gone.
That's a slight simplification. I'm just trying to say that like you say.
I'm going to ask a question though right now. If you have a business, how many employees are you keeping on the clock right now that you don't need?
Well, it depends on the shifts. And it depends on how many hours they're doing.
Well, you don't sit down and work out how many people you need at a certain time.
Of course we do. But if you raise the cost $3 to $4 an hour, we're going to get by with less. And we're going to take the best people and keep them on the lower quality people are going to get fired.
If you have 3 waiters and they're maintaining, that's what you need is 3 waiters, and you say, well, I had to pay my waiters more an hour now, I got cut down to 2 waiters. Well, you've automatically cut your business down too. Because
then you got it, buddy. You got it. That's why we raised the price $1 for whatever.
So let's just say this. So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you a question. This is a simple question. It's simple.
Sure.
This is super simple.
Sure.
If you own the business and you've got 3 waiters and they are busting ass, you maintain on a skeleton.
Optimal efficiency.
Your optimal efficiency. You're making a good living.
No, see, you factored in. You factored in good. See, that is the bullshit of with this country.
Shut up! You can't say no. You have to answer the question.
Qualify good. Qualify good.
No. Answer this question. You can't stop the question in the middle and say no.
I can't answer the question if you don't qualify good.
Let the question finish before you say no.
Qualify good.
You're so
okay, go ahead. Finish
the question. Just shut up. Stop being frightened and listen to the question.
I'm not frightened.
Stop being frightened. Stop being frightened.
Disingenuous moron.
Stop being frightened. Stop being frightened of the question.
Go ahead.
Stop being frightened.
Go ahead.
You have a business. You have figured out what your optimal manpower to income is. You're operating at that optimal manpower to income. You've got a bustling business. Your 3 waiters can handle your business. They get the job done. You make a tidy little profit.
Right.
Okay, now it turns out the cost of your meat has gone up $1 per steak.
Mm-hmm.
Cost of your competitor down the street, their cost didn't go up because they're way bigger than you. They order on a major, bigger supply than you.
Right.
So
right.
you can't raise the price of your steak, or people will just go down the street. So you I gotta keep the price of my steak the same. So do you say I fire an employee where I'm already operating at minimal employees and destroy my business, or do I just have to make a little less profit this year?
Okay, so actually that's a really good point. So let me ask you a couple questions.
I'm not asking for a question first. I want an answer first.
Well, I'm going to ask. See, God damn it, I'm just trying to dive it in a little bit. Do we have a large base of consistent customers?
Well, yeah, but you won't maintain that if you don't maintain service.
Well, how much do you know that if we increase price, they wouldn't know?
Okay, let's say everyone knows how much it costs right down the street.
Right. So if I raise the cost, if I raise the cost, okay. So I'm gonna try and answer. So if I raise the cost, let's say it's a hypothetical amount, but let's say I raise the cost 20 cents.
Okay.
Hell, $1, $2 on my steak. Okay, so fine, make it $50. I don't care. So I raise the cost $50 on my steak, right? To try and equal out what the cost of meat is, right? Am I going to stay in business?
No, your competitors, they're going to go to your other competitor and they're going to eat there.
Okay,
at least, let's just say 10%.
Hold
on.
Okay,
so 20% of your business. Let's say you'll lose 20% of your business if you do that. If you raise your prices.
Okay, fine. Okay, so now we're actually talking numbers here. So so the competitor, did they have to raise their costs at all because of the meat?
I already covered that. I said they buy in bulk. Their cost didn't go up.
Yeah, but you can't. That's bullshit because you're implying that they're like 100 stores. So now I'm comparing. No, but see, no.
That's how it works. My bar is half the size of
you're making it black and white, dude. You're making it black and white. So people don't want to go eat at chain stores. You made a very simple
independent little restaurant
argument, and you
independent restaurants. They're just bigger than me, and they own 3 of them. I own 1. They get a lot better.
Then the margins would be nothing.
You can't answer the question. You're having to create these scenarios in your head that will justify your premise. You can't deal with the actual premise. You have to alter the premise to justify your desired outcome.
Because you are not factoring in reality.
I did. I factored in that if you raise your prices $1, you're going to lose 20% of your business.
Right, and I am a small business with a large base of favorable consumers that are not into the chain store that you advertise down the street.
You're assuming the competitor is a chain.
You just said it was 100 franchise locations. That is a chain store.
No, I did not. I said they have 3 stores and they're bigger. They have 3 locations and they're bigger than me is what I said.
Then their margins are almost identical to mine, and it's largely not a problem.
It is a problem. You just have your prices go up. So
if you went from 100 down to 3, then you largely just opened up 0 margin difference.
So are you going to raise the cost of your steak?
Yes.
So okay, you raise the cost of your steak and you lose 20% of your business. Now, are you able to maintain your staff?
You factored in something that doesn't exist. You factored in something that doesn't factor in reality.
When you sit down and you do your business plan, that's something you have to factor in.
You factored in hypotheticals that don't exist. The reality is the competition is going to equal that, particularly with the franchise.
See, you've never ever sat down and figured a menu, and you actually have to sit down with your accountant and you have to figure out.
Never claimed that I factored in a menu.
Lose business by raising my prices, and if you
I never said that I factor in anything about menus.
Well, the business I know you don't, because you don't seem to know what you're doing about running a business. But if I have to sit down and figure out if I raise prices, will the amount of customers I lose because of that price increase be more than swallowing the cost of the increased goods?
Right.
And if it is, I have to swallow the cost of the increased goods.
We all learned something about bars, but that has nothing to do about gas.
Something about economics. If your loss of market share,
you're factoring 0 cents of competition.
If your loss of market share comes to a greater value than the extra cost of your goods to produce, then you are losing money by raising your prices.
Yeah, well, what can I say? You made a highly pointed argument about a very hypothetical thing that doesn't factor in reality.
Do you understand that basic principle that if your loss of market share due to price increase comes to a greater value than the increased cost of production, then you lose money by raising your prices?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and that's not the case in gas.
So then you automatically admit that often it is better to swallow the cost of increased price of operating than it is to pass it on to the consumer.
Yeah, but that's largely a cost of already a savings you have banked. So it's a zero-sum game.
I agree that it can be a way to deal with that situation, but it shouldn't be required by government stuff.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm not for government regulating the bank or the gas station.
I guess we're saying that by manipulating the minimum wage, it's basically the government saying, here, take this lump, and you can figure out where to distribute the lump.
Yeah, but that's not just like the government just came in and decided, hey, we're going to arbitrarily manage what people get paid. That was because of years and years and decades and hundreds of years of abuse of corporations by people.
Yeah, it means nothing.
That's why that's there. That wasn't there just arbitrarily. That was us as a people. We decided that we are not taking, the 99% is not taking that.
Yeah, so the same argument you can make for the NFA can go against the new.
You want to make the argument that minimum wage shouldn't exist. You can make the argument if you want. That's a different argument.
I'd be happy to.
That is a different argument than will the minimum wage increase costs to the consumer. Those are two separate arguments. No, it won't.
So you've made your argument. Everybody has heard you speak.
Let me see if I can find this. Wait a second. Let me see if I can find this documentary about the prices at Walmart.
Oh, okay. And while you're looking that up, go ahead and look up bullshit from Penn and Teller.
Oh, this was a very mathematical principle. It was on.
Oh, okay. So because you like your information, that makes it good.
It came from a very reputable source, and you can look at it.
Okay, so Penn and Teller is your reputable source.
Before you've ever even seen it. I love how because
I don't agree with your post, so it can't be good for my argument.
So it doesn't suit your preconceived notion. You're going to denounce the math before you even see the math.
Well, I understand economy, and you don't.
Sure he is. It's going to obviously support your position. Why would he?
You're going to be an idiot.
If I sat here and all night long, I argued that if you, add 5 plus 5, you'll get 9, and then I see the math and it's 5 plus 5 is 10, then I don't argue that 5 plus 5 is 9.
What you do as a person is you post a link, you make an argument, and then you make people read it, and then everybody's quiet, and everybody thinks Yankee made some point. You didn't make a point. You made no economic sense. You don't understand gas stations. You have done nothing here to improve your point.
No, that's not what happened at all. I'm showing you the math from Forbes magazine.
The math has already been posted. The math has already been posted about what gas companies, people who privately own gas stations, make from gas.
Exactly.
I'll post it in the chat. I'll let people decide on their own.
Conversation. That's not the topic.
Hey, if gas costs X and it's always going to cost X and minimum wage goes up, guess what? The cost has to be 8 by somewhere. That's it. The implication is that the company's going to swoop in and fix it, and you're wrong.
Magazine. The cost analysis from Forbes.
Only going to work so long, dude. It's only going to work for so long.
Cost analysis.
It's only going to work for so long.
We'll
So your implication
willing to think can read it right over here.
Your implication is that a company,
but the rest of us that we're willing to think will read it. And it says, Berkeley researchers estimated that the company could boost its pay to $12 per hour and cover the additional expense by a one-time price hike of 1%, costing an average Walmart shopper an extra $12 a year. That would raise the price of a 65-cent box.
We're talking about gas stations, dude.
66 cents. And yet that cost of living would put such a burden on.
Sounds like a whole lot of Yankees making a point about something they know nothing about.
No, sounds like.
No, hold on. This is what we originally started before you were in here, Hush, and Yankee was saying, and I thought it was interesting.
Wait, I was in here before Yankee got in here.
No, this was earlier today. I'm saying,
okay.
I don't know if it was off air or not, but basically the concept Yankee was saying, if I am summarizing you correctly, Yankee, that Walmart somehow keeps the prices, or excuse me, the wages of and the hours or whatever, the overall income or whatever pay to the employees low intentionally, so that the competitors don't start paying more, so that they can keep this, like, what do we call them, economic class at a point where they need to shop at Walmart. I probably didn't summarize that great.
Do you actually believe that, though? Do you actually believe that?
Hell no. Hell no.
Okay, thank you.
But is anybody reading that little link over there? Is anybody reading the link where they figure the actual number of employees they have, the amount of money it would cost them per year to raise the minimum wage at Walmart to $12, their annual costs, their annual income, and how much they would have to raise their annual income to cover the annual cost of a wage increase to $12 an hour, means they would have to raise their prices 1%.
I feel that if they could do that, they would, but I'm not a scholar on this stuff at all. It just seems to me like if it, and I know we already said this, Yankee, but I'm just going to say it to Hush, that I feel like there'd be no skin off Walmart's nose if they could do something that simple to drastically improve the wages and the happiness of their employees. Why wouldn't they?
Well,
it doesn't seem like a good business practice to do this.
Here's a perfect example. 100 years ago, Henry Ford doubled assembly line workers were being paid pretty much a standard wage. Right. Henry Ford, when he opened Ford, he decided, after he started producing his cars, he decided, I'm going to double the income of all my assembly line.
Why did he do that?
So they could afford to buy his product.
No, why did he do that?
So they could afford to buy his product.
The reason why he did that was so he could take proper skilled people away from the competitors to work for him.
No, it wasn't. No, he wouldn't have had to double his prices to do that.
We disagree then. Well, then we disagree.
He could have raised prices by 10% and done that. He didn't have to double price. Yes, he could have. Yes, he could have. No, we couldn't have. Who wouldn't leave? Who right now would not leave their for $100,000 job for $120,000 a year job with better benefits?
Right, exactly. You're making my point. The reason why they left is so that Ford was paying more money.
Did not have to raise the. It would not have to be a $200,000.
Did he hire those individuals? Did they go through an interview process?
In fact, he did not actually.
Did they go through an interview process?
Actually, the price increase were employees that were already held in company employ. So he increased the price he already had.
Because he wanted to keep his good employees from going to other companies.
He had to raise it 100% to do that. He couldn't give them a 10% raise.
He already had maximum margins. He was the biggest game in the market. He was the first one that made.
Well, then who was stealing his producers?
Somebody back me up on this.
Well, wait a second. Who was stealing his workers? Who was stealing his workers?
Every other company that was coming up making automobiles.
Who?
Detroit was right near Pittsburgh. I imagine the steel companies or something.
No, who was stealing his workers?
When did he enact a wage increase?
He was the #1 employer at that time, and he increased salaries 100%.
When?
About 100 years ago.
Yeah, no, exactly. So what you're saying is, because Ford saw an increasing competition, he was the only game in town that he increased wages so that everyone else must do that. Your argument is that because someone did it 100 years ago that we must do it now?
No, I didn't make that argument at all. I said.
Why are you doing it? Why are you even talking about it?
I'm saying he raised his cost 100%.
It's a sound business. I would not disagree with him, and I have no idea why that makes your point.
Because
it doesn't make your
what
point.
he did by raising his costs and not raising the cost of his product, he raised his market share. So
he was already beyond his market share. His margins were huge.
What he lost in payroll, that he was paying an extra payroll, he more than made up in increased market share and increased sales.
All you're doing is talking about margins you don't know about.
No, what I'm doing is pointing out the principle that I pointed out earlier.
See,
that if you make a price increase,
you don't know
price to your consumer, and you lose a market share bigger than the cost you would have swallowed by just swallowing the extra cost of production or the extra cost of labor, then you shoot yourself in the foot.
You don't know Ford's margins. So anything you say means nothing.
People that actually own businesses understand that. People that don't just earn a paycheck.
Disagree. You're someone who knows
and you can sit and you can tell me I don't know what I'm talking about as I sit next to my
I'm saying that right now.
5 guns in it, and as I buy a new gun every week, you can sit here and argue with me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't have a nickel to my name, obviously, because of it. But
no, not at all. Not at all. I just think you're totally misguided in your argument.
I have the money to spend because I have the product. And I obviously know what I'm talking about because I actually walk the walk. I just don't sit in a chat and talk about it. And I understand.
I don't either. This is like the first chat I've been in months.
Market share instead of swallowing my costs, then I'm a dumbass and I don't deserve a business.
You're only going to do it for so long and then you go out of business, right?
No, not if I'm still making a profit.
False.
No, that's true.
No, you don't. You don't swallow your costs up to a point that you lose your risk ratio. Your risk ratio has to balance out what your costs are.
Why does risk necessarily take a substantial increase with a 4 or 5% increase in your output of your cost?
You're already in a losing game with me because
you're in a losing game with yourself because you lost,
dude. I already made my point. Everybody's already heard it. I have not made anything different. You have to factor in risk. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that if you increase minimum wage,
how much does your risk
increase prices?
What does your risk increase from increasing minimum wage? How much does your risk increase?
The equal to the cost of the people you're employing. Done.
Okay. So, and if you are already operating on a minimum staff, and if you have to choose between swallowing that cost, if you have a profit margin big enough to swallow the cost, or passing the cost on to the consumer and losing market share, which decision do you make?
I'm going to increase cost.
So you're going out of business. So you are a dumb business owner.
You won't go out of business. You won't go out of business.
Dumb business.
You have zero complexity to your argument, which is what you've done all night. Zero complexity.
That's right. It's not a complex argument.
Black and white.
You're absolutely 100% right. That is not a complex argument. That is a simple argument. Easy to understand, easy to argue. It's not complex. If you choose to go out of business rather than if you out of principle say, "Oh, God damn it, I will not swallow that extra 20 cents per item cost. I will lose half my market share before I'll swallow that extra 20 cents," then you're a dumb businessman.
Okay, so let me go back a second and let's walk through this. So you've got a gas station down the street from you. Minimum wage has gone up.
Make it any business, not be a gas station.
A what?
Make it any business.
Yeah, just a single proprietor. It doesn't have to be more complicated.
Ice cream shop.
No, we're talking about a gas station. We're not going any farther than that. The gas station down the street. Direct competition, but not too hardcore. Similar gas, Chevron to Chevron. They have not changed their price in a week since the minimum wage has gone up. Would I change my minimum wage or my prices? No, I wouldn't. So I will answer you in that way. I wouldn't do anything. Would I eat that cost for a week? I probably would. Would that make sound business sense? Wait. But would that make sound business sense for a month?
About gas earlier.
No.
About in California. You said in California. What did you say the price of gas went up in California?
Well, I'm not there yet. I'm saying, would that make sound business sense over a month? Probably not.
Why wouldn't it? If it doesn't cut into your margins to the point where you're not operating on a loss, if you are still operating on a profit, let's say now your profit is now.
Yeah, but
instead of $90,000 a year, your profit is now $80,000 a year.
Yeah, but what I said just on gas. Okay, so if we're just talking gasoline, the margins are very thin. That was already posted in the chat.
For a small business owner, not for the entire industry. You have to look at the industry when you look at cost.
Yeah,
That cost
now you're factoring in. See, now you're trying to minimize the cost of the individual.
You want to make a table lower. If you want to lower a table, you have to shave the equal amount off of all four legs, not
Yankee,
just
we'll never find an equilibrium if you can always go lower. And what I'm saying is, for a gas station, the gas station in question, which is what your argument started with, we will hold out as long as we can, at which point we will have to change prices to equalize the change. And that would include both gas and the convenience store items. Bar none. That's it.
One of two things has to change in that scenario. Either prices have to go up or profits have to come down. If the market will not bear an increase in cost and profits are substantial,
well, there you go.
Go up.
You're right. No, you're right in that sense. I don't disagree with you. You're assuming profits are huge, and they're not.
Therefore, if an industry like the petroleum industry, or let's say Walmart, if they raise their price, if they raise their cost, like I said, they had to pay their employees $12 an hour. That does not cut into their profit to a point where they are actually losing money now. That only reduces their profit by 1%. So where is that unsustainable?
Well, we disagree because you assume that
that's not something we can agree or disagree on. That's the math done by Berkeley.
No, it's not.
Major research companies in the world. Yes, it is. It's right in front of you. If you want to read it. Right in front of you if you want to read it. That is what it would cost. They have X amount of employees. It's a simple equation. I'll explain the equation to you. They have X amount of employees. Their employees right now make Y amount of money. So to make X and Y equal C, which is the new cost of living, there has to be another factor in there which makes up the difference between what they're paying now and what they'd be paying if they raised the price to $12 an hour. The cost that they would raise to make that $12 an hour is equal to and not greater than 1% of their net profit.
You're factoring in Walmart. We're talking about gas stations. So you're again
a principle.
Apples and oranges.
I'm talking a principle.
Again, we can talk
philosophy.
We can talk philosophy. I disagree with you.
Well, but
our philosophies disagree. I actually have gas station experience. You don't.
So which industry? Which actually?
I think there's a discrepancy of scale there.
So are you arguing that the nation as a whole can't sustain a minimum wage increase, or are you just maintaining that certain businesses can't sustain a minimum wage increase?
I didn't say either, and I'm not going to enter into an argument with you on that right now. You are so ridiculous just on gasoline. We can't even get past gasoline.
So no, because
no, I won't, dude. I won't. You are so part and parcel crazy. I won't do it.
Real-world example. Here's the way it came down.
Do it, dude.
Here's what happened. I cited a real-world example of two gas stations only separated by a river. Right. One of them has higher costs of operation. Their product
we factored in the fact that those two gas stations are separated by a country of difference. They're two separate countries.
What is the difference?
One has government propped up laws.
It just means they have higher cost of operation, so that's the whole point. That's like an increase in minimum wage. So let's say Oregon raised the minimum wage on their employees.
Yeah, but that can only be subsidized by other states that don't have to do that.
But we're in a state that isn't doing it, and our cost is the same.
Yeah, but you have a higher metropolis state in the comparison.
No, they're bigger than us.
Yeah, exactly. Higher metropolis, therefore the cost is higher.
No, their cost is the same.
You mean exactly? Their cost is the same, dude. I don't know what you want me to say.
The whole argument against the minimum wage is that if you raise the minimum wage, that cost is going to go to the consumer. So if a business increases their cost of operation, that cost is going to go to the consumer.
So you're saying
consumer. So where is it going?
So if I may. You are saying the cost will not go up because the larger company subsidizes the cost?
No, I'm saying in that incident.
You just said that.
I'm saying in that incident it didn't go up.
Right, so right. So the guy. Wait, Yankee.
That example alone disproves your absolute theory that if costs go up, the price to the consumer goes up.
Yeah. So in your state, somebody has to pump the gas, right? State mandated.
In Oregon, yes.
Yeah, it's state mandated though, right?
State mandated, just like a minimum wage is.
Did you say the gas company subsidizes that, though?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so if the state goes minimum wage hike, you assume that the gas companies are going to subsidize the state minimum wage hike?
They do.
No, I didn't say that. I asked you if the whole country goes a minimum wage hike, that the gas company is going to subsidize it?
Because then wouldn't they have to do that for the whole country?
No,
this answers your
you
question.
lose.
This
You
answers
lose.
your question. No, I don't lose. That's what kind of ridiculous, childish bullshit is that?
You pretty much lost.
Let me answer your question.
You're done.
If their
You're
option
done,
is,
You're
if
done.
their option is to either swallow
So
some of the
Chevron,
if their option
wait,
is
Chevron America. Wait, Chevron America.
Okay, let's say
You
Chevron
assume.
is not going to. Chevron is absolutely not going to swallow any of this cost themselves or pass it all on.
Dude. You're done.
No,
Thanks
I'm
for
not.
playing.
So that's nice of you
You're
to
not
try.
answering the question.
Wow, that's a
So you
child.
want Chevron to
Are you
subsidize the country's
Is
minimum
this really
wage?
how you teach your child?
Wait.
No,
Answer
but
the
they'd
question.
have to
Answer the
absorb
question.
the
Answer
cost
the
of minimum
question.
wage across the whole country.
You really
You
teach
want-
your
you
child
want
to be
Chevron
passive
to
aggressive?
subsidize-
I mean, this is pathetic.
Do you want
But,
Chevron to answer
here's
the
the
question. Do you
question.
want Chevron to subsidize the country?
If Chevron doesn't and BP does, what happens?
Do you want them to subsidize the country?
Chevron doesn't and BP does, what happens?
Do you want them to, though?
I don't know what happens when they keep more people at the stations at BP. Is that what you're
Doesn't
saying?
matter if I want them to or not. That's not what we're arguing. We're arguing the principles of economics. So if BP does not, or Chevron does not cover the extra costs, and therefore they lose distributorship, and BP does cover it, and they gain distributorship, which one ends up better in the end?
But haven't we admitted an economic fact by saying that because the state mandated gas pumper must make more money, it is subsidized? It is the
make an argument of like, is the wound? You keep wanting to make the argument, is it better to be stabbed with a 2-inch steel blade or a 2-inch iron blade? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're stabbed with a steel blade or an iron blade. You're still stabbed. So now you still have to deal with the wound. So they still have to deal with the
May I? So now the gas company is subsidizing the increased cost. So the business owner said, this is a cost we cannot bear. So the company came in and subsidized it. Now, what happened? The cost went up.
No, it didn't.
That's it.
Chevron made a little less. That's okay.
Cost went up, dude. Cost went up.
To the consumer, not to the consumer.
It's the same thing, dude. Just because you subsidize it, cost went up.
No, it isn't. The cost to the consumer is
yes, it is.
Principle than the
cost. Business cost went up. If you are a business owner and you don't have Chevron subsidizing, the cost went up.
But the whole crux of the argument against
if they didn't subsidize it, the cost went up, right?
But
if they didn't subsidize it, the cost went up.
Let me reevaluate the argument against the minimum wage.
If they didn't subsidize it, the cost went up, right?
The minimum wage goes up, that cost will be passed to the consumer. That's the big argument we always do.
So and because Chevron didn't subsidize that cost, did the cost go up to the individual buyer?
No, they just lost market share. They just lost distributors.
See, there you go. So the example you gave was
I'm saying in my scenario,
the state said there was a pumper, and the pumper is subsidized by Chevron. If Chevron backed out tomorrow, what would happen?
Make the distinction between whether the blade was made of steel or iron. We're not dealing with how the wound was inflicted. We're dealing with stemming the blood flow. We're dealing with
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Yankee, so let me ask you a question. If Chevron backed out tomorrow to pay for the pumper on the ground, and said we will no longer subsidize the pumper, what would happen to the cost?
They would probably go to BP.
There you go. Oh, so and now wait. So wait. Remember an hour ago when you made the boopy ball and I said I would go to the competitor because your cost went up?
But you already
said.
But wait a second.
You're done.
You see, no,
you're done, dude. You're done.
You set the criteria that the price went up. The price would not go up if they wanted to maintain their market share.
You just said I'd go to the competition. I'd go to BP.
Yes, the price went up. But see, you're operating on the principle
that the price went up.
That's pretty much check.
Price went up, dude. Price went up, man. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
Price did not go up. Price did not go up.
Somebody, please. Somebody other than me.
Even if the price went up, it cost me $1 a week more.
Hosh wins. Point to Hosh.
That's not going to hurt me.
No, because he doesn't. No, he doesn't make the point. He doesn't understand. He's operating under the principle. G-Webs. Let me talk to G-Webs for a second.
Now, 30 love.
G-Webs. You understand that you can't operate on the set principle that they will raise costs. They don't just say, okay, our cost of production went up, therefore the cost to the consumer goes up.
It's not a fixed thing, correct? They have
exactly.
the ability to
and what
do
he's
no
saying
one claimed
relies
that.
on that.
No, I never claimed that.
Because you said if the price goes up, you said if Chevron stops subsidizing the cost, and their price goes up on their gas, and the business owner can't afford to have BP anymore. Therefore, you set the criteria that they raise the price. So we have to deal with what happens if they raise the price.
But Yankee, I see what Hosh is saying.
You eliminated the option of them still doing it, the option of them still subsidizing the cost. That option has to stay there. You can't take that option off the table and have it still be an economic principle. You eliminated the option of them absorbing the cost.
False.
If you want to eliminate the option of them absorbing the cost, that's a different story.
We know that they can't eliminate the cost, though, because you can't. The gas companies, no matter what their profits are, they're not going to be able to absorb the cost of a minimum wage increase countrywide in the United States.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
You went there by differentiating between Chevron and BP. You said that they would go to BP. You said they'd go to BP. So you said that.
If you stopped their contracts, not necessarily.
Contracts don't exist when you're a wholly owned subsidiary.
Under those market conditions absolutely actually exist right now.
No, they only exist as far as the gas tank is empty.
That market actually
and I will say Yankee
and Chevron are both covering the cost. So therefore you're creating
I will say that you are right. You are right in the sense that when people are completely contract bound to Chevron or some subsidiary, that is correct. That is not the case in most of America.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all either, because most of these people...
Doesn't matter. I'm telling you what the fact is.
Contracts rotate in and out, and they still
You've been told the fact. You can decide whatever you want.
Still stay with Chevron because Chevron is still covering the cost. Chevron is maintaining competition.
False.
No, they are. They are maintaining competition.
And you're wrong. And you're wrong.
No, they are. They fucking are. You can't.
No, they are not. I just told you they're not. I just told you they're not.
They are.
In California, they are not.
You're living in delusion if you're saying that there are not gas stations in Oregon where Exxon and BP and Chevron are all covering the cost of the extra cost of operation in the state, because they are.
Well, if you want to argue your specific case where capitalism can't exist because of government laws,
capitalism.
I'm talking about California.
A market condition being that the cost of...
That's not a market condition. That's a forced government condition.
Cost of labor is a market condition.
No,
cost of labor. Are you trying to say cost of labor is not a market condition?
You just said forcing someone...
Answer that question. Are you trying to say cost of labor is not a market condition?
No, I will not answer that. Who forces someone to pump gas? Who forces someone to pump gas in your state? Who forces someone to pump gas in your state, Yankee?
Are you saying that cost of operation...
Answer the question, dude. You're the one that keeps going back there.
No,
I don't.
I don't
keep going back to your state. I don't give a shit about your state.
You're government into it again and muddy the argument.
You are the one that keeps bringing it up.
Are you saying that cost of labor is not a market condition?
Is it from the state?
Is cost of labor a market condition?
Is it from the state, dude?
Is cost of labor a market condition?
I'll answer your question after.
Is it a market condition?
Then we're never going to get anywhere.
Is it a market? Can anyone in here answer the question? Is cost of labor...
All right, a market condition meaning it's a response to the market?
No, it's a condition of the market.
Exactly.
If you want to do
business, to flavor the argument.
If you want to do business in Oregon, one of the conditions of the market is that you meet the Oregon minimum wage and requirements to do business in Oregon.
Which has been tainted by the government. Which
doesn't matter.
It's not free market. It's a... What do they call it?
I don't care who tainted it. I don't care if
exactly because you love the government. You love the government.
State government. So you hate.
So just say it, dude. Just say it. You love the government.
State governments too.
He likes the government control of.
Yeah, because he has the right idea, and everybody should.
Don't think state governments should have the right to regulate their state?
No, but Yankee believes that the state should regulate should regulate businesses to keep them in check. If I'm speaking for you.
That's okay. You can speak for me.
I mean, I think that's the point of view I think you usually come from, and I'm usually on the point of view of let the free market figure out what the hell's going to happen.
I'm of the point that the government, as the people on our state level especially, it is our not only our right but our obligation to maintain a safe and healthy environment for our workers. And you do that through telling businesses, hey, we'd love to have you here. We're going to make it to where you can still make a profit, still operate a business, but you're going to treat your employees fairly.
Okay, can I throw another option out there? Has there ever been a one that just stated it more like that rather than it will be this dollar amount? But instead, you should somehow do something that, with these criteria, you've now created a job for an employee that's, adequate, instead of saying, it has to be this dollar amount necessarily. Or maybe a checklist, like you can either do this dollar amount or 40 hours a week, or we throw in healthcare, or pick from this list and maybe whatever works for you, or would that still be government control too much?
There are things similar to that, but and I'm fine with that. That's okay with me. I'm not saying that the system is perfect. I'm just saying that the state has the right to maintain a safe work environment and a healthy work environment for its people.
That has nothing to do with people pumping your gas, man.
It does. That's why they did it.
No, it doesn't.
They did it to spur the economy.
You love government. I get it. You love government.
I think the government has a right, as we the people have a right to do things, whether you agree with it or not. If the majority
do you agree that actually? Wait. Okay, so I'll ask the question.
I believe that if 90% of the people that live in the state of Washington decide that I can't wear red shirts, then I have to live by that or move somewhere else.
You're the man, Yankee. You're a cool red shirt wearing dude. I'm asking you, though, seriously. So do you think that somebody pumps your gas better than you do?
I don't think that matters whether they pump my gas.
I'm asking you a question, though. I want to know what
the guy at Home Depot knows more about building a house than me either.
So then the answer is no. So the answer is no. So the answer is no.
So what does that have to do with the hypothesis?
So why do you defer to the government to pump your gas?
What do you mean? Why I defer? I don't defer.
Or to allow them to tell you what
the government pump the gas. That was done by referendum, which meant they got a certain number of signatures to a ballot initiative.
It'll just never end. There's always a pocket that he's going to dive into, like a little rat.
You can look it up. Do you understand how ballot initiatives work?
I don't care, dude. I already walked through all of this with you.
You argue a point, but you don't care how.
I've already argued all the points. We've covered all the costs. You don't know anything about gas stations.
You argue against the point that you don't know how it works.
Dude, I'm not going to walk into a bar and tell you, the bar owner, how to live. You owned a bar. I'm not going to argue with you. But you're arguing with somebody who owns gas stations. I'm not even going to argue anymore with you. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, really? What gas station do you own?
Dude, like I said, I'm not walking through this with you.
SimCity, he owns dozens of them on SimCity.
Travel on business because you own a gas station?
I own all the gas stations. Yeah. What is the point? It doesn't matter. See, you
all
will
your
not
gas stations
listen.
belong to us.
Like I said, you're just looking for another crack for the rat to fall into, and the rat is you. I was not a dick to you. You called me.
That says that they have to have people pump your gas. That law was passed.
You called me every name in the book. I discussed to you openly actually how shit goes down, and you just kept throwing more expletives on me. You're a dick, dude. You are a total dick.
I don't remember that being a point of argument.
Exactly. Because you are a dick. Dicks don't actually remember being dicks.
Would you like me to start pulling up comments on my videos about you on my live chats? Because we can argue.
I have never. Go look up any comment I ever left on your channel. I've always been civil. I've always been civil. I would never
find one for you in a moment. I will find. Give me 2 minutes to find a negative comment about you on my comment section.
Oh no, you can find all tons of comments that people don't like.
No. Give me 1 minute to find a negative comment about you.
I've never said anything negative to you, dude. I never will. I would never. Dude,
you just said you just said I'm a dick. I don't have a problem with that. I own the fact that I can be a dick. That doesn't bother me if you think I'm a dick. But you seem to labor under the principle that you're some shining star.
I never said that. But the difference is I didn't behave. I didn't behave the way of being an asshole like you are.
No, you behaved like a passive-aggressive little bitch.
No, I never did that, dude.
To be honest, I do have an email from Hodge, and it's signed the Shining Star.
Saying, you lose, like a passive-aggressive little bitch.
Because you're wrong. You've been consistently wrong.
It was a result of taunting you because you were calling him names, Yankee.
You're wrong.
I never called you a bitch. I never said fuck you. I never did anything that you did. All I pointed out is that debate-wise, you lose because you did. You lost on consecutive points, and I will not back down from that. And that is no judgment of your character or my own. All I'm saying is that you walked into a fire's den of something that you had no idea about. You walked into a gas station discussion that you have no business going into.
He walked into a gas station discussion with a lighted match.
That's it, dude. That's it. Go ahead, look it up. I've never posted anything about you on your channel. I would never post anything about you on your channel.
Think of you because you wanted because I will admit I have no problem. The reason that I can function on YouTube and the reason I can do what I do and have the following I have is because I am a dick. If I didn't, I wouldn't have the following I have.
Hey, well, so two dicks together.
The jobs I've had in my life is because I can be an asshole and I can take control.
Dude, that's awesome.
And I don't have a problem with that. So you're operating from this false assumption that you think that this is going to be a problem with me if you say this to me.
I don't care, dude. I don't care. I'm pointing out a fact. You don't care. That's fine.
It doesn't make your argument stronger.
It doesn't sound like Hosh is trying to win an argument with you. He's just stating the facts of earlier.
Hey, look. Hey, this is recorded, dude. If you want to go back and watch it, you can hear all about how you were wrong. I don't care.
We're going to charge a nickel for each viewer because it'll make him rich.
You was going to charge us 5 cents to listen to how you were wrong.
Now I'm kicking myself that we didn't put it on the gun channels. Shit down.
Why didn't we?
I hope he charges you for every time that you're wrong and you listen to this. I don't care.
You can charge me all you want because there won't be a time. You can the times where you tried to evade the question and tried to bring the government.
I never evaded your questions. I never evaded them.
By where the cost is coming from.
Never.
Then wanted to say that, oh, that's not true.
I never did that, dude. I never did it.
And then you kind of backed away from that doesn't happen in Oregon because I saw you Googling and then you found out that, oh, yeah, that's true in Oregon.
You saw me Googling. You saw me? You saw me, though? You saw me?
As you were talking, we can see you
I've seen you Wikipedian.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Did you see that, though?
I saw you looking stuff up, so you kind of backed off your whole argument that I was lying about Oregon.
I didn't.
Found out it was
never backed off.
So now,
look at all this Yankee.
So now wait a second. So you're going back to your argument that I'm lying and that Oregon doesn't require pumping gas and that they don't charge the same for gasoline.
I'm only arguing the fact that you're a human.
You were arguing that earlier.
You never entered into any kind of debate with an asshole like
you. You were calling me a liar over that earlier. So are you changing your?
I said you're wrong, dude. I already covered it. We covered it multiple times.
So Oregon doesn't require people to pump gas, and they don't have the same gas prices.
All you're trying to do is backpedal. I don't even care right now.
Are you saying that's a lie?
We're seeing
it's subsidized.
It's subsidized,
and the
it's
country
being revised as we.
You said that was a lie earlier. You were yelling liar at me when I was saying Oregon requires people to pump their gas, and the gas costs the same amount there that it does here. You were yelling liar at me as I was saying.
No,
of course, because of the way. He was saying it about the way that you were. You had that was before there was any kind of discussion on the details and in general that without anything.
You frame the argument.
You frame the
argument, and
you're yelling liar at me when I'm making a statement.
Hey man, dude, you can frame the argument however you want. All I'm saying is you were wrong consistently through this discussion. That's it.
What was I wrong about? What specific point was I wrong about?
That you're wrong about costs going up about minimum wage.
Oh, wait. I want to hear what he says. What specific point was I wrong about?
When minimum wages change, costs will go up.
Really? Okay. Show me where that's true.
We're done, dude. We've already covered for, what, 2.5, almost 3 hours now. I've gone through every possible case, and you want me to redo it.
I've showed you examples of where cost went up to the producer.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Yankee.
Wait a second.
Pull up my comments where I've ever been disrespectful to you. I would never do that.
Point.
No, you called out my moral
real world examples of where cost to the producer does not necessarily mean an increase in cost to the consumer.
No, I'm done. I'm done with arguing the economic point anymore. I want you to.
What else is
to verify me calling out your your character. I've never done that.
What else am I wrong about? I don't care.
No, dude, I want you to tell me exactly where I called out your character.
You called me a dick.
Where have I ever disparaged you?
And if you remember that little argument that they have screen captured right here, if you might want to go back and watch that before you.
Where have I ever disparaged you?
You see that little screen capture they got right there?
Where have I ever disparaged you, dude?
That's on his screen. That's on Hosh's screen.
Do you see that little screen capture right there with me?
Yeah, that was an argument we had about you and the pigeons.
Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it and ask me if you've never disparaged me.
I've never disparaged you, dude.
Go back and watch that.
Never.
Go back and watch that first.
I've never disparaged you.
I want you to go back and watch that, and then the next time we chat, I want you to be able to say that with a straight face.
I can, because I never disparaged you.
You can't go watch it already. Go watch it, and then come back and say that.
But that's how you argue things. You tell people to go off and do some research and come back. I've never done it. You're making the allegation. I haven't.
No, do your research and come back.
He was there, though.
Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. Fuck that. I have been more than respectful in debating you in all the debates we've ever had.
Respectful to be or not, that doesn't make you more right or more wrong.
I didn't say that. I have been more respectful to you in debate.
Respectful to me.
There you go. Because you're a dick, dude. You're a dick.
You expect me to be respectful to you simply because you think you haven't been disparaging to me, but I have to ignore the fact that you're a dumbass? Well, that's not going to happen.
There you go.
Don't expect.
Because you have no respect for anybody that you're listening to right now. Anybody on this panel, you do not respect.
No, I treat people at this panel with great. I have so much respect for G-Webs. I talk G-Webs to everybody.
Why G-Webs? He disagrees with you as much as I do.
Because of the paycheck. I pay him more than you do.
Yeah, exactly.
I have so much respect for Chris. I incredibly have
the guy that you called names to consistently until he
asked you to stop.
The guy that I
called Ewok, yeah, the guy I called Ewok, I have a great deal of respect for.
And that he asked you to stop calling him names.
Because I'm an adult person that realizes I can joke with people and still have respect for them.
I was joking with you and never called you any expletive.
I have respect for. I even have respect for D.B. Cooper. Because a guy that has his obvious disabilities in life with that giant head and still manages to get through his day, I have a great amount of respect for him. So I have a lot of respect for a lot of people in these chats. But for you to assume that I'm going to give that respect to you or that I owe it to you, dude, you just don't.
Whoa. I never assumed you owed me anything, nor would I expect to get it from
you. Then don't expect to get it from me.
But there's a difference. I never.
He didn't expect it. He just stated what happened.
I never betrayed myself in being the way you betrayed yourself to me.
Don't care if you got it or not.
There you go. Okay, guys. I mean, you're hearing him. You can go back and watch the chat. You can listen to what he called me. I don't care, but you're a dick, dude.
I pointed out you were being a passive-aggressive little bitch, and you were being a passive-aggressive little bitch.
False. I called out every one of your arguments and handled them completely, and you just kept going on the same thing.
You're wrong, and you've never once proven me wrong.
I did every time.
No,
I didn't have to. The chat proved you wrong.
Revisionist. As we were watching it being revised.
I was wrong.
Exactly, dude. Go back and look, dude. I proved you wrong every way.
DB was taking minutes today, so we have to wait for him.
Yeah. Show me one instance where I said what I said was wrong, where my principle is wrong.
The part where the corporations should take the hit for the minimum wage. That's the general.
Yeah, the part with the swallowing, that was definitely wrong.
So we disagree.
He's all about the swallowing.
So we disagree on whether they should take the hit or not. That I can accept, that we disagree on whether they should. But we cannot say that they haven't. Because they
go up. That's it.
Samsung has, Apple has, Chevron has, lots of them have.
You're comparing complex disciplines to minimum wage, which is again a fail on your part. You're not factoring in economy.
When minimum wage goes up at a gas station that has gas station attendants, their costs go up. They have to deal with that. Even if they're a big corporation.
Again, we've already covered this, dude.
Here's the question. Who does it cost more to if minimum wage goes up? Does it cost more to me that has 4 employees, or does it cost more to Walmart that has 4 million employees?
You.
Doesn't matter, dude. We're not talking about
that. At least you feel it more.
No, it does matter. That's kind of the whole principle of math and economics.
That's not what we've been talking about.
How much it matters. So you can't say that these big businesses I can understand where G-Webs would say, I don't think these big businesses should have to shoulder the extra cost, or that they should have to shoulder a cost placed on them by government. That, G-Webs, I'll give you 100% that you are. That opinion is fine with me.
Yeah, but that's been your argument from the beginning, that your state makes someone pump gas.
No, I can respect his opinion that the government should not enforce prices on businesses. I can respect that opinion. I will not support the idea that increased wages always result in increased cost to the consumer, because it does not.
Right, and they fire people when it doesn't.
Not always, no. When you are already operating on a minimum staff, who do you fire if you don't want to lose your business?
You raise the prices. That's it.
Upper level management, if you can.
You keep saying that, but that's not how things work, dude.
That is a valid market condition.
Or you go out of business. I mean, ultimately, all you're arguing for is going out of business. Well, that's the other thing.
Exactly. We never really brought up the fact that sometimes people will go out of business. Why do you not have a bar?
Because you went out of business. Congratulations.
You get sick of fighting or whatever. You got sick of the whatever, and you go out of business, and you start a different business.
Didn't go out of business.
If they make conditions unfavorable, you leave.
I built it, opened it, turned a bar into making a profit in a year. It usually takes at least 4 years to a bar to make a profit. I made a profit in a year and sold it.
That's awesome. Hey, respect to you, dude. I'm not going to question you.
Another assumption that was wrong. So I'm not sitting here in poverty like I would be if I was failing businesses.
I never implied that.
So
never implied anything about your character.
You just said it outright. I had a business that I went out of business, and now I don't own it.
You're the one that argued for people to go into debt to make business. I didn't do that. You did.
You have to go into debt to make business, but I'm saying most people.
You argued that exactly. You argued that.
I said if you go to get a bank loan to start a business, and you're wanting to open a gas station, and you don't have a contract with a gas supplier.
Dude, so if cost goes up, if costs go up in your state, and you must employ a gas pumper, where do you funnel the costs?
Well, costs went up in Oregon.
Okay.
They went up. The gas price to the consumer did not go up. That's a fact.
Okay. So where'd they go? Where'd they go, dude? Where did they go?
Went up the line with the profit to Chevron.
This is like anti-1%er talk, dude. You're not actually saying where the cost went.
So your argument isn't that the cost will automatically go up for the consumer. Your argument is that it's unfair to the ultra wealthy.
No. My argument is that the individual owner of that gas station had to pay for that extra person, or two people, whatever. I don't really care what the value is. They had to pay for that person. And they subsidized it through the gas company. Is what your argument is.
And they did.
That has nothing to do with a minimum wage hike.
No, that's got everything to do with it. If they had not subsidized a person that had to pump the gas, if they had said, okay, in the state of Oregon, we're going to say anyone in a gas station has to make $15 an hour because it's a hazardous job, that would have had the same effect on the bottom line. It would have been the same amount of money going out the door. That's why I was arguing it doesn't matter if the blade is stainless steel or if it's iron. It's still money going out the door. So they had to deal with that money going out the door. And the way they dealt with that money going out the door in Oregon was that the profit that was being made by the big company, which was 90-something% of the profit, they swallowed the cost because they were getting the lion's share of the profit.
So basically, your argument is that never ends, basically, because it's 90%. It's pretty much forever.
I didn't say it never ends.
But it's 90%, so it's basically forever.
No, I didn't.
You just said 90%. You just said 90%.
No, I said 90% of the profit. I didn't say it never ends.
It's 90% never ends, right? It's up to 90% never ends.
How would 90% never end? If you have $100 and you take 90% of it, it ends at 90.
Okay, so it's 90%. They can keep doing what they're doing right now for 90% until the profits lose.
What?
Right? So they
at some point you got investors too. These are big places that have investors that say, "Hey, I'll invest if you make this much profit or whatever, this much money for me." And if you keep chopping it away voluntarily, it might keep you going for a bit. I think we can all agree there, but it's not a great strategy because eventually your investors are going to go, okay, this ain't working anymore, pull their funds, and it's done, right?
Only if it stops making them money. If you've got an investment, say you've got BP stock, Say you paid $50 for that BP stock. Next year it's worth 70. The year after it's worth 90. The year after it's worth 110. It's gone up $20 every year. Okay, so now this year it goes up $19. Do you go, whoa, BP,
yes.
lost money, I'm selling BP? Or do you go, still making me 20%, 19% a year, or 25%?
Yes, I absolutely would, yes. That is how business works, yes.
No, no. Everybody doesn't sell their business as soon as their profit.
If I drop 10% on a stock, I absolutely switch to another stock of a similar business in a similar market area.
You didn't drop 10% on your value.
The value of the company dropped 10%.
You dropped 5% on your earnings, not your value.
Yeah, but now you're arguing touchy-feely. Now you're arguing touchy-feely investment strategies. I absolutely get out 10%.
Getting that ridiculous market where companies have these laws where they get to write off a loss if they say a projection of, well, we're going to make $100 billion and they only make $70 billion. They get to write off.
But that's not what happens, dude. That is not what happens.
That's a false loss.
We're not talking about that, though. We're not talking about their year-end reporting.
Every $50 share of stock you had.
Somebody jump in here because he's just convoluting everything. I don't know what else to say.
Well, it sounds like because they have practices that you're describing that you don't like, you're condemning them for potential stuff that we're saying they should be free to do. Does that sum it up right?
No, what I'm saying is if you have stock and this year it earns 5% less than it earned last year, but it's still making a 25% return on your investment, you don't sell it. It didn't lose value. It just didn't earn as much as it did the year before.
Absolutely.
But as a strict investor, you might definitely hightail it.
No, you only drop a stock when it drops below a.
So there's the Yankee telling an investor how to do business right now. So everybody must live like Yankee lives.
Does your portfolio guy tell you when to sell something?
Who's my portfolio guy? I handle my own portfolio. You can't.
To have a knowledge of this. So does your portfolio guy tell you that, hey,
I am my portfolio guy. What are you talking about?
Do you have someone who handles your investments? Who handles your investments?
Wait, are you factoring in? If you tell me you're factoring,
investments?
I do.
You're wanting to fixate on his title. Who handles your investments?
I do.
Okay, so you handle your investments. Do you tell yourself, if you've held a stock for a long time and it's earned you a 25% return every year, and then 1 year it only owns you 24%, do you say now this stock has lost value?
Yeah, but you're only factoring in a 1% change, which is completely bullshit.
No, that's how much it would cost Walmart to raise their prices to $12.
You're factoring in Walmart. We're not talking about Walmart, dude. You're conflating so many things.
You're not even using any examples. What are your examples?
Dude, you're just conflating, dude.
What are your examples?
I don't need. All you did was say Walmart. 25%, 24%. That's all. That's not an example. You don't get that. You don't get credit from that.
All I did was give you definite math, and you gave nothing but hyperbole. So
you just gave me hyperbole.
You just gave him two numbers. It was like haiku with numbers.
You're a moron, dude. You are being a moron. Now I am going to call you. I'm going to call you a name. I'm going to say you are being a moron.
There was a study over there. You can call me whatever you want.
A study. Here we go.
I can handle it. I can handle being called a moron by someone. I'm not a pissy bitch. I don't got to make that the center of the argument. But if there's a study right over there at Berkeley, one of the most respected economic companies in the country, said they did the math. They figured out payouts, employee numbers, earning potentials, earning results right now, and compared to profits, it would cost them 1% of their income to raise income to $12 an hour for all their employees. So there's an example.
Do you understand that the argument? Okay, so if I may, now that I have read that report,
well, give a counter.
Walmart was already paying $11.50 on average per hour. All they were advocating is that they bump it up to $12 an hour on average. So all you're talking about is less than 50% increase. So that means nothing.
They did not say $12 per average. They said $12 base.
That's not what it says, dude.
It says $12 base. The study clearly says $12 base, not average.
Don't know what to tell you.
So it says it actually says right here, if they were to raise the base wage of every employee to a minimum of $12 an hour, That does not say average. That says the base minimum to $12 an hour.
And who did the study?
Berkeley Research.
Oh, great. Berkeley. Great.
Well, then you think they can't...
We're right in there.
Well, because their math doesn't match your preconceived...
No, because it doesn't matter, dude. That's not the company that has to sign up to live that way.
Okay, let's hear your example. Let's hear your example to the contrary.
I made no point about Walmart. I was talking about gas, you moron.
And show me one station that went out of business because they raised minimum wage.
We haven't had that because it hasn't happened yet. I'm telling you that in California, where it has actually gone through, we are not raising rates until we see what happens. That doesn't mean that it's not going to change the price.
Wait. What do you mean, see what happens?
We want to see what the other gas stations do.
What other gas stations?
The ones that are our competition.
Whose competition?
Our competition.
The theoretical gas station
Like
that we use as an example.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I don't know what you want me to say.
The company you work
for a little while, we won't change the cost.
The company you work for.
Kosh doesn't want to admit that he pumps gas for a living.
No. I'm saying. So here's the thing. So the company you work for is waiting to see if the other competitors, if they eat the cost or if they pass it on to the consumer before they pass it on to the consumer.
You're implying it's the company I work for. With
Well,
that said,
let's just say gas station A is waiting to see if gas station B eats the cost or passes it on to the consumer.
Right.
And then they're going to make their decision based on that, right?
With that said, gas station A has already factored in all the price changes for the
gas station A,
the adjustment to minimum wage.
Wait. Is gas station A's option, if gas station B does not raise their prices, we go out of business?
They will fluctuate greatly.
So they'll...
I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, it's going to change depending on the situation.
Anyway, and they're going to have to do.
We're really not. You're taking it to extreme, though, Yankee. None of us really had the position that a gas station is going to go out of business because of a $2 increase.
But that's all it is. It's black and white. That's all he wants. He wants to win or lose.
But we're talking about they're going to lose employees or raise prices. That's what we were saying.
But that's a false argument too. Where has an increase in the minimum wage? Washington has one of the highest minimum wages in the country. So does Oregon. But you're factoring in government mandate. Whose fault is that?
That's
the minimum wage. But if the minimum wage is higher in Oregon and higher in Washington than it is in, say, Texas, should we have fewer employees? Should we have a higher unemployment rate?
It totally depends on the market. I've never argued otherwise.
So exactly. So if the market can bear an increase in minimum wage...
And all I'm arguing is that it can't. So I don't know what the point is. So I guess I'll be wrong.
Really, the ultimate discussion is, should the economy have to burden or have the burden of minimum wage, because is the government, the federal government, the one who should be deciding how the market
to play
with the market that way?
Very few states actually use the federal minimum wage. Most of them set their own minimum wage.
I guess if we're going to differentiate between a federal and a state level minimum wage, I would almost get behind you, because I guess, even though I'm against it, I'd rather see it at a state level than a federal level. But I still suggest, why do we have to deal with I think that's the bigger question, at least for me. The bigger issue is, do they need to be mandated? Does the market need to be mandated by the government?
Yes, because we've already dealt with what it's like if we don't. This, like I said, this didn't happen in a vacuum. We didn't just go all of a sudden one day going, things are fine. And
yeah, but that's a fallacy of history.
We understand, but that doesn't mean that things are the same.
That's the fallacy of history that you're making.
But it doesn't mean they're different either.
So yeah, but it's the fallacy of history.
Go with that, because I'm not familiar with it.
The fallacy of history is it's right because we've always done it.
Okay, so
it's not right because we've always done it.
But if circumstances have changed to where now it's no longer necessary, the burden of proof would have to fall upon the change, not.
Well, yeah, of course, someone would love to make that argument when they're telling you that they must increase wage $2 an hour.
No,
of course, someone would make that argument.
It's going to be increased unless you prove to me why it shouldn't be.
Prove to me why $2 an hour is a bridge too far. It's bullshit.
Prove how we don't need a minimum wage now. We've seen in history.
But the wage has already been enforced. It's a mandated thing. It doesn't go into a trial period.
Throughout history, that what happens when we don't have a minimum wage and we don't have unions and we don't have workers' rights. We've seen what happens.
We've seen exactly one example of what can happen.
We've got street urchins sucked into textile factories, is what we've got right now.
Okay, I suppose if you count other countries, okay.
We've seen it in our country. We see it in Mexico. We see it in Brazil. We see it in
and
China.
if we don't have that, they can never reach the status we're in.
There's just an unlimited number of places where we can see the example of like when there's no regulation on business. So
we're way beyond my bedtime. I can't do this anymore.
I'm okay if G-Webs wants to make the argument that it's not necessary anymore, that big businesses are somehow driven by the market to do what's right by their lowest employee without the people getting involved, without people doing ballot initiatives, without people setting state laws, etc. If you want to make the argument that that's not needed anymore, that's fine. Make that argument.
I think I already have made that argument multiple times to you with numbers and facts. I cannot go any further. With that said, Yankee, with that said,
I missed what you said where you proved that big business is now looking out for
You're the only one that takes what I'm going to say as like and just going to talk over me. All I'm going to say is you probably are my greatest person that I disagree with, and I actually enjoy disagreeing with you. The difference is that up to this point, I don't think we've been in a situation where you've treated me as badly as you have.
Oh, yeah, we have. You may not have paid attention, but we have.
Well, okay, so fine. I'm an idiot again. Thanks. It's just this constant, like...
I think you're an idiot for not realizing that Yankee has called you an idiot before.
Anyway, with that said, I will end this right now on my end because I have to go to bed. I actually respect you.
Wait for us to say thanks for the excellent chat.
You can live in the belief that you have. I respect you as an individual, and I bet we could probably drink a beer, even though I know you don't drink. We could probably sit across the table from each other and have a good meal. But right now, anyway, I'm done. I'm done.
Just to say, in the chat where we talked about you killing birds, you bird fucking killer.
Yeah.
I called you a worthless piece of shit. I think that's just as bad as anything I called you tonight.
Well, again, you're a dick. I don't know what you want me to say. Again, you're a dick.
If you send me a shirt and say,
I'm not going to stop being in this one instance, I was disrespectful.
Nazi says I'm a dick, I will fucking wear it in a video.
There you go.
It'll be there Tuesday.
Somebody send him something that says Hoshnazi called him a dick. Because I won't. Anyway, whatever. I'm done. It's too late.
Great chat. Thank you very much.
Night. Fine. Good night.
I'm pretty sure that means he wins because he's the last one here.
Yep. I often win my battles not through content or quality. I win them through endurance.
He won the last man standing match at the Battle Royale.
You don't have to land the best punches. You just have to be the last guy standing.
That's right up there with Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan. Right there.
Oh, I hated that match. Oh, I hated seeing Andre pass the torch to Hulk Hogan. And yes, I'm a wrestling fan. Because that was
almost
passing of the
almost
torch.
as bad seeing Brock Lesnar beat The Undertaker.
Oh, that was awful. I didn't even watch it. I wouldn't watch it because I knew it was going to happen.
Yep.
And I know they're trying to promote Brock Lesnar as something big, but he'll never be something big to me.
Well, he's already out again.
I know.
Strained his vagina.
Yeah, he does that every time he tries to, every time he douches too hard.
Yeah.
He's as bad as
And on that note, I think I'm going to take off too. But thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. I have a conference call in a few minutes here, so I was afraid I might end up taking a nap or something and ruin, missing it. So.
It's only 6:20. It's about bedtime.
What time is it here? Good God, it's 3:20.
Thanks, guys.
I got to go to the store, and I'm not going to Walmart. I'm going to Walgreens.
Just go down to the gas station. Give him some business.
We don't really have any 24-hour gas stations here.
Yeah.
Not many. There are a few, I guess, around, but not many.
I was going to ask a couple questions, but you guys were going at it so good I didn't want to interrupt.
You gotta be rude.
Well, I just figured I'd sit here and be the host and just let you guys go at it.
That's good theater.
Oh yeah. Well, I would post it, but it never get watched. So.
I got. Was it just a couple of days ago? I got like several people commenting that they haven't seen any explosions in the live chats any lately, and they're getting boring. And I'm like, well, sooner or later somebody will throw a tantrum.
There it is. I had to post it back up just for that.
Exactly.
If you want to see the chat explode, here it goes.
But, yeah, I'm going to head to Walgreens. I got to go get milk.
Yep. Well, I'm going to shut this off. So, anybody's listening, have a good evening or morning.